With temperatures simmering outside, the eyes of the chess world have turned to Madrid, Spain. The best players in the world have made their way inside the Palace of Santonia to begin 3 weeks of intense competition. The winner takes home the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool and the right to challenge for the world title. It's day one of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Chess.com's exclusive coverage starts now.
Madrid. Civilization here was almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. We are outside the Palace of Santona. We are about to go inside the Palacio de Santonia for the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. Coverage on chess.com begins right now, and boy, are we excited as the live audience already starts to fill in, the players getting set to fill in. We have so much ahead, so much in store. There you can see our official Spanish broadcast with a few early birds already sitting in the seats. Speaking of early birds, we have been here all week. We were here early and we are getting ready to party now because it is game time, it's go time. I am joined by the amazing Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer, International Master Almira Skripchenko. This is the Candidates and it starts right now. Hammer, how excited are you to be here?
I'm really happy. I'm really thrilled to be able to come in, and I'm actually a substitute for Robert Hess, I believe.
You brought it up.
Yeah.
Almira and I were going to say this looks a little different than Robert, than what we're used to seeing.
Well, it's not easy to fill in Robert's shoes, I guess.
It is not easy to fill in a guy who you can't spell chess without.
Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't just cancel the whole event when Robert couldn't make it. But I'm happy to be here and fill in while
Plan
he's
B
away.
was canceling the entire Candidates because Robert Hess came down with COVID. Again, our best wishes to Robert. He will likely be joining us later in the week. Let's continue. You're also very excited to be here. This is not your first Candidates. For me and Hammer, this is our first time. You're the pro. You've commentated on the Candidates before. But how excited are you to be here in Madrid?
Well, I guess this time it will be less dangerous than the last time. You know, I did the commentary for the second leg of the last Candidates. You know, that was the longest Candidates in the history of chess. Yep. And actually, still, I'm so excited. The kid inside of me is screaming like, I'm here, because, right. You know, I grew up in the Soviet Union watching Karpov-Kasparov matches, like hearing the stories about the Candidates. So we are witnessing history today.
We absolutely are witnessing history. And last night, you and I witnessed something that, at least for me, it was the first time going to an opening ceremony for an event as prestigious as the Candidates. And so we put together a little bit of a highlight reel for those who maybe weren't there and missed it. Speaking of one person over there who slept instead of joining us. But here you go. We're gonna take a little bit of a sneak peek to what went down last night at the Four Seasons in Madrid.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the World Chess Championship Candidates Tournament.
This was the opening ceremony. There were many boards just like that getting signed by the top players. So many amazing and important people in the chess world in attendance, and lots of smiles to go around. Amir, what was the highlight of the night for you?
Well, for me, it was certainly the flamenco performance. It was a very nice surprise at the end of the ceremony, and I really hope that the players would be on fire, today, because the flamenco had so much passion. The dancers, the guitar. I was mesmerized.
Now, my wife told me something I should consider doing while here is seeing a flamenco performance. So I kind of got to, two birds with one stone last night. It was an amazing thing to see. Hammer, I know we teased you for not being there, but you were getting well-deserved rest. We're so appreciative that you came in at the last minute. But looking at the video, how jealous are you that you didn't get to attend?
It does seem like I missed out on a good time. Next time, when I'm not kind of just rushed from getting to Madrid very last minute to replace Robert, then maybe next time I'll be able to attend.
Well, it was amazing. Huga also performed a brand new song, Poisonous Pawn. Anna Rudolph was streaming it live to her Twitch channel. So many fun and exciting things were going down, and we have so much fun and exciting things in store. This is our first show. I know we're all very excited little kids right now, a little bit nervous to get this thing going. Imagine how the players are feeling. And of course, we need to remind the fans of what the next 3 weeks are going to be about. What is the format of the candidates and why are we here? Well, 8 players from around the world have been brought in. 8 of the best chess players worked super hard to get here. We're going to talk about their roads in a minute. They're going to compete in a double round robin, which means you get both colors. So each person you will play twice. And the winner will challenge the world champion. And for the first time on a format card, we have this sort of third box stipulation clarifying, well, what if the world champion doesn't want to play? It's funny because I guess that was always an option. But because of some statements made by Magnus himself, and as well as the fact that no one will stop talking about this storyline, we're going to be unpacking this a lot today and talking about what exactly that looks like and what would happen if 2 finishers were competing for a world championship. So, Hammer, in fact, why don't we just start with that? You cover Magnus Carlsen in Norway maybe more than anybody. Your thoughts on the statement that he made and what it does to set the tone here in Madrid?
Well, I think the players have to go from the assumption that Magnus is going to play. They have to vie for that first place finish, because otherwise, if they start thinking, second place might be good enough, that will mess with their heads. Yeah. And so they should just go for the first place finish and see what happens.
We're going to continue to unpack that, but Emily, your quick thoughts on the psychological points of Magnus's comments.
Well, actually, everyone knows that Magnus is a very good poker player, so I would definitely call his bluff. But on a more serious note, of course, I can understand how difficult it might be to find motivation for another match. So, and how difficult it is psychologically and physically to go through those matches. So, but I really hope that Magnus will play, because if I can drive a historical parallel, it's like if monarch would abdicate, you know, like it would be such a tragedy.
I think all 8 players want to face Magnus Carlsen. That's why they competed and worked so hard to get here. And on that note, let's remind everybody of what each individual player's path was to arrive here in Madrid at the 2022 Candidates. The FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest world chess champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite, Grandmaster Timur Rajabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. While we're not sure who that will be just yet, we do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the Candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together. What a wild ride these guys had to get here. It has been such an amazing year. And now we see the participants and their beautiful faces. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, Timur Rajabov, Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Richard Rapport. Hammer, I got to start with you. Your favorite, your player to watch of all the faces we see before us?
For me, it's got to be Caruana. I think he has the best top level. He is the highest rated player, the player to have achieved the highest rating after Magnus and Kasparov. At his best, he is the best player in this field, and he also has some really extensive openings and clever ideas. So I'm looking forward to catching his games.
Okay, I think many would agree with Hammer that Fabi likely the favorite. We'll unpack what that means for the other competitors as we go. But Almira, your thoughts on the player to watch?
Well, then you will tell me it's an easy pick, but I will go with Alireza Firouzja. First of all, he's just breaking all the records. He was now he's the youngest player to ever reach and break the 2800 barrier. He has such an uncompromising, flamboyant style. I love watching his games, and if this is what it takes for Magnus to play, so I'm cheering Alireza.
We could preview every single player like that. I'll save my thoughts on maybe my favorite to win. Right now, we want to dive into who's going to win today, right? Let's talk about the matchups and what are the pairings for round 1. Here we go. Well, why don't we start at the top, Hammer? You've got Duda and Rapport facing off, Poland and Hungary. Yeah,
for me, this is one of the most interesting matchups of the round because Duda and Rapport are not really being mentioned very often as potential winners of the event. But if one of them can get a win here from the start, that would change everything. So for them, this is incredibly important. Both need to get off to a winning start. And we'll see if one of them can make it.
I think you're making an incredible point because Duda and Rapport, like you said, not talked about that much, but they're both very exciting players, very aggressive players. Don't be surprised if a decisive game comes out of that particular matchup. Almira, why don't we move to Ding Nepomniachtchi and your thoughts on that one?
Well, actually, that was the game I was looking forward to. There are a lot of interesting matchups, but I really want to see what form Ding is in, because he didn't play for quite a while, especially on the top level. He had to qualify in extremis, like he had to play 30 games, I guess, just to qualify for the candidates. And he beat Jan at the last game of the candidates. So it also will show, like, if Nepomniachtchi remembers, in what psychological state he is. So it's, and don't forget, Jan won the last candidate. So.
Great points. I think, of course, everyone has Caruana and Nakamura circled. I'm going to let Hammer be the first one to give thoughts on that. So I'm just going to quickly say, before we start focusing in on this American versus American battle, we have to give a shout out too that the other matchup, Rajabov versus Firouzja, the oldest player in the field, the most experienced player versus the youngest, the one who so many have their eyes on. Will the nerves be getting to him? Alireza keeps saying he's relaxed, not nervous. So that's an interesting one we'll keep an eye on. But let's go back to the American versus the American matchup real quick. And you pick Fabi as a tournament favorite. Your thoughts on how aggressive he wants to be with the white pieces against Nakamura here in round one?
Well, a win is so important. He's going to be aggressive, but more than aggression, it's about opening work, right? Do you have ideas in the opening your opponent is likely to play? And since this is such a classic matchup, you can just see they've played each other 45 times already in classical games. They know each other, and that means Fabi is probably extra well prepared against Hikaru.
Yep. Well, and we'll see, of course, how important is it for the most popular chess streamer in the world to not lose the first game. So many things to talk about. There's our first shot, really from the floor. One of the players, I think, has already left a water bottle for themselves, and the players are starting to fill in. That's the back of Hikaru Nakamura. I know that back very well. Not as well as I know his facial expressions from streaming. But Maria Emelianova, the photographer for chess.com, and so many fun things happening already. Let's remind everybody that, of course, games will officially kick off here at 3 p.m. local time in Madrid for us, but no matter where you are tuning in from around the world, here's a nice-looking shot of where you should be every day in a time zone that's probably suitable for you, whether you're at 6 a.m. on the West Coast or almost midnight there in Sydney, Australia. The daily action starts at 3 p.m. local time here in Madrid, and so make sure you circle your time zone and be with us. You guys gave your quick shout-outs to what you think is going to happen. I'm going to quickly give a shout-out to what I think is going to happen. I held my breath in order to do it live for all of you fans. Use the command vote in chat. You can go to chess.com/events and cast your vote daily, and you should do it daily because it will track your results throughout the entire event. You can play along with your friends and win cash prizes, whoever has the best voting results overall. So I'm going to start things off, and ding Nepomniachtchi, I'm going to go with a draw here, much to the chagrin maybe of many predicting peace. I'm going to take Jan-Krzysztof Duda to jump out with a win in the first game. Skipping past the marquee matchup, I'm going to take our oldest versus youngest battle to also be a draw. You see so many votes, by the way, already coming in. So shout out to all of you fans in chat, everybody who's already casting their vote. And now the big one. Drum roll, please. Just kidding. I'm going to predict a draw. I think Hikaru holds a draw despite Fabi's best efforts with the first move. Amir, you haven't had a chance to weigh in on this yet. So your thoughts on the nerves, the mindset, the psychology that both of these guys have coming in. They played each other so many times. Now they're at the candidates again. What do you think is going through their head?
Well, actually, I went through all of their games. You know, I'm preparing against Fabi and Hikaru at the same time. So actually, the statistics that we have, the empirical evidence says that, Hikaru has lost almost all of his last games against Fabi with black. So this will be a real test for him.
Right.
And what would be his opening choice is also very interesting. Is he going to stick with the Queen's Gambit?
It's a huge choice. I think something solid would make sense, right? You definitely don't want to start with a loss if you're Hikaru in the first round. So what would be your advice as black facing Fabi's opening prep?
Well, I would be terrified to begin with, especially with these stats Omer is coming with, that Hikaru has lost several times in a row with the black pieces against Fabiano. I think that the tempting option is to change your ways because you may realize that something isn't working. But I think Hikaru, he's a man who sticks to his guns.
Yeah.
So I think we will see the same Queen's Gambit he has popularized really at the top level the past couple of years.
We saw Hikaru taking off his jacket. We now see Timur Rajabov and Alireza Firouzja shaking hands. Reminder, again, as we said, to all of the fans, go to chess.com/events, cast your vote, use the command vote. Do it now. There's already I'm watching it go up in front of us in real time. More than 5,000 people have already voted, and you can do so again to get your part in cash prizes. And better to start now if you really want to compete for the cash prizes, even though you should do it every day. It's a lot of fun. So, Fabiano Caruana, focused, will be making the first move in this game with the white pieces. 2 Americans in this event, and they're playing each other in the first round. Almira, You want to talk a little bit about why that is? That's actually a purposeful thing, and can you expand on that for us?
This is what we call the directed pairings, because we have a lot of historical precedents, like where, we are trying to avoid collusion. So
right.
This is why the two American players cannot play at the last round.
I don't think Fabi and Hikaru would collude in any way to help the other, but so there's history to that, right?
Of course.
And
you remember Fischer,
yes.
who was accusing the Soviets, I think, after the tournament in Curacao, and and I can understand that. Of course, those tournaments were so long, and he had to play, like, as I remember, 4 games against each other, against each opponent. So I think this is quite fair.
Yeah. Hammer, your thoughts?
Yeah, Hikaru has an issue with the score sheet here.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. He asked for a judge to come look at it, and it seems like it's being replaced. And we can't start until Hikaru is happy.
We certainly cannot. We see both players smiling there, so whatever it was, perhaps it was just too big of a score sheet. It did look like a very large piece of paper, if I'm honest. So didn't see closely enough whether they brought him a smaller score sheet. But Hikaru seems to be happy now, refilling out all the information in order to get set to play his game. So much in store. Again, if you're just tuning in and don't see what's before you, this is the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. We are live in Madrid, and we are getting set for the first moves to be made. And we see Timur Rajabov also coming over to have some conversation there. Not sure what that was. But okay, we've got a quote from Fabiano here. It's the only thing that can almost be compared to a World Championship match, of course, speaking about the Candidates Tournament. There's this intense period of months, and of course, during the tournament, it's even more intense. Just referring to the preparation, all that goes into it, knowing what's at stake. Fabi not shying away from the fact that the moment is very real. Kind of the opposite of the comments that Firouzja has made about saying he's not nervous at all, Almira.
Yes, and actually it was very interesting to follow Fabi's press conference here, where he shared how players deal with this pressure. That this is the tournament where you have to make strategical choices, even at the very beginning. Yeah. So, like he said, and I was actually, as a professional chess player, I was surprised with this comment, because he said, like, okay, doesn't matter if it goes wrong in the first round. There's 14 rounds still to go. You can still win the tournament. I tend to get so upset, and it's like I feel like the tournament is ruined.
Right.
And this shows so much wisdom. This is his 4th candidate.
Right.
How difficult it is to qualify just for one candidates tournament, and this is his 4th appearance.
He knows it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And I think it's a great point.
We actually saw on the photos that the president of the World Chess Federation, Arkady Dvorkovich, he made the honorary first move on Fabiano's behalf. And I noticed that before that move was made, Fabiano whispered in his ear. And so I'm wondering if that honorary first move, which we have on our monitors as being the king's pawn, 2 step forwards, will that actually be Fabiano's choice, in which case he's switching openings despite having an amazing score with the queen pawn against Hikaru recently.
Yeah, it would be an interesting storyline. Again, we see them now.
Could he whisper like to change?
I was going to say, well, we saw it happen during the World Championship. I was going to come around to the fact that there were several games where Magnus and Jan, for lack of a better term, trolled each other, right, by maybe suggesting a different move than their first move. Will that be the case for Fabiano? We're going to find out.
It looks as though the king-pawn move is on the board.
Yeah, and Hikaru has responded with e5.
Yeah.
But Hikaru plays the Berlin defense, so it really, for me, it's very interesting to find out, like, what would be Fabiano's preparation.
The Berlin variation of the Spanish is considered like the most solid opening in the history of the world. And Fabiano is right now playing straight into it. Fabiano just chose the Ruy Lopez, the Spanish opening, which is fitting considering we're in Madrid.
Well, I was going to say it's not even just that the Berlin is so solid. Of all the players in the world, when you think of experts in the Berlin, you think of people like Maxime Bachier-Lagrave, you think of Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru Nakamura he's not going to shy away from playing his pet line. Okay, now we see the point. Fabiano going for the quote-unquote anti-Berlin, if you will, with the move 4d3.
Yeah. So it's a Berlin opening from Nakamura. A big question whether or not he expected this to happen in this game. And now we have a very interesting situation where Fabiano early on exchanges a bishop for a knight in the opening, which is a very... it's the most interesting trade in chess.
But it might seem as an odd choice, in this position, but actually, like Fabiano has played it already several times, and he's going for a particular type of structure.
Well, what's interesting is he's played it many times, but he's also played the main line many times, which of course is not to capture on c6, whether it be castling or c3 as moves that are just as popular, if not more. So just interesting to see the decision early. Certainly we know the players are bringing preparation, but Hikaru not really phased, and now actually taking his first walk of the day, getting up and leaving Fabi to remember his prep.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Fabiano is even thinking for a second here. Because so far, Hikaru has played his main opening against the king-pawn opening. He has played all the standard moves Black usually does at this part of the game. And I think we're in for a treat right now. I think we're going to have a struggle with the players kind of comparing notes in a very topical opening.
May I ask a question? Because, I'm not really familiar with this plan, but I wanted to ask you, more about this position. Could Fabi play d4 here, for example, to break in the center immediately? Because
instead of knight b3?
Yes, instead of knight b3, for example, just to, well, it's such a natural move, so I wanted to...
We'll show the fork that we're looking for.
Exactly. So, why knight b3 first?
Well, actually, this d4 move, as far as I know, has been tested quite a few times previously. And I think it was just decided that Black would get a decent game. And so Fabiano is trying to postpone the conflict. He doesn't want to have
create the tension
create the tension early on when Hikaru is still in his preparation. He wants to calmly improve his position and create long-term problems for Hikaru instead of testing Hikaru on one short-term problem. And then if Hikaru knows it, then he makes a draw with the black pieces, which is in this tournament just considered a tremendous success. Well, which once again puts the pressure on Fabiano. He got the white pieces. He's the one who is unhappy if the game ends in a draw.
And we talk about, in many ways, the whole line of 4d3 is to maintain flexibility as much as possible, right? So obviously d4 has been tested and, of course, a good move. But I understand the psychology of what you're saying, Hammer. He's not here to play the most forcing lines and see what Hikaru has cooked up a draw with at home, right? He's going to say, the earlier I can get a position that is out of theory, and we're both making moves, playing an interesting structure, right, with some flexibility, doubled pawns along with the bishop pair, it'll be a game as they say, right?
Yeah, and I would say he has succeeded because Hikaru is now thinking.
What do you think about that, Almira? If you're taken out of your prep, not to say Hikaru necessarily is, but your thoughts on what's going through your head early on, knowing what you highlighted before the game. Hikaru doesn't have a good record with black, especially in recent years against Fabiano. This is not d4, but your thoughts on the nerves he might be feeling to making sure he doesn't take a wrong step here in the opening.
Well, I think, every chess player, professional chess player knows that, even when you're faced with a problem or a new opening idea, you have to sit on your hands. You don't have to be impulsive. You have to understand the nuances in the position. And I think that is what Hikaru is probably trying to do now, to regain his composure and simply to think about the position with maybe a new eye.
Yeah. Shout out to everyone tuning in. We've got 21,000 of you with us on Twitch and more than 10,000 with us on YouTube. The action has only just begun. We know that this matchup has a lot of people very excited. Fabiano Caruana playing Hikaru Nakamura. There are also many other matchups. I've seen some comments in chat to check out some of the other games. Don't worry, we will. We will throughout the day. I guess last point I wanted to highlight here. We've got. I'm wondering. Hikaru now really thinking. So what do you think is going through his head? Now he's shown for sure that he is out of the opening.
The thing is that, well, the main idea in this opening also for White is still to push d4. So probably what he thinks is about the strategical idea to play c5 or not to play c5.
Yeah, I would agree. Putting pawns in the center of the board, always a good option. But at the same time, Hikaru will be a bit suspicious, seeing as how if I have one very obvious move, that's probably something Fabiano has prepared, something he expects, and maybe there's some strategic disadvantage to that if you go with the pawn to c4, as Almira suggested, then you put c5. You put all your pawns on the dark squares.
Right.
And maybe Hikaru is reluctant to do that at this stage, even if it is a common plan in this Berlin opening.
Could be, yes, it could be met with knight g5, then f4 maybe. So what should he choose in this position? The standard plan, also like with knight d7, as we have seen in the previous position?
He has a lot of options, and I think that's why he's thinking.
Yeah.
I think if he were still in his preparation, he probably wouldn't want to waste time at this stage. I think his thinking here is genuine, and he's trying to go through the pros and cons of all the available plans Black has.
Yeah, and as you said, you highlighted both c5 and knight d7, both of you. There are a few other moves in the position, of course, you can play. Even this interesting move, bishop g4, wasting a tempo, going back into a pin of the knight on f3 has been played. And of course, the obvious move like castles also been played here. So Hikaru really thinking it through.
And we can see that the time-honored tradition of chess, having the kind of walkway for the players in between the board and the cameras are being upheld in this event as well. It's good to see some traditions
usually it's
never
an arbiter.
die.
It can be an arbiter. It can be a photographer. But the amount of times without fail that someone walks right in front of the camera that the broadcast is covering, it's like you would think it is pre-planned, right?
Actually, what I wanted to say, Daniel, that like when you showed the different possible moves, I just had a look at the number of games, and it's also a very important factor, which shows that like there have been not so many games played after like knight b3.
Yeah.
So it means that it's a rare move. That's like so this is probably a very big opening surprise.
Yeah, a rare move, one that Hikaru is going to be sure he knows his plan before he commits. We saw vintage Hikaru Nakamura I think that was number 7 there, looking up into the clouds, remembering opening theory if possible.
How many of his expressions have you numbered?
So I actually recorded a video recently cataloging all of them. I'm not sure if the team has turned it out yet. They're working on it. So,
You're not going to reveal.
I'm not going to reveal it. You're going to have to
many?
check out the video coming to YouTube soon. Yeah.
But it can be like an advertisement for the video.
It's an advertisement for the video right there. You're going to have to tune in.
But you can say how many different ones.
Again, I'm not going to tell you. There's too many. You're going to have to tune in. And contrary to popular belief, not all of them have been revealed yet. There are some new ones broken down in the video. So, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Why don't we let Hikaru think here and maybe, if we can, check in on one of the other games. We have so many games still going. Let's remind everybody that, of course, this is going to be a very long event. We have a lot of action ahead, so do not be disappointed if we're focused on one game. We will get to all of them. With me again, of course, Jan Ludwighammer, Almira Skripchenko, and you can go to chess.com/events to follow any of the games yourselves. If you're ever feeling that we're stuck on a game too long, remember you can go there and choose your own adventure. So, all right, we're going to head over to another game that had a lot of people talking before the round, Ding Liren versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have a completely different opening here, not an e4 game. in English, and we'll dive in and see how we got here, Hammer.
Actually, I am an expert in this.
Okay, well then take it away.
So we will rely on your expertise in this position.
Yeah. Well, actually, I have played this before as white and black, I believe. So yeah, the English opening when you start with the bishop pawn,
okay.
And here black is trying to build a big center. So if you notice the move c6, black is preparing to go d5 next and just get all those pawns in the middle of the board. White tries to stop this, attacks the pawn, forces the pawn forward, and thereby saying, okay, your pawn may be overextended.
Right.
This will be my point of attack for the rest of the game. Moving forward, the trade in the middle is made. Black's queen comes out early, attacking the knight. The knight needs to be careful, so it retreats. Now development for both players. You got to get your pieces out. So knights and bishop getting in there, as well as both players castling. And now everything revolves around the pawn on e4. This is the key of the entire position. If black can hold on to this pawn, black will be better.
Right.
If white can win this pawn, white will not only be better, white will just win.
The whole purpose of a3 guarding b4 makes a lot of sense too, under the guide of what you were saying, right? White's natural moves are going to be all about bringing pressure to the e4 pawn. So a3, as much as it may not seem like a move that prepares that, it really does validate Hammer's point. Of course, as you said, if black keeps the center, then all things are good for black, as activity with queens and rooks on open lines tend to be a good thing. Here we see the head-to-head by every round for Ding Liren in front of you there. Good to just, for all of our more studious observers, mapping things out, playing fantasy chess, if you will, on what's ahead in the candidates.
I especially note that his best score in the entire field is against his main competitor, Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So if he wants to win this event, beating Caruana in one of the games is probably a necessity.
Your thoughts on Ding's approach here as white versus Nepomniachtchi, Almira? You said it was one of the games you have circled coming in. They are deadlocked in their career.
Well, actually, I've been looking at this position, and especially at the knight on e3. There's, for example, like when I started to play chess, and well, there are so many positional concepts that you have to learn, and there's, well, this knight is looking very strange, but it's such a powerful piece in this position because black's plan is also to play sometimes queen h5, yes, bishop h3, and knight g4. So one of the purposes of this knight on e3 is there's also, well, defensive. So he does not allow knight g4. And looking at knight c4, and this is a very interesting strategical, positional concept. Because how would you develop then, Jan Ludwig? Because a3...
With black or with white?
No, let's say black would continue with...
Well, it's difficult saying a move. Yeah.
Yes, actually, like that's what I've been trying to find out. What is the next move?
Yeah.
For the record, I was going to say we left opening theory officially right back here when black played the move castles instead of h5, at least according to our opening score, which, by the way, h5 would have also been a very interesting way to approach the position. So we are in a spot where presumably both players...
I love h5 because, you know, the lane...
that would have been a lot of fun, I agree. But Jan taking the more
yes.
solid castles here.
Well, I don't think there is such a thing as solid in this position.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be in for a really enterprising game, regardless, because it's so unbalanced right now. The advantage black holds with that pawn in the center, having the space advantage really restricting the options of white's pieces. And at the same time, if you're not able to keep onto that pawn, you might lose it, and then you'll be down a pawn, and then it's going to be a complete crisis.
So if I would to launch an attack by playing h5 here after queen c2, am I losing the pawn immediately?
Yeah, well,
that's just
h5.
Yes.
Does h5 still have a plan without the rook behind it? You think
yes,
it's
h5,
still
h4.
h5,
yes,
h4.
like,
Okay.
Could be like I mean.
Well, you highlighted, Amira, a great point that the knight on e3 not only guards g4 for this plan of queen h5, it also guards f5. If the bishop were to ever come here, I think that white would probably happily snatch the bishop before continuing with the plan.
How difficult it is to find a useful move in this position for black. That's what I've been telling myself for quite a while. And queen c2 is a threat.
Well, rook e8 feels like the obvious move.
So after queen c2, you're going to play bishop f8?
Yeah, to guard the pawn.
So I want to use my rook to help guard my prized possession, the pawn in the center.
Well, we saw Ding Liren's head-to-head matchup versus the field. Let's take a quick look at Jan Nepomniachtchi's as he is on the clock, taking a good think. You already know he's 500. That means he's batting even here against Ding Liren. But what stands out to you, Elmira, about any of the particular matchups awaiting Nepomniachtchi's candidates?
Well, I have small troubles seeing today.
Yeah, it's like for me, it's all about how evenly matched.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say, I guess I asked you a trick question. There really are no matchups that scream at you, and maybe it's why Jan Nepomniachtchi won the last candidates, right? We know he's known as an aggressive player, kind of a streaky player, a very fast player, but his head-to-head against a lot of the best players in the world would suggest that he's also a pretty solid player. He doesn't have a bad record against many.
Yeah, but at the same time, he doesn't have a good record against many either.
Yeah, okay.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi, during the World Championship match he had against Magnus Carlsen, he kind of cemented his own reputation as a streaky player once he loses Game 6 in really spectacular fashion. He just goes on to lose another 3-4 games. I even forgot how many. It was just he was collapsing, losing one game after another until it became like the most ordinary thing in the world. So yeah, when he wins a lot. When he loses a lot.
Right.
And what these head-to-head scores can tell us is that it's all about the streaks. It's not about who the opposition is.
Yeah.
So he's capable of beating anyone, but he's also capable of losing to anyone.
Yeah. No, it's a fair storyline. Of course, we talked about that a lot during the World Championship, the fact that Jan could be his own worst enemy and his own best friend, right? Sometimes it doesn't matter who he's playing. But of course, he is continuing to think about what he wants to play next against Ding Liren. Let's back out again and head on over to our featured matchup of the day. Not to say that they all aren't featured, but of course so many have this Battle of the Americans circled, and we're going to go look again at what is happening on the board. An interesting approach continues to develop here. Since we left it, we had the flexible and interesting knight b3 by Fabi. Hikaru took some time before playing queen e7, more than 12 minutes it seems, before playing queen e7, which was not one of the moves we highlighted. We highlighted c5, right? Knight d7, castles. Knights don't move that way. Sorry about that. But he plays queen e7, and Fabi instantly responds with knight a5.
Well, this is a very interesting move, which is also suggested in a few like other openings by computer, because like this is such a strange-looking move, you know. So knight a5, he's asking a question, rook b8, because you can no longer play b6 because knight c6 simply, you know, and knight e5, and you cannot protect the pawn. So rook b8 is almost forced. You don't want to play bishop c8, you know, otherwise, like, so what is your opening strategy about? And then this knight is, is on the edge of the board, certainly, but it's sort of limits black's option. And maybe later in the game, I will also play knight c4. So when this will be playable. And
there was one other move. Is castles long something that could have been considered at all?
It would be a very risky decision to castle the opposite side of what Fabiano with the white pieces already has done. But I would say, yes, it was definitely an option, but not an option Hikaru was willing to explore when Fabiano so obviously was still in his preparation.
Right.
Whereas Hikaru, having spent more than 10 minutes on that queen move, he is clearly not. So he's going to be quite risk averse here. And it seems to have worked out for him because Fabiano is thinking.
Speaking of Fabi's preparation that he is so well known for, it's one of the reasons why he has one of the best records against the field. Of course, the statistics say that Alireza Firouzja has the best percentage-wise, but given that he's also played not nearly as many games against the field as Fabiano Caruana, you could argue that Fabiano's record against the field is shows why many believe he's the man to beat.
Yeah, but actually, as we were discussing in Ding's head-to-head, one of Fabiano's biggest problems is that he has a rather significant disadvantage against Ding in their
Liren,
head-to-head scores. I mean, it's looking great, like a good score against Rajabov, for instance, but a potentially good score against Rapport. But those Fabiano versus Ding matchups are going to be one of the most hype games in the entire tournament.
But I think these statistics are very interesting. But what I was looking at while I was preparing for the candidates, like how do players perform with white and with black? So like these statistics are also very interesting, and especially for Fabiano, that the amplitude is very low, so he performs as well with white as with black. So maybe this also explains why he was able to qualify. Like for his fourth candidates, he won the candidates once. Is he going to win it for the second time? There were a few players, I think, in history of chess who won the candidates twice. So maybe I think Smyslov, Spassky, Korchnoi. Yes, I guess yes. And so Fabi, is attempting.
He'd be joining very elite company.
Yes, exactly. So I think maybe this explains as well the stability of his performance.
Right. Well, and I noticed one other thing from that head-to-head. Of course, we'll come back to it and continue to talk about it. His last two rounds against Rajabov and Firouzja are two players that he has good records against. So we'll definitely, if Fabi is in a position, Hammer, if he's in the driver's seat, if you will, toward the end of the event, he may be a very hard man to stop because the pairings from that perspective kind of stack up in his favor.
But that also means he can make a big recovery.
Right.
So just in some ways, I feel like it's better to get your advantageous pairings as early as possible because you want to kind of set the tone and get confidence by winning. But you could also argue that the person leading the event will always have some extra pressure on them. So coming from behind at the end can be psychologically easier. But it then, of course, does require you to do well in those final rounds.
I guess the short, way to put it, we always say the best way to win a tournament is to play well, and that's it, right? That's the number one key. So, all right, well, we've spent some time looking here at Fabiano and Hikaru. I have a feeling Fabi might be thinking for just a minute, so why don't we back up and get to one of the other games that we haven't looked at yet. We already checked in on Liren versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's head over to a game that I predicted a decisive result in. Hammer, you kind of did with how you previewed it as well.
I didn't really predict a decisive result between Duda and Rapport, but I did say that one of them may turn some heads if they can get an early win. And I think it was you who made the point that these are two very aggressive players.
Actually, huge opening surprise already. If I
well, let's do it, Almir. Go ahead, take us through it.
Because
we had
I have looked also. I went through all the games that Jan-Krzysztof Duda played against Richard Rapport, and actually he always started with d4. Why? Because Richard Rapport has a very wide opening repertoire against e4, so the king's pawn, and it's almost like playing against themselves in certain situations because Jan-Krzysztof also plays those openings. So he always played d4 and went for some king's gambit structures or like bishop f4 sometimes. So, but this is actually a very interesting opening choice. It means that he's targeting Richard in every line.
Yeah, and why not target a Rapport? Because he is such a creative player who has commented in interviews I play exciting openings because otherwise I find chess boring. What an attitude to have in this candidates tournament, where normally the players are playing incredibly cautiously with the black pieces, because they know as long as you don't lose with black, you have excellent chances to go all the way in the event. Rapport, he has the completely different attitude. He's going, I want to fight. And I don't care whether I'm white or black. Let's just have it out there. Yeah, this Sicilian choice from him is fantastic. And then a very uncommon response from Duda, also exciting from the get-go.
Well, this is why you said that you thought this game could have a decisive result, right? Because Amir, you already made the point. Duda playing like Caruana, right? We thought Caruana would play d4 with a very good record against Hikaru. Duda says, no, I'm also going to surprise my opponent with e4. And I think if you're going to do that against someone, it makes sense against Rapport if you're looking for fighting chess.
But bishop f4, this is
this is a
incredible. Yes,
very odd move.
So because normally you would play knight c3, of course, and or knight c6.
Yep, main lines.
Yes, you can take on c6 as well, or knight c3, a6, knight c6. So bishop f4, this is such an innovative approach.
But it's positionally sound, right? It's weird. Once you see it on the board and then you jump to the live position, you're like, well, the bishop kind of looks useful there, right? We know there's a weak d6 pawn in a lot of these Taimanov Sicilians. If not a pawn, then it's a square, because it means the pawn is likely on d7. So this is, I don't know. I'm seeing this position on the board and going, wow, I mean, it looks like one I might play as white.
Well,
now that you've seen it.
Start playing. Now that you've seen it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this doesn't look crazy, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no. And white with that latest move as well, getting the famed Maroczy pawn structure with these two pawns controlling in towards the center. It's a very kind of, white is taking a tight grip on the opponent, but at the risk of also overextending. Because what now happens is the square d4 is a square that cannot be protected by any white pawns. So if black were able to get a knight up there, for instance, by playing c5 now, which I'm sure Rapport is thinking about, that can be a really nice placement long-term for the knight and potentially be a game winner in the long run.
Yeah, Ludwig, I have a question, of course, as usual. So if I am trying to break through in the center immediately, which one of the main strategical ideas in the Sicilian defense, so if I play d5 here, what is the idea behind the whole line with bishop b4 is to take cd5, and to play e5?
I would guess here white just develops. Knight c3.
So knight c3, you don't want to take, okay?
No, I think white is very happy to be up in central control, to be up in development. And yes, black has an extra central pawn. That is, well, it's basically the only reason people play the Sicilian. Because you get that slight central advantage. But the problem with the Sicilian, and then by extension also this position, is that while you get that extra pawn in the center, you also do delay your development a lot. And so here I would say if you try to make a pawn break in the center, then white would be happy for you to open up the position, exploiting black's poor development.
Anyway, these are the two options probably that Richard should take into account here, c5 or d5?
Well,
Do you see something else?
I think he will play knight g6.
Knight g6.
Let's talk a little bit about the psychology of to me, one of the most interesting parts of the candidates, Almir, we were talking about all the preparation that goes in. We've now seen two opening surprises, Fabiano and Duda, right? And how much do you think that's going into the players? I mean, how many more of those do you think we're going to see, right? Is this a big part of what we think the players will bring round in and round out? Well,
actually, I've been thinking about the candidates, and tried to compare it with boxing, It's like, is there a round of observation in the candidates? Or we see new opening ideas immediately starting from the first round. So I guess the players cannot allow themselves this round of observation. So
that makes sense.
I think it's a very important strategy. I can see the quote. I cannot read it. Probably then
it says, it's very hard to see anyone beating Magnus. Of course, Rapport made these comments recently. I don't see it happening. if I had to combine two guys, I still think it would be very hard, which is saying a lot. I don't know that I agree that combining two guys' strengths and weaknesses wouldn't find a super chess human to take down the Norwegian final boss. But your thoughts on that, Hammer? I mean, what?
I'm not entirely certain what combining two players would do, because, as you say, combining two players' strength, it sounds good, but then you're also combining their weaknesses.
Right.
Magnus is a fantastic chess player, which his reign as the #1 chess player in the world kind of has showcased. No one is really challenging him long term. I would tend to agree with Mr. Rapport that I think regardless who wins this event, they would be a significant underdog against Magnus.
Well, and we'll continue to talk about whether we think a match would even happen, obviously knowing Magnus's statements about Firouzja. Speaking of Firouzja, that is the only game we have not actually checked in with yet. So at some point here, I think it's time to check on the oldest player in the field and the youngest player, and there we have it. Timur Rajabov is playing the white pieces versus Alireza Firouzja. Another very dynamic, very interesting position on the board. Initially hard for me to predict the opening, and now I see it was a Queen's Gambit, declined, and
it's a
makes
Vienna,
sense.
I think.
No, is it the variation of, yes, with A6? Like, I cannot see.
You want to see how we got here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who was taking a pause to say, how did we get here? So starts out with a potential Nimzo move order, everyone. A Queen's Indian declines the Nimzo Indian bishop b4. We have a transposition with d5. Some very natural moves, of course. This whole idea of the Queen's Pawn, for those who don't play this opening, is to sacrifice c4 in order to try to get a big center. And wouldn't you know it, that's what we get on the board. And then b5. Okay, this is some of the sharpest stuff we don't see as often at the highest levels these days. Both sides all in. Black is trying to hold the pawn and giving white the center, and white's going to try to protect the pawn to maybe win it back.
It's a really, really tricky opening from Firouzja.
Yeah.
And frankly, not an opening with a very good reputation.
Yeah.
But one thing I note here is that, as you said, white has regained the pawn they sacrificed. But in exchange, I noticed how both of those central pawns, both of them are on the dark squares.
Right.
So what Firouzja is aiming for here is to have extreme control of the light squares, and in particular, the square d5 is very important.
Yeah.
The d5 square cannot be attacked by any white pawns.
Right.
So it's a big feature for black to maybe land a knight there in due time. However, before that, he needs to make sure that he doesn't lose the pawn on c4.
Yeah.
Because right now, this pawn is not defended by other pawns. It just looks horrible, frankly. It's going to be, if we move on, it's going to be interesting to see how Alireza approaches the defense of said pawn.
Well, we can already see in the live position how he did it. You know, Tarantino, this movie, there's a knight on a5, which is awkward AF, as the kids would say, which means as friendly.
After a3, it makes...
a3 stopping the b4 square from being used, which of course was played just before it. And then the knight comes to a5, not just to overprotect c4, but to use the open file given by the double pawn. It's just a very interesting position, as you're both saying. Ugly pawns, but with it, some dynamic opportunities, not just the diagonal and the light square pressure, but also now the b file and the b3 square. So,
well, first of all, I wanted to say that the opening choice doesn't surprise me, because Alireza Firouzja is going for a very concrete position. So that's always been his style, and also he's going for a very dynamic position once again, and sort of odd looking, almost like a computer would play it, because Alireza grew up with computers. You know, it's like not at all our generation, how we studied chess. So could we call it an Alpha Zero generation? You know?
It's not my generation. He's way younger than I am. I am much older than.
I'm honestly, I didn't realize I was your generation. I thought I was younger than you guys.
You are. Take that, Hammer. Well,
I'm just shocked here at how old I am now.
Firouzja's thinking about something maybe from his generation. We will take a quick look at the short but rather fantastic career of Alireza Firouzja. You see the list of accomplishments before him. Of course, he got here by winning the 2021 Grand Swiss. He also the youngest player ever to break. He broke the 2,700 rating barrier in record fashion, broke the 2,800 barrier in record fashion. This is why many people say Firouzja is the future. And as you commented about his game, Almir, I think that was a great comparison. It looks like a game a computer might play as black as we head back to the position, because Radjabov has moved with queen to c2 and Firouzja is back on the clock.
Actually, I have one important detail, because yesterday at the closing ceremony, I met Alireza's parents. So both of them, the whole family is actually here. It's for the first time in a while, because, well, they were faced with such a difficult situation, because Alireza wanted to play chess, so they had to leave Iran. They settled in France. Now he represents France. And so all this just because, well, the teenager, like, he wanted to play chess, you know, like, he was not free to do it. You know, when you look at the situation from a different perspective, all of us, you know, are free to do whatever we want. So it was as important for him as oxygen. Just he wanted to keep on playing chess, tournaments, train, and to have a shot at the world title.
It's an amazing story. You're absolutely right. And Iran, of course, is a country with chess has been there for a very long time, but of course, as you said, unfortunately, not something that he could continue to do if he wanted to travel the world with real freedom. So he now is in France and is playing in the candidates. And here he is already having played knight to d5, Hammer, highlighting what you said, that the d5 square, an outpost, and a very good one for that knight. Yeah, no,
I'm really fascinated by this game. I think Firouzja, with his opening choice, has taken enormous risk. Like this broken pawn structure, how the pawns are not defending each other, that's incredibly risky play. And he's doing it with black in the first game of his first candidates tournament. You know, just normally you would think first timers play it a bit safe, trying just to get off to a decent start, trying to get those jitters away, the butterflies flying in formation. But he's really gone for it from the get-go. And I really noted the time situation. Radjabov already down 20 minutes. It goes to, I think this is an indication of Firouzja actually kind of psychologically telling Radjabov, I don't think you have what it got. I think I need to beat you with both the white pieces and the black pieces to have a successful tournament. He's really kind of showing some in some ways disrespect to Radjabov. He's like, hey man, I'm here. I'm here to win it, and to do that I need to beat someone, and I'm willing to play this risky opening against you because you've been on bad form for the past couple of months. Radjabov hasn't won a game in more than 2 years.
The other thing it says, though, Hammer, is it says that maybe Firouzja was just telling the truth, and that he said, I'm happy to be here. This is fun for me. I love chess, and I'm not nervous. People say there's pressure on me. People say that because Magnus sort of, you know, put a target on my back with those statements that I'm nervous. And I think, well, I think, okay, yes, he's clearly playing a dynamic position as black. I don't know if it means any more disrespect other than Firouzja's going to play chess no matter who he's playing.
To be honest, I don't think that he knows how to play safe.
Yeah.
It's just simply, it's like he's, in nature, you know, is to play this kind of chess. He is always aiming for complicated positions, unbalanced, and this is where he strives. So he's in his element for, like, in this position. So I really think that it might be our decisive game today.
Okay. Well,
I'm not sure we're just going to have one decisive
I was
game.
just about to say that. I see that we've had a mistake in Richard Rapport's game. We already know that the Liren Jan Nepomniachtchi position is super interesting. Shout out to chat, just so you know we're observing. Can't call out every comment, but we love you. We love the activity. Everyone is excited for the 2022 FIDE candidates, just like we are. And I think we're going to back up. Why don't we recycle this thing? And although first we'll quickly read a quote from Timur Rajabov. Everyone has chances, especially at a high-level tournament. It depends on how you approach it. And I tend to agree. He says, I've played at a high level for a very long time, right? I think he's kind of commenting without commenting on the fact that not many people looking at Rajabov as a favorite to win the tournament, right? So he's sort of saying, hey, I know I'm not the favorite, but everyone here has chances, and I've played a lot of chess for a long time. Elmira?
Well, actually, I tend to agree with him. This tournament is very open. We might speculate as much as we want. We can have a lot of statistics to our rescue. But I think, at the end of the day, we don't know who is going to win this tournament. So everyone has a shot.
It would definitely be an interesting turn of events. Obviously, if a player like Rajabov at this stage in his career won it, and his opponent might be giving him some chances today with a very double-edged position on the board. So.
Tanya, if you remember, he won the World Cup like in 2019, and he beat Liren in the final.
Yep.
So, he has what it takes, when he's playing when the stakes are high, if I might say so.
Yep. Fair, right? And I think it's hard because there are so many interesting storylines to follow in all of the games and all of the lives of these players. So. I think it's a healthy reminder that Rajabov played in the candidates, right? He won a World Cup not too long ago, and let's not overlook him. We're not going to overlook a single moment of this game today. Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. If you missed it, if you've been hiding under a rock, the Americans are facing off in round one, and this is where a lot of people have their eyes set. We've seen only 2 more moves, Hammer, since we left. Actually, we saw one very big one. I didn't realize that we already have an extension of h6 and g5 over here. So let's take a look at what happened.
Yeah, Fabiano developing his bishop, pointing it down towards the black queen. And very often when you create these situations with a bishop pointing down, it's rather annoying because you cannot move your knight without your queen being captured. So Hikaru did the only thing he could do to stop that white bishop from putting pressure on black's queen. He first poked it with the pawn to h6, trying to capture the bishop. The bishop says, I will remain on this diagonal, pointing down towards your queen. And then Hikaru went g5, which is a very committal decision. And it's also the complete opposite of what we were discussing earlier, that Hikaru probably wants to take it slow and not make any unnecessary risky moves. He must have felt this was necessary because on the risk scale,
it's high.
Yeah.
And let's highlight why it's so risky, not just because it's an extension of a pawn that will never return, but when you've already played a move like this, there will be no castling long in this game, which means where's your king going to go?
Castle, yes, this position. So very often in the Italian game, you play h6, g5, but you still castle, a short. So maybe this is possible here as well, but it looks very dangerous.
Wow, we are going to have, actually, you feel that? I just sat up in my chair. I wasn't on camera then, but I think we have our bird's eye view to check in with. A good reminder to all of the fans that you can go to chess.com/events and choose your own adventure. You can see any game you want. All 4 games are in progress right now in this first round of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament. So we see Fabiano Caruana taking a think here against Hikaru Nakamura. We'll check in with our bird's eye view as soon as we can. Not quite yet. And I'm excited to see what happens here. By the way, so the more I look at this position, I know we highlighted that rook b8 says you can't castle long, and g5 feels like a move that once played, you would never put a king there. We should note, however, that it's not out of the question, right? Whenever you have these types of, whether it's an Italian or a Gioco piano, or in this case, a Spanish game in which black has been able to sort of clamp on the dark squares, castling short is not totally out of the question. Of course, it does come with tons of risk, because should white be able to pry open the center, then of course you might regret all of the open space around your king. But Hammer, what are your thoughts on the direction of this game and what Fabiano is currently thinking about?
I think Fabiano is very happy. I think he has a relatively risk-free position where he can try to take advantage of the black king's vows, whatever that word is. And yeah, I mean, I think he will want to maybe do something at this moment, wondering where that black king is going to go. So if I was Fabiano here, I would be seriously considering the move d4. Which
away.
Yeah, it's very double-edged, because once you push your pawns forward in the middle, you're setting pawns up against each other, going for pawn trades. But pawn trades almost always favor the person with the two bishops, because bishops are really good the fewer the pawns. So strategically, risky to push the pawn forward in the middle because of the bishops, but at the same time, it's advantageous because of the black king being stuck in the middle and not having a clear path out. So these kinds of moves where there are like pros and cons for the very same move,
right,
is really interesting. And to me, like the positions we have in this first round
are so great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like we're like kids in a candy store. I mean, speaking of a candy store and all the positions, let's bring up our bird's eye view and remind the fans that, as we said, you get to pick your own flavor. It's the Baskin Robbins of chess positions here on our show. I prefer rainbow sherbet, as I've said many times, my favorite flavor of ice cream. What's your favorite position right now, Elmira? And we'll head over to that game.
Well, actually, I wanted to follow up with Jan Ludwig's explanation. I really liked it. It's like I was thinking about
in
the
Fabi
position.
Game. Yeah.
Yes, in this game. So because normally when you play g5, you would follow up with h5. So I wanted to ask Jan Ludwig, so how black should continue even after d4. So like you should be consistent. You probably should protect on a5, but then probably play h5 anyways, and maybe castle artificially, you know, play king f7 or king f8, king g7. I don't know what would be appropriate at the moment. So because this is already a critical position after d4, I think.
Yeah.
So
and Fabi's probably thinking about it. I'm not sure whether he'll play it, but you're definitely right on cue, Elmira, that h5 is certainly something that would have to be considered in response.
Yes, this is the standard plan used, you know, in the Italian opening. So
let's head back to the analysis of this Fabi game as we're kind of breaking it down. The fans can choose their own adventure as we showed, but so just to show what Elmira was talking about, after d4, of course, black can try to defend it, maybe eventually castle by hand, but the really critical question is, can black get away with a move like this, threatening to trap the bishop?
Well, actually, I was thinking first about f6, but you're like, this is such a bold-looking move. You know, I wanted to say that there is something legitimately dangerous about h5.
Right.
You know? So I was not sure how to phrase it. Like I feel that it is so dangerous, but it might work.
Yeah, it's a really, really tricky position, and we've been so lucky to get, I think, really unbalanced positions in all 4 games. So, I mean, I wouldn't rule out the possibility of 4 decisive games to start.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me. You shut your mouth. That would be...
No, but like, look at this analysis from Elmira, right?
Yeah.
Hikaru just pushing those pawns up the board,
let's see what happens.
Trying to go after the white king.
I mean, I'm with you, right? I mean, this would be incredible. It's hot outside, and the players are bringing the fire on board here. So let's see what would happen in a line like this.
Here you're going to lose, because look at this knight on
it's
e5, bishop
this.
b4, and then h4. Yes, exactly. So
Booyah. That's a trick that Hikaru would have up his sleeve. We know that he is one of the most tactically gifted players in his generation, for sure, if not of all time. So what a trick.
Yeah, no, we're gonna have some enterprising chess in this game and in all the other games as well.
Danny, you're asking us questions all the time, so I have a question for you. For example, you are white, so you are having Fabi's position. You play d4 and like feeling confident, so I'm going to destroy you. And then black plays h5. So what is the physical feeling that you have? It's not like the concrete rational evaluation of the position. How do you physically feel at this moment?
You're the psychological. I'm always on edge. You know that. I mean, I'm a little bit too nervous. But no, seriously, it's certainly a position that as we see Fabi taking his time, he has to be thinking about that, right? Because he hasn't played d4 yet. We're assuming Hikaru would have this response ready. And Fabi is well, the one we were giving credit to as far as preparation goes, Hammer. And being the most prepared player maybe in his generation, he's now down on the clock. But he's moved.
He's
played d4. Okay, we could
d4?
have, we could have liftoff. Before Hikaru comes back to the board, let's remind everybody of some of the things that make Fabiano great. A slightly longer career than Alireza Firouzja's had in our last profile that we showed, but an incredible one, of course. Everyone remembers that 2014 Sinkfield Cup. I was there. I get to say I was there when Fabi won his 7th game in a row, and boy, was it bananas. An amazing event that he would go on to win. He tied Carlsen, of course, in his last chance at the title in the classical portion before losing in Rapid. So, Fabiano Caruana, what a career, a four-time Italian champion, as we saw, and now we're back to Hikaru Nakamura on the board as he settles in for maybe a long thing to make maybe the biggest decision so far on any board here at the 2022 Candidates Tournament, Hammer.
That's a bold statement because when we had the view of all the boards, I saw some really fascinating stuff going on there as well. So I would say that it's the most critical moment of this game, but to compare it to the other games, today is tough.
It's tough
because
well,
all
Hikaru,
the games are so
just
exciting.
So you know, he just gave that pause. We see one of his U.S. Championship rings on his finger for those who've never seen that ring up close. Hikaru gave that little bit of a I know he's going to play h5. No, F6. Oh,
so I
he
told
didn't
you,
go for it. You were
no,
right.
But there are two possibilities. I think he was considering both of them, but f6 and then h5.
Yeah.
So when I was considering d4, and well, I was so scared to play h5 first.
Yeah.
So like f6 was my first option. Like my first choice, So.
Well, the reason I got so excited there is because I know his shift when he's about to push a pawn. That little body language when he shifts before he does that. And I thought it was going to be h5. It was f6. So I got a little too excited about whether h5 would be on the board. But Almira, you're probably right. f6, the more solid decision, keeps the position locked up, which of course strategically we highlighted as is kind of key for black whenever you play g5 before you decide whether or not to go all in on the pawn storm.
Well, it's sort of a paradox for me, I'm probably like a pure product of the Soviet chess school, so f6 seems natural to me.
Right.
But I have something inside me which pushes me towards h5 at the same time, so I don't know what to do.
Wow. Well, Hammer, I know you're in deep think. I love. Can I just say I love when you're focused. I'm looking at you over there, and I just love that focused look.
I was literally leaning back in my chair, people. It's not like I was sitting like this. The guy is calling me out for just relaxing at the very comfy chairs.
Never calling you out. Very comfortable chairs. By the way, these have way better back support than when we first brought the couch onto a chess broadcast with Fabiano and Hess. Oh, way better back support.
So I'm actually very comfortable. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, the back support at our studio for the World Championship with Fabi and Hess, it was not good.
Well, I cannot get comfortable in any of the chairs, so what's matter? Because I feel like I'm playing all of those games, you know. So I have a typical chess player pose, I'm completely absorbed by the position. So, and I was actually looking at Ding Nepomniachtchi, and I think that there was Queen H5 and Knight G4
I think
at the board.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I spotted a checkmate threat in that game.
Yeah, let's back this thing up and let's back this thing up to the studio and head on over to a game. No, Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi is what we want to see because Jan is Jan is bringing the heat right now. Queen h5 and knight to g4 is threatening queen takes h2 checkmate. We have our first threat of checkmate here in Madrid. Everyone just take note, and whoever had a prop bet going about at what point we would have that, you now won.
But first of all, I wanted to point out that rook e8 was played, suggested by our expert, you know, Jan Ludwigs, and only then, after b4, knight g4, bishop b2, queen h5.
So let's show, as Almira was saying, we left this game, for those fans who may be just tuning in, kind of highlighting that the critical storyline of this position is about, will this e4 pawn stay and be a thorn in white's side, or will white eventually have the time to kind of build up and grab it? Rook e8 is a move that indirectly defends that pawn, because if white were to play queen c2, you could play bishop f8 and unleash the tower's power to defend the peshka. After b4, though, we see knight to g4.
Some Russian.
And we get aggressive over here on the king side. This is, Hammer, I really like this move, because what we were highlighting is that the knight defends these squares from the bishop, but not necessarily the knight, right? Because if this exchange were to happen, black is developing with tempi. The Soviet chess school would tell you never capture a piece that helps your opponent develop, right? And then black would be in good shape. So instead...
Yeah, but it's moving away from the protection of your key asset.
So you're not a huge fan of Jan's approach here.
No, I'm just asking myself,
First,
what would have happened there if you just take the pawn?
Yes, we have to show this, I think.
We have to show it for sure.
Yes, bishop b4. Is it possible?
Okay, knight takes or bishop takes?
No, knight takes, maybe a queen a1, so I am not sure.
Okay, so bishop takes e4?
Yes. So queen h5 probably, that's black's idea anyway. So what's happening here?
There's a checkmate threat, so white probably has to take?
Yes, because you cannot play h3 there compared to the other positions, so...
This is a lot of compensation for black, right? You've got pressure here, you have the rooks coming to the center.
I don't know.
But if I simply play bishop g2...
I have an extra pawn, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's say bishop... We just continue a little bit. Bishop g2, because I don't want to leave this bishop in the center. Maybe bishop b2 is... No, bishop g2. Can you play bishop g2 here?
Yep.
Yes. So, like...
You know, I kind of like this for white, but I have been known to be a bit of a greedy guy.
A greedy guy?
Yeah.
Greedy Gary over here.
Actually, we were talking about the Alpha Zero generation. This is one of the positions which where black sacrifices a pawn for a long-term initiative, which computers, well, taught us a lot about recently. So, well, I'm not sure how to evaluate this position, actually.
On that note, black has moves like...
Is there enough compensation? What do you think, Danny?
As someone who's not from the Alpha Zero generation, but would like to think he's not too far removed, I like black. Hammer likes white. I like the idea of the pieces coming to the center, the bishop coming to f6, and tactically it's just it's a position that feels like it's going to get harder for white with every move by black. Yes, white's up a pawn, but with every move I find black's pieces getting better, not worse. So that's why I get nervous. Ding Liren sort of agreed and played bishop to b2. He decided not to take the pawn. But Jan offers a transposition potentially in that white can, of course, take here and then reconsider whether he wants to grab this pawn now with the knight.
But then e2 is hanging. So
e2 would hang, that's right. Okay, so yeah.
Only with, or you can take it with the bishop. So knight g4, bishop g4, and still bishop b4. And maybe
we do this move, maybe? I'm just blitzing out moves here without thinking too much.
I was thinking about rook d8 maybe first, but was not sure.
So now we're threatening to win a piece here with bishop c3 and rook e4. If the bishop moves, we might consider taking anyway and taking e2. So you're playing moves like d3 maybe, and so obviously we don't have to go too far down the rabbit hole. But I guess what it proves for us,
I think if he wanted to take the pawn, he should have done so previously.
Yeah.
And now he's kind of committed himself into not grabbing that pawn. However, if he's not taking the pawn, what is he then doing about the enormous attack currently being launched at his king? And the black pawn in the center is actually also a valuable contributor to that attack. So I feel like Ding misplayed it. I feel like Ding should have been greedy on the previous move, and he may regret his decision not to capture the pawn in the middle, just on the basics that Nepomniachtchi, he keeps sacrificing this pawn.
Yeah.
and then when you already said, no, I don't want the pawn, Nepomniachtchi is like, well, okay, I will not bother defending it.
Right.
I will instead use my time on just launching a devastating attack against the white king. And now if you're not going to make the trade of knights, you have to go with the move h4.
Which is such a scary move to play.
Yeah. So you need to move that pawn, which is being threatened, with a checkmating plan.
We should note real quick for everyone why you can't play h3. If you play h3, the knight takes here with tempo, and then the bishop would capture h3. So Hammer's point that if you're going to move the pawn, the only safe square is h4.
Yeah, and then there's going to be moves like g5, trying to like really spice things up, trying to open up towards that white king.
It could be dangerous because then I can take knight e4, you know, and then
Yeah,
the diagonal.
Then
is
we're
open,
really
it's
getting
like
spicy here, right? I mean, we got to show it on the board just for the kids at home, because who doesn't want to have fun with that? I mean, now who might get checkmated on the dark squares? So it's funny, because if the position got too wild, Hammer, and everything on the king side was highlighted, then you would remember that black is kind of down a piece over here. So you have to be a little bit conscious of the fact that tactically, if things heat up too quickly and you never had time to bring the knight back in, either via this route or c5 or something, that black could get in trouble there. So wow. We have no games disappointing us in this round. Every game is bringing excitement.
You know, it's like always surprises me how calm Ding is. You know, it's like I've been observing him during all of these tournaments, and he's very calm. He keeps rationally analyzing, you know, the position, and he almost never is affected by emotions during the game. Like, I know personally, like, we've played so many games, and then I was surprised by a move, you know, and then, like, everything went, well, downhill after this.
And we keep highlighting the Alpha Zero generation, the generation of players who grew up with computers versus people just right before them. Like my generation, we learned how to use computers, but growing up with them, I think you tend to be a very just skeptical, rational, practical, and I think non-emotional person, unless it's really a part of your personality, because you've seen computers defend so many positions. You don't get rattled as easily, and Ding Liren's certainly one of those guys who just never looks like he's lost his cool.
Okay, and let's have a look maybe at Duda Rapport.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll head back over to the bird's eye view. Remind everybody, you can go to chess.com/events. I don't think anybody voted, likely, if I had to guess, probably nobody voted for all 4 games to be decisive. So if you are that lucky fan out there who's like, joke's on you, Danny, I guessed that every game would have a winner, then good for you. I will be surprised to see who's leading. Oh my gosh, c5 after g6, that might be, so I saw chat screaming. I apologize to chat now that we took so long to get here, but let's go full screen to the Duda Rapport game, because you are right, chat. Rapport, surprised maybe by Duda's opening, was spending some time. We highlighted the fact that there's some pressure here, that of course the Maroczy bind structure makes it scary to play the move you want in the Sicilian, which is d5. But after g6 from Rapport, a question mark on the board, white plays c5. And there's no way that wasn't cooked up at home, Hammer. What a sharp position Duda has this game headed toward.
There's absolutely no chance that was cooked up at home.
Why do you say that?
Because it's such an uncommon position already. And I think there's just no reason for the players to anticipate the kind of mistake that Rapport made. You need to keep in mind that when you're analyzing with your computer, one of the weaknesses of doing that is you often get blinded by the computer's suggestions, and you kind of miss out on some very human ways of playing because the computer doesn't mention it, because maybe it's a mistake.
Right.
And so there's absolutely no reason, I believe,
Well, let's talk about what is the idea. What is the idea here?
Yeah, sure. So the idea is to prevent black from castling. If now black were to take this pawn that is being offered, then the bishop coming in the middle, attacking the rook needs to move, and once you move your rook, you're not allowed to castle anymore.
Huge move. So for the record, and I don't know that we'll get Duda to tell us or not if he wins this game, we interview him. I disagree with you. I think that this idea was original enough, and he played it so quickly out of the gate with this fast opening that I'll call your bluff. And I think there's a very good chance that if not this exact move, this idea was known by Duda before he played into this line. Because if we look at his clock,
the idea is known, but this exact execution and this is a common idea anyway to try and create some discord in black's pawns, because you're basically saying, okay, I'll give up a pawn, but you get doubled pawns.
Yeah.
So I will admit that the idea will probably be known, but the intention of trapping the rook in the corner, I don't see that being home preparation.
Okay.
And I also want to note that there is another move here, queen to a5.
okay, well, wow, we are going to find out.
Well, I wanted to say something because I'm sort of like in the middle between you two. Because I think when we are analyzing a new variation or a special type of position, like for example, the old generation would always have a range of moves, you know, so like they would brush away, you know, moves like g6 or whatsoever, as we considered c5, d5, maybe knight g6 or even e5. So this seems to me like a very plausible range of moves that you would consider while analyzing this position. While lately, especially while working with the computer, I've been told, which was actually a very huge surprise to me, that you should analyze almost every reasonable move. Yes, I forget all my
It's
Latin.
okay.
Yes, it's a move word. So every possible move in this position, so you're not going to get surprised and you're not going to be behind on the clock, you know, so while playing the candidates. So maybe like both explanations are possible.
Look at you, Almira, bring in the balance. No wonder you feel in the middle. You're sitting right in the middle between us. So there's Almira bringing the balance to the battle between me and Hammer about whether this was a prepared novelty or not. Either way, we have a ton of exciting chess ahead. We also have our first break. Before we go to that, we're going to leave all of you with a trivia question that'll be coming up right now. Which 2022 candidates participant defeated Magnus Carlsen in their first classical game played at Tata Steel 2017? I know the answer.
I know the answer too.
You don't get to answer, Hammer. You don't get to answer. Okay, I know the answer because I have it right in front of me. No, I'm kidding. But all right, we're going to get more answers and insights from Hammer when we return. We're going to have our first look at a breakdown of one of the critical positions on the board. So don't go anywhere. When we return, it's more of Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament in a few from Madrid.
Did you know you don't even need to download an app? Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, Friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
This club is called Amigos del Retiro, friends of the Retiro. The Retiro is the most big and important park in Madrid.
It's a very important park in the city because it's right in the center.
If you want to play chess, you don't know the place, this is maybe best one in Madrid.
Aquí tenemos, viene gente para aprender.
Y se hacen muchos torneos a final de mes y los domingos y pues es muy común venir aquí y echar unas partidas y sí.
Hoy, porque como se juega candidatos aquí, pues queríamos hacer algo especial.
Sí, hoy voy a dar la simultánea y a ver qué tal se da, a ver si juego bien y no consigo soltar puntos.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Did you know you can watch top chess events?
We are back. We are live. We are in the beautiful city of Madrid. I visited that location just a couple days ago, and it was gorgeous. All right, we have so much ahead. Round one of the 2022 FIDE Candidates is underway. We left you welcome back, everybody. We are going to dive into the trivia question that we left you with at break, and Hammer knew it right away, so maybe we'll let you answer it. Chat, you have 10 more seconds before Hammer answers our trivia question, which was, of course, which 2022 FIDE Candidates participant beat Magnus Carlsen in the first round of the 2017 Tata Steel event? And Hammer, what was the answer?
I really hope I'm right, but I think it was Rapport.
It was. In fact, it was perfect. What's funny, great timing by the production staff, because we had that trivia question prepared regardless, and we happened to be on the Richter Rapport game right there at the end. So he's in maybe a little bit of trouble in this particular game versus Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but he did beat Magnus Carlsen in the 2017 Tata Steel tournament in the first round. So, okay, well, we've got plenty more action ahead. With me here, Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer, Almira Skripchenko. We have another event going on that we want to remind you about if you happen to have missed it. The 2022 Chess.com Global Championship is running, and everyone has a chance to play before we get into the titled play-in stage and ultimately a knockout that will feature so many chess legends and the best players in the world. You can compete on Saturday and Sunday of every week in the 2022 Global Championship on Chess.com. Consider giving it a try and take your part in prizes, not just for title players, as well as being able to say that you competed in an event with all the world's best players. The world's best players now in these 4 games, we have all 4 games are giving us excitement here. Where do we want to go? Do we want to go back to this Rapport game? I don't know that it's going to get better than this.
Yeah, I think we have to return to it because there is an option that the Hungarian player has that manages to win White's pawn without damaging the black pawn structure. So we've had 2 more moves since we last joined. Rapport, he played e5, and he's basically trying to chase away White's bishop, trying to say, you're not going to be allowed to attack my rook. After which Duda says, well, sure I am. I'm just going to go to a different square. So right now, this bishop is aiming in for that f6 square Danny highlighted, once again attacking the rook in the corner, forcing the rook to move, which will prevent black from ever getting that castle's move in. Now, there was a moment here right before Rapport made his move.
Which, by the way, the computer did not like. So go ahead, continue.
Yeah, so black could have played instead queen to a5.
Not here, probably before? Or
both here and before.
Yeah.
Actually,
queen to a5, attacking the white king.
Where do you want to show it? After e5 or right here?
It was possible here as well. So.
Right, so let's look at it right here. Why didn't he play it when he first had a chance?
Well, I think the reason in both variations, in fact, is simply knight to d2. So white is saying, okay, it's fine. You can have the pawn on c5. You can capture it with your queen so that the pawn on d6 is still doing an important job preventing the white bishop from coming in and attacking the black rook in the corner. However, here, after the move rook to c1, there's trouble brewing. The queen will move to b4 because that's the only square the queen can move to and still protect the pawn. But it will be chased away. The pawn will move up on the side of the board, attacking that black queen. If the black queen now tries to capture pawns, then the knight gets into play as well. And what we're seeing here is really a really nice illustration of development advantage and how important it is to get your pieces into play. Yeah. Rapport, he didn't do that, and in this line he gets punished for it.
Well, it's a poison pawn example as well. Shows you what happens when you bring the queen out too early and get lost along the way. He did not play queen a5. he played e5, and after bishop to g5 has now played bishop g7. The computer is not liking Rapport's moves. We might have a position where Rapport is in very big trouble very quickly here. We have just logical things that white can do.
Yeah, after that trade, the important thing to note is black's pawn on c6.
Yeah.
Because the position here is actually very similar for both players, with the exception of how the pawns are placed on the left side, on the queen side of the board. And this pawn on c6 is not protected by the pawn on a7. Which is different to the white pawns on a2 and b2, who, because they are next to each other, can also defend. And this seems like such a minute difference. But at top-level chess, stuff like this decides games. And having that potential pressure along the c-file down towards that c6 pawn, that is an advantage. Duda is capable of reeling in a win just because of that.
And Ludwig, I was thinking maybe he's looking for like some dynamic play. Certainly he has a terrible pawn structure, and these positions are so easy to play for white, but maybe he just wants to finish the development, just castle, and then play c5, knight c6, knight d4, and like it's very important for Richard to have active pieces. So I was thinking that, well, he didn't lose by force in the opening already, so like he decided to play g6, bishop g7, then probably castle, and then, to look for some, dynamic compensation for the structure.
Well, I think the key is the word compensation, which indicates in itself that you have some trouble,
right?
That you need to have something in return for. And that is certainly the case. Duda has a great position, a great pawn structure, and maybe he can even do something better than just making the trade of pawns with a long-term good position. Maybe he can even try to make some sort of an attack right now, although I can't really see how he would be able to do that.
Amir, you made an interesting, I think, observation about the psychology of facing an opening you haven't faced, right? And so you're kind of like, sometimes you go back into your habits, you go back into things that are just normally strategically okay, right? So he was faced with something he hadn't seen or wasn't ready for, says, all right, I'm just going to get castled, right? You make that sort of practical decision. It's like a warm and cozy decision, not anticipating the danger, right? You don't have a sense of danger sometimes when you play positions that are new to you. And that's why he maybe played g6 and has just completely missed this idea from Duda, and perhaps is in big trouble. So what is the psychology there, right? Whenever you face something that you weren't ready for, you have two options, right? Try to figure it out deeply, even though your opponent might have prepared something you don't know, or just try to, like you said, do that thing where you're just going to get the king safe, and then you'll think about it later, and the risk that can come from that type of mindset.
And also, sometimes you go for the development which is more natural for you. Maybe Richard, he likes to develop his bishop like in these types of positions. He likes to play g6, bishop g7, and also maybe this was something what Duda spotted while he was preparing for these types of positions. So that's why he played bishop b4, maybe to begin with. So it's very strange. But on the other hand, I was thinking that Black has such a strong center. I want to play d5 if you give me this choice. What do you think, Jan Ludwig? You know, if you simply castle here, maybe I can play d5 and have this powerful center. So you're almost forced to take on d6.
Yeah, that's certainly a valid argument. I personally, I agree with you. I would capture Black's pawn to make sure that pawn couldn't advance in the center and maybe become a problem for me long term. But regardless of how Duda chooses to proceed, I think it's fair to say that the opening has gone wrong for Rapport.
Right.
And it's not the first time in his career.
Yeah.
He's an incredibly creative player. He loves taking risks in the opening and getting uncommon situations. But sometimes the problem with that playing style is that you take too big of a risk or you make a mistake like we saw here. And that feels to me like what has happened. And I think Duda is about to exploit that.
I want to give a quick shout out to our first featured chat of the day. Daniel Gould says, I think Duda is a slight favorite to win this game. What do you guys think? I think now he's more than a slight favorite, right? That comment probably came in a few moments before C5. The advantage is minimal at best, in my very honest opinion. So probably that was maybe true a little bit before bishop to G7 was played from Duda. So we would agree with you at the time. I think now I would put Duda at more than a slight favorite as we see the moves on the board. C takes D6, Queen D6, and castles. At this point, as Hammer pointed out, one of the real problems with this position for Daniel Gould, I think it's an educational thing, is that maybe there's something aggressive now, right? I mean, it's been a very dangerous position. It looks menacing. The king isn't out of the center. But as Hammer said, even if there isn't something aggressive, this is a weakness. This is a weakness. White's pieces are naturally coming into the middle of the board. And black is positionally just kind of busted here, unless you come up with something creative. So that's why I would say Duda's advantage a little bit more than minimal at this point, Elmira.
And what's interesting is that White didn't sacrifice the pawn.
Right.
This is the positional advantage is enormous, and it's materially balanced.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow. Well, Rapport will have his work cut out for him. As Hammer said, this isn't the first time in his career. I guess that is a funny thing, though, about people who maybe sometimes have questionable choices in the first stage, Hammer. At the very least, we can say this. So people who get good openings might be a little more thrown off when they're in a bad position in the opening. Someone like Rapport, he's been here before, if you will, right? And we'll see whether that makes a difference or not. But I don't think he's too rattled yet.
Yes, look at his facial expressions.
Yeah?
You know? Yes, he's not very happy about his position. And also, candidates, it's such a long tournament. There are so many, elements that you should take into account. So, physical preparation is very important. So, this is a marathon, you already said. And, we're in Madrid, it's very hot. So how do players cope with such high temperature? Because it affects not only their physical shape, but also, I think, mentally. Mm-hmm. I think that numerous studies have shown, and I've read it quite a while ago, that you actually perform much slower and inaccurately while faced with these temperatures.
Really?
So, yes, actually, this is
That explains why I've been playing such bad chess my whole life living in Arizona. It all makes sense, finally. Finally, I know why I am moving out of Phoenix first thing.
And it's so important to players, for the players they need to walk after the games. They need to evacuate this place. This is simply not possible here. You walk for 5-10 minutes and you're exhausted.
You don't have to tell me. It was, it's sweaty coming over here.
So, for the moment, they have to face, a lot of challenges. It's not on the chessboard.
And the first round, I find, is always the most difficult one, because you're settling into a new place. You're finding your habits during the game, and you haven't played chess, right? You're not you're getting into your game mode,
right?
But it's difficult to do that just by saying, okay, now I'm going to be ready.
Right.
You can tell yourself that for 20 times before the round, but you're not going to feel the tension until you sit there.
Yep.
So in my opinion, the first round is often the most difficult one, which is why I'm surprised that we've seen so many players being willing to take great risks here from the beginning. And we're seeing some really fascinating games, which seems unwise for me.
Unwise for them, but good for us, right?
Yeah.
Good for us as commentators and good for the fans. again, reminder, we're going to back up and show you, of course, that you can choose your own adventure. All 4 games are interesting. You probably can't choose wrong today. Why don't we choose another one to check in on? Of course, we've been talking a lot about Caruana Nakamura, sort of the featured matchup of the day, if you will. I think we'll head back over there. But this is one that, because the chess sometimes tells you where you're going, right? We come into rounds sometimes deciding what the big matchup will be. But due to Rapport, we'll certainly have our eyes from here on out. We're going to go back over now. Whoa, we have a huge decision. I was just about to set up the fact that the knight on e5 and the fact that it was going to remain closed. But the bishop capturing means that Fabi's parting way with the second bishop. We're going to have a real imbalance of knights here. Hammer.
Yeah, 2 knights for Fabiano, 2 bishops for Hikaru. Who does it favor? It's not easy to say.
Yeah. Well, we've got the knights versus the bishops dynamic. Let's remind everybody of what happened in this game when we left it. Hikaru played f6. For the record, those who were watching, you'll note that h5, we were suggesting it on our own as spicy, and it turns out it was actually the computer's first choice, and it was because of this really interesting trick of d takes e5 and bishop to b4. But Hikaru did not go for that, Elmira. Hikaru chose the safe line that you wanted, right? The Soviet chess student in you wanted this move. You got your wish. And then Caruana plays queen to d3. Now h5 comes. And perhaps this d takes e5 was met with some skepticism for good reason by me, because maybe he doesn't want to play it. Maybe Fabi's not liking his position. I mean, look at the clock, right?
First of all, maybe we should explain the reason behind queen d3. Maybe Fabi wants to play knight c4. So, like, this is right. The idea behind queen d3. But
after h5, you don't maybe have time for something like this, exactly. Right? h5 is coming with h4. And again, I guess my point is, what has been the storyline of this game, to remind everybody, right? We saw knight b3 from Fabi, a new / interesting, or at least not so common idea. Hikaru was the first on the clock, so most of us were thinking, all right, what kind of preparation does Caruana bring to the table? He'll get an advantage with white. Nakamura recently has bad results. I'm just setting the stage, right? But what are we actually seeing? Maybe quite the opposite. Hikaru plays some logical moves, launches an aggressive idea on the king side, and before we know it, we're in a position where as soon as h5 is on the board, I don't know that Fabi liked his position at all, and how much time he took kind of proves that. It takes a lot of time before ultimately committing to playing d takes e5. A lot of time. And now the transition, I don't know who it favors, Hammer. I know you want to give us a breakdown of the knights versus bishops in a position like this, but your quick thoughts right now on what you see on the board.
It's very unbalanced.
Yeah.
And not only is it interesting with white having 2 knights and black having 2 bishops, it's also about the potential attack that can come down towards the white king. Hikaru still has the option of pushing his pawns forward towards that white king, trying to open up in front of it, trying to get a checkmate, essentially. But at the same time, where's Hikaru gonna do? What's he gonna do with his king?
Yeah.
So yeah, no. This is a really fascinating struggle between the knights and the bishops.
And we have a comment from chat, or another featured comment here by I believe it's FX Streamer, if I'm reading it correctly. Is Hikaru going to win this? That would be crazy. Indeed, we're all sitting here thinking that maybe Hikaru has a better position with black than he could have hoped to get. He's up 20 minutes on the clock. He did also just take a sip of water. Now, Elmira, there's a lot of psychology that goes around and some rumors in the chess streaming world that when a player takes a sip of water like that, they only take a sip of water when they're confident. Doesn't mean they're winning, but they're confident. Huh. What do you think about that?
That's a very interesting comment, but I would say that it's simply very important to hydrate yourself during, during a game of chess, because once again, we tend to forget about how physical the game of chess is. They're going to play this game maybe for 6, 7, if you're playing Magnus for 8 hours. And well, a lot of the mistakes are made simply because, like, our sugar level drops, you know,
Right.
that we forgot like to hydrate ourselves, like sometimes maybe to eat a banana, it's very important, or
Right.
dry fruit. So I think this is a very normal hygiene, like and discipline.
Good.
So
Hammer gave a big smile. I think he's calling BS on the drinking water if you're confident.
I mean, I think you might drink water when you're thirsty.
Okay,
That's
well,
that's my
thank you,
2
Captain
cents.
Obvious. We have another comment from chat here. If Hikaru beats Fabi with the black pieces, that's going to throw a lot of chaos into the mix. You can say that again, even if it's just round 1, of course, right? And first of all, any win with the black pieces, massive in this event, right? Beating someone who you have a -2 score against, who is arguably the pre-tournament favorite, right? When you're Hikaru Nakamura, is for sure gonna turn a lot of heads. But like Hammer said, this still has a lot to go, right? You're happy that it's double-edged if you're Hikaru. You're happy that you're up on the clock. You're happy that you've probably parried whatever prep it was that Fabi came with. But this is going to be quite the messy affair.
the thing is that Jan Ludwig mentioned G4, H4, but I was thinking that it may actually backfire. So G4, I could play knight D2 and then take on D6 and maybe play F4, you know, just to open the files while your king, you know, is still like in the center. So I don't know how to continue here.
Yeah, well, Black's king is never getting out of the center.
Yep.
So
I
this
wanted to
will
play King D7 to connect the rook, but it's not possible because knight E5 is also a threat.
Yeah, that must have been the main move. Is I think when the eval bar starts jumping, there must be some reason. So probably White could just steal it. But you're making a great point anyway, Amir. Regardless of the pawn hanging or not, the point is that this is a
No, yes, of course, I meant in the long term.
Yeah.
Of course, not in this concrete situation.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, Hikaru is wisely probably taking a moment here, right? When you've earned an advantage on the clock like this, you want to use the clock as a weapon. If you're sensing it's a critical moment, don't play too fast. And I expect Hikaru to be thinking here for a little bit. So let's back up again. Remind you that all 4 games, of course, are in progress right now. And
Tanya, I have one last question, of course, because I was thinking about my idea. But then could you take on C4 and then play King D7? Because I had this crazy idea of connecting the rooks. Then rook comes to the
let's go back. Yeah, we'll go back full board here and look at this. So maybe Black. I think Hikaru will be thinking about it for a second. But Bishop takes C4 and then G4.
No, King D7.
Right away.
Yes, that's why I wanted to play Rook F8 and then maybe King C8 and
Castle
here
by
I
hand.
castle yes artificially.
It's interesting.
So, is this possible?
For sure it's possible,
it's
but
very interesting.
giving up the bishop pair
Exactly.
is a big decision. Because right now, White has a knight while against bishop, which some say the bishop is better.
Okay, Mr.
I'm not sure
Skeptical.
this is one of those situations, though, because look at how the bishop is pointing towards its own pawns in 2 directions.
Yep.
And in addition to that, Black also has doubled pawns, 2 pawns that are kind of blocking each other's path, which means that they are not as valuable as pawns standing next to each other. So we like them next to each other, but not in front of each other. And and also you have your king in the middle of the board. I mean, if Hikaru is considering stuff like this, then I feel like we're underestimating Fabiano's position.
I agree. There's also, just commenting on Almira's point, this is a nice idea. A weird move like queen to b3 hitting the b7 pawn makes that hard. And I think the main point would be that if you played b6, White would make a move like this. And the point is, it's just harder and harder for Black to actually achieve the goal we talked about of tucking the king. And maybe this is okay for Black, but maybe even queen c4 instead of queen a4. The point is, I don't know that it's actually going to be as easy as it first looked to complete what we were talking about with this castles by hand sort of approach. And regardless of perhaps the negative effects of giving up the bishop pair.
Queen b3, you know, it's like I was looking at the position, I was thinking about rook d1, like, but it's not an easy position to play actually for both colors, of course.
All right. Well,
which is true for pretty much every game today.
That's true. And speaking of every game, let's take another look. We haven't looked at Rajabov and Firouzja.
for a while.
For quite a while. Of course, we know that Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi are also locked in an interesting battle. I mean, all 4 of these games are awesome. I mean, this is some spicy chess. I think Rajabov and Firouzja deserve to get our attention. It's probably the game that's had the most change since we last looked at it. And so on that note, let's back up to where we left it, which was here after queen to c2. Firouzja put the knight on d5. And Hammer, I'll let you comment first. You left us with a good picture that you painted, right? You've got these doubled, weak, horrible pawns here for Black. But Black has some pressure. He's got control over a lot of different light squares. And in a Queen's Gambit, when you have a big center, it's great when the pawns are together. You were just saying that when they extend, sometimes you wish you could move a pawn backwards. So I'm going to go through the game, and you pause us when you see a move that you think is worthy of commenting on, Hammer.
Well, Alireza is trying to defend his pawn on c4. That seems sensible. Now on the next move, he's pushing his knight forward. Also feels fine. Right. After this knight e4 from Rajabov, the pawn on c4 is now under attack. It's being attacked by on c4. Okay. It's being attacked by both the bishop and the queen. So we would preferably want to do something to protect that. And this is where Alireza makes a stunning decision, if you ask me. First, trading the knight for the bishop, that's fine. But then making no effort to protect the pawn on c4, Alireza plays the move knight to f4. And that is a free pawn White can capture.
And he does.
And he does. And instead of recapturing White's bishop, Alireza sacrifices his rook because he feels the rook is not as valuable as getting that unopposed light squared bishop to the center of the board. So Alireza here gives up a rook for a bishop, sensational play. Yeah. In that aftermath, the rook on f1 is attacked, so that rook needs to move. Alireza then putting his bishop in the middle, and Rajabov making a concession, moving his rook for a second time in a row. He's defending the knight in the middle of the board. But yeah, we've had a massive change in this position, with White now being up a rook, but Black having some really nice squares.
It's so funny
for their pieces.
When you have commentators blindness. When we first switched to this game, it's like I was in storyline mode talking about Firouzja. I didn't even realize what we were looking at. Right, we are looking at an absolutely fascinating position with an exchange sacrifice on the board. Talk about enterprising play. This is why people are excited about this kid, because this position is an absolute mess. White's issues because of the exchange give Black a lot of compensation. And Almira, I mean, I know he's on the clock right now taking his time, but he's up almost an hour.
Exactly.
On the clock. You've got to be thinking that he's in a great mental place right now.
And once again, you know, we were talking about computers, analysis, but this was a sacrifice, a positional sacrifice of an exchange in the style of the old masters, you know, like Petrosyan, well, he loved to sacrifice those exchanges, and he was winning games, you know, in a brilliant manner. So this is absolutely amazing. You know, I couldn't believe when I had a look at the board and like Rook B2 was played, and I think this is what Jan Ludwig exactly described as a stunning move.
Hammer, I know last time I said this, you immediately said I was wrong. And I know that it's very unlikely that this particular position or move was prepped. But let me ask you this. When you're preparing an idea as unique as this type of idea, right? You said it, the double pawns, the odd maneuvers of the knights and the rook on the b file. What chances do you give that if not that exact position, he probably had looked at some idea that maybe an exchange sack is a common theme in this type of structure, because it just seems so likely, not just given how quickly he's played, but how confident he feels about Black's position just by looking at it. What do you think?
Yes,
Oh, okay. So now you agree with me that it's prep?
I agree with you when you're right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, yep. Here we go. Sorry,
but
continue.
I mean, it's not prep. It's not like.
But the idea is clearly something, yeah.
Yeah. So the idea of giving up the rook to have that bishop being unopposed from the center of the board, that is absolutely something he will be familiar with. And like you said, he played it so confidently, so quickly. And he's putting extreme pressure on his opponent, and yeah, this kid can play.
This kid can play with the black pieces or the white. It doesn't matter what. If you anybody who's watching at chess.com/events right now, you look at the time log spent on every move. You can see just how confident Firouzja is in direct comparison to how Rajabov has spent time on the clock. It's just amazing. And now after Bishop D5, Rook E1. Who wouldn't rather play black in this position? Whether there's another idea besides the one I highlighted of just making this battery a monster, at some point, maybe you look to open the F file, right?
Exactly,
even with a move like F5. This position is about to become very, very tricky for Rajabov.
And what's most important, once again, psychologically, is that he doesn't give a possibility to Rajabov to have a grip. You know, this is a very unbalanced position where Timur is feeling very uncomfortable. It's like it's not like a small plus where you can keep on playing. Okay, if it's a draw, it's a draw. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Like just look at this position.
And there are no bailouts.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah. You cannot transpose, you know, into some like equal endgame.
Yeah, I was going to say, translate a bailout for the audience, because I think that's kind of an advanced chess player theme. Why do you look at this position and say that there's no way for Rajabov to give back his exchange, basically, and equalize it?
Well, yeah. Well, giving back the exchange is difficult in general, which is why Firouzja sacrificed it. What I mean by a bailout is kind of there's no way you can kind of say, I'm feeling uncomfortable. Yeah. Let me just try and make lots of exchanges.
Right.
Because that bishop on d5, I'm saying that's unopposed. And that's because white doesn't have a bishop that goes on the light squares.
Yeah.
Rajabov, in this position, he would almost prefer to have a light squared bishop instead of rook.
Right.
Because then he could easily try and trade for that black bishop. But the white rooks are not positioned in a way that he can capture that valuable black bishop, and as such, he has to stay under this extreme pressure.
Yeah. What do you think? You wanna show some ideas on the
and also look at this knight on f4. Normally, like you have this this desire to play g3, but with the bishop on d5 and no like light square bishop left for white, you know, this move seems almost as impossible to make here. You know, so the knight on f4 stays there forever, and I end to sacrifice it on g2. So maybe queen a8. I like your idea, Daniel. You know, queen a8 here.
Speaking of all the hype around the kid, of course, we have yet another featured chat from the higher space. That feels ominous to refer to, from the higher space. My inner voice rarely says things as kind as higher space has said here. Magnus versus Alireza. Everyone else's inner voice is a jerk too, I hope. Everyone's inner voice has a lot of self-doubt in them. Okay, sorry, won't put myself on the therapist chair right now. Magnus versus Alireza needs to happen, honestly. Honestly, I think a lot of the world would agree with you. And so whether that quote came directly from above or just a random user on Twitch, most people tend to agree with you that would be quite the matchup. So, Hammer, I can't keep calling for it. I need it. I need the action. It's like a fun toy, a fun prop that we've added to the show. And I don't even know or care what you want to show over there. We're going to give something instructive to the fans here. Throwing to Jan Ludwig Hammer. He's actually going to break down for us one of the instructive moments that happened earlier in a featured matchup we've talked a lot about, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Hammer, take it away.
Yeah, Danny. So I'm really interested in this Nakamura versus Caruana matchup, in particular because of how Fabiano makes these early trades with the bishop against the knight. Now, the bishop and knight exchange is the most interesting one in chess because we estimate their value to be about the same, but their different qualities they're so different in how they move. The knight can jump, the knight is better in tight spaces, the bishop is a long-range piece, and that makes it such an interesting trade. And particular that in this game, it happened twice. Not only in the opening, we also now had that additional situation where Fabiano, because this bishop was in so much trouble with the black pawn coming down towards it, Fabiano makes the second trade, bishop for knight, and is now trying to prove that the knights are better than the bishops. In general, I want to say that bishops are good. The fewer the pawns left on the board. Right now, it's 7 pawns apiece, which means that the knights may hold an advantage, but in the long run, Hikaru may feel that the bishop's long-term potential and their ability to work on the long diagonals might actually be the more important factor. So it's just an interesting fight between the two different qualities of these pieces.
I love it. I love it. Speaking of interesting fight, we see Fabi moved. Hikaru immediately respond. And yeah, we're gonna see a fight for many more moves here between the two Americans. I think one of the most fascinating parts of the next exchange we saw, Amira, is that this allows black to undouble the pawn. You see, Hikaru doesn't need to be asked twice to fix that issue, right? And
but look at that. Queen e3.
Queen e3 played right away.
A7 pawn and g5 pawn, so double attack. So
okay, we'll hold the phone.
So g4 probably.
I did it in black.
Because there is no way that you can defend both pawns, so g4 is played already. Okay, so this is...
Hikaru pays a quick nod to the higher space there on Twitch, looks up before pushing the pawn there. And yeah, you're right, Amir. That move was forced to save the pawn, just for the record. You can't defend this one without g5 falling. Knight or queen could probably capture. And you can't defend this one without Fabi getting greedy over there. So g4 played. I assume we'll see knight d2 unless is there some other...
Knight d1 or knight d2?
Knight d1 or knight d2 are both possible.
Yes, there.
We're not going to discuss knight to g5? I thought aggressive moves. Is that kind of your thing, Danny?
I feel like you're a lot more aggressive when it's not your pieces. So.
I was thinking about, yes, knight d1, knight d3, and f4. You know, like I'm completely obsessed with those ideas.
We'll highlight real quick why this doesn't work. It's because this move comes with a tempo. If not for that, Hammer's idea would be great. But because the knight doesn't have many squares, black can gain a tempo and then play rook g8, so it doesn't quite work. But okay, knight d2 has been played, and Hammer, you missed it. You gave us a great breakdown. Thank you for that on the dynamics between the knight versus bishop exchange.
You could still play h4.
What, h4?
Could you? Like, I mean, I don't know, like if you play bishop c4, like let's, I want to defend him a little bit, so I want to take his side. Knight g5. Bishop c4?
No, knight g5.
Well, it doesn't look good, but I mean, is there a possibility to defend my knight and, well,
I don't,
h4 and...
it's not rook g8, it's h4? Oh my gosh. Wow.
It's tricky.
And then you have rook h5.
See, because of h4 probably, yes. Oh, okay.
You can interrupt me for tactics anytime. That's actually really fascinating because if you did play rook g8, h4 would likely be the response because then you can meet en passant with taking back.
Or at least I'm not losing a piece. I don't say that my position, you know, is...
Okay, anyway, we have knight d2. And we have a very focused Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, and now Fabiano is going to be utilizing Almira's move. The move she highlighted in like a sideline 5 moves ago, which is the move f4. Fabiano will try to get his rook into the game. In order to get that rook working, you first need to get rid of the pawn standing in the way of the rook. And so now pushing that pawn forward is going to be one of White's main ideas, simply to open up for the rook. And I'm still curious where Hikaru is going to put his king.
Well, he has to deal with the pawn too first. Let's remember that part of the whole idea of the fork was that Hikaru has to protect this pawn in some way, whether it's b6 or b5, even that would protect it. Okay, or A6. I can't tell which one he played. Looks like A6. And let's look at the line you talked about, because I think that F4 is certainly the most challenging move. Opening the position when a king doesn't have anywhere to go is usually what the doctor orders.
Well, I have to run with my king, so probably I have to take on F4 and still play king D7. You know, I had two ideas, F4 and king D7 for both sides.
Oh, wow.
Well,
we said you were the resident expert, right? This is our first candidate. It's your second, so you're all over it.
But I'm not sure it's a good sign, you know, for the players.
I'd say the same thing. Whenever I'm guessing moves consistently, I ask the players to check themselves. So no, but Almira, I think it's a great point, and it's a, what do they say? It's a thematic point, right? It's
exactly.
A common thing to play for when your opponent has overextended on a particular flank of the board, and they've in a way neglected king safety. You haven't actually neglected king safety unless the center opens up, right?
And I think that's the point behind A6. He wants to play king D7 now, and
and run.
And run.
And frankly, like the black bishop is doing a really good job restricting the movement of white's knight. So, for instance, the knight would love to go to C4, but that square is being controlled by the black bishop. So, yeah, I'm starting to like Hikaru's position, actually.
It's
because he now has showcased a clear path of how to get his king to safety. He's just going to move it over to that side of the board where he actually does have pawns still in defense.
Okay, but let's go with Almira's idea. I think it's the most challenging move in the position, unless we have new suggestions. But
that's why actually I wanted first to play knight e1, knight d3, to play f4 and to take with my knight on the 4, but probably it's too slow. No, I'm not sure.
We'll go for it just to see what happens.
Is it, well, what if king d7
just
now,
runs,
yes,
right?
f4 and...
Because I think now you'll en passant.
Ah, okay.
And then so the whole purpose of the maneuver is wasted, right?
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why it doesn't work, of course. So it's too slow. Then knight d2, f4, you take.
Do we have f4? No. Okay, that was just my line. So we're still waiting.
But I think it's a pretty logical line that we should analyze. F4, take, rook f4, king d7, and maybe rook f1.
Right. Feels natural.
Maybe and then I guess king c7.
Challenges. Okay, king c7 too. I mean, both are probably fine.
Yeah, but
yeah, it's interesting for sure.
It's a tricky situation because the kings are on opposite sides of the board, and yet an attack against the opposing king does not feel like it's actually such a... it doesn't feel like it's what's about to happen, because neither player really has enough pieces to put in an attacking position. So it's unclear how you kind of take advantage of that opposite side castling.
Well, maybe you simply trade rooks and play the endgame where the bishop, in the long term, will be much better.
Which, once again, brings us back to we're kind of liking Hikaru's position, I think.
It's
that he's about to find a really nice plan, solving the main issue he had, which was the king safety.
And I want to highlight one other just sort of long-term macro point that I think is education about these types of positions, because you highlighted the kings on opposite sides of the board. When we're in middle games, we think of attacks, right? But in the end game, especially when you have a split board, the bishop becomes better than the knight with every piece that gets traded from here on out. So that's a very important thing to recognize, because it's a clear plan for black, right? It doesn't mean you can just close your eyes and ask questions later, but you make logical exchanges, and every step of the way, the bishop becomes a better piece than a knight when you have pawns on both sides of the board. And a king that could join the party quickly is a very, very valuable asset in an endgame with bishop versus knight. So, again, obviously a lot to go here. We don't know what will happen, but I think there's a reason we see a focused Caruana, a Caruana who knows that this is critical right now. Unlike the other game, like with Rajaba, for example, are there some bailout opportunities here for White? If you're, I know there's a lot of play left, but what would you do if you were advising Fabi Hammer? What would you tell him not to do in a position like this?
I just find it difficult to navigate, honestly. I would probably play the move A4.
Okay.
And I'm kind of anticipating Black to move their king over to that side. And so I kind of want to get my pawn up there to begin with, and give myself some extra options in that area.
I like that a lot, actually. Almira, you like
yeah,
A4?
fix also like might be very useful in the end game. You're fixing the structure, and also like A6, B7, C6. Right. So sometimes you can sacrifice a piece. But this is somehow, I have a feeling that this is very abstract for the moment. I feel that you need to play something concrete.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm kind of liking Hikaru's position. I don't think there's a clear way for Fabiano. Well, to answer your question, Danny, does he have a way of just saying I'm going to make a draw by playing this and this plan? No, he does not.
Yeah.
I know this, looks completely crazy, but if we can come back to the initial position, for example, if, can I start, okay, C4, I don't like to make those moves, but C4, King D7, B4, you know, something like this, completely, you know, out of the blue. So that was my idea.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worth considering.
So just if he's not brushing this away immediately, so I'm happy with
this.
Like
well, it goes back to what we were saying about kings on opposite sides of the board. In a middle game, what do you think of? You think of pawn storm. So why does Fabi have to watch Hikaru do it? Why can't he get involved in that type of action too? I think it's a great suggestion, Almira.
Actually, you know, I've always been taught, you know, not only to think about my own plans, but you also should anticipate, of course, what is your opponent's threat or what's the. So sometimes it's even more important to do something against that than, well, to execute your own ideas. So then, like, we understood clearly that Hikaru wants to play King D7. And probably the most uncomfortable, the most dangerous move on White's behalf should be something that would put this idea to test.
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense, and we have a lot more sense to be made today. I'm being told it's time to take a very, very quick break, so don't go anywhere. Of course, there is plenty of action to come on today's coverage of round one of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. So when we return, we are continuing to be live from Madrid. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all-time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little bit.
You should do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so...
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders maiden one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the World Chess Championship Candidates Tournament.
Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the Candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The Candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the Candidates is all about leaving a legacy. With the 2022 Madrid FIDE Candidates Tournament. Round 1 continues to roll on here from Madrid. The 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament just getting underway. So far, none of the 4 games we've had have disappointed us. We have action, as they say. We've been spending a lot of time recently on the Caruana Nakamura game, but real quick, reset and reminder of who is here live in the hot city of Madrid. Jan the Big Hammer, filling in for Robert Hess. Shout out to Robert. We won't say that. That'll be the last time we say it. Just kidding. Almira Skripchenko and Danny Wrench right here, helping to call the action as we get set. Let's look at all 4 games and decide where we want to take this next part of the program.
Yeah, I'm actually noticing a big change on the eval bar in the game between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi was the previous winner of the Candidates Tournament. He did challenge the world champion Magnus Carlsen last year and failed. Now he's trying to get another matchup. And that latest move from Ding, that's got a question mark on the screen.
It sure does, and let's try to figure out why. So, in this position, what's the key, right? We've got a great knight on d5 if we're Ding, a wedge sort of outpost, if you will. The rook lift threatened something here, right? It makes you look at g5 with a little more fear at some point, but rook to d4 is a blunder, and the question is, what is it? Is it because of that just very direct idea of playing for g5 and swinging the rook?
G5 takes. If I simply take.
Well, let's try it.
Well, we need to try, of course. Like we cannot.
Moment of truth.
This is a very concrete.
No, computer doesn't like it. Go figure. It was a Danny move, of course. Nope, computer does like it. Hold on, give it time.
Oh.
Give it time. Okay, so let's just look at it. G5, H5. You can't play rook H6. So queen takes.
And now one very key idea, or rather a feature in the position, is that if white tries to play bishop takes e4, which we talked about from the very beginning of this game, the big problem or the big discussion here is whether or not white will be able to capture this black pawn situated inside white's half. But here the problem is that black is not going to make a trade between the bishops.
No.
No. You're going to sacrifice your rook temporarily so that you still have that bishop pointing down towards the queen and towards the rook. And this kind of pressure will actually be decisive. In
Almira, you're cracking up. What's going on?
No, but it's like it's reminded me of the great American classics, you know, when he said, no. It's like Dr. Seuss, the cat in the hat. No. You shouldn't do that. You know?
No. It's like when I talk to my 6-year-old. No. We don't hit. We don't hit.
I built my whole chess commentary career on buts.
I love it. I love it.
Something, but. It's actually not working here.
No, but it's a critical idea that you're highlighting, and I think it's been huge to the whole position, as we've said from the beginning. The pawn on e4 is the catalyst. Either way, right? It'll either be a great thing for white if you can win it cleanly, or for black, it'll prove to be the thorn that helps you launch an attack. And by the way, the computer still thinks that maybe black is okay on g5. Maybe Jan will find something else. He is.
But truth be told, like after g5 takes on g5, queen g5, you know, I would rather stick with h5, h4 because rook h6, queen h5, you know, doesn't really threat. I mean, you have like queen h2, bishop h3, then next, but. So this is also a valid like continuation.
And notice how white has these doubled pawns on the e file. Number one, having doubled pawns, usually a disadvantage. But also here, those pawns are blocking white's queen from being able to contribute in the defense. The queen cannot be on that queen side, on the left side of the board, pointing towards the opposite side, because white's pawns are blocking. Also, I thought you made a very good point about the knight, Danny, the knight on d5. Which is protected by a pawn and cannot be chased away by a white pawn, which is incredibly ironic considering the fact that white has 2 pawns that should be able to kick the knight away. But it's just this important black pawn on e4 is just standing in the way. The pawn on e4 is just, it cannot be emphasized enough how that is the entire reason black is happy with this game.
Let's talk some storyline here, because you know I realized, Almira, you and I spent so much time with this stat before the event. Just let everyone know some insider stuff. We prepared a bunch of stats and things to talk about. Right? We talked about how if Caruana was to win, he would be joining a very elite group of people to win 2 candidates. Well, there's another person who would be joining that group should he win this candidates tournament, and he's playing black in this game. And we didn't talk a lot about that, right? I mean, Jan, I think. Maybe in our memories, we all still have a little bit too much negativity associated, right, with what went down in Dubai and the fact that he ultimately, of course, was sent home by Magnus Carlsen. But this has been a pretty good showing to start, although he did maybe just miss an opportunity according to the computer. But he's still doing very well with the black pieces in this game versus Ding Liren. I do not believe that is a double question mark.
That is hard. Danny.
Yeah, that's a little hard.
Every sign that chess.com makes, you are personally responsible
I am personally responsible for that one, and we're going to adjust that. We're going to remove that from the settings for sure, because that is not a double question mark move. But
it goes to show how complicated the position is, right? Yeah. There's nothing obvious about this at all, and just making a slight pawn move on the side of the board does not hit the computer engine's fancy, and that's not because it's a bad move, it's because there was an amazing move instead.
And maybe that move was G5 actually, as far as what the computer wanted. So there we see full screen Ding Liren, and
so players are wearing suits, you know, something that you were missing, you know, before the opening ceremony. Jan Ludwig, you didn't have your tuxedo, so you couldn't attend. So what do you think about, you know, their attires? Because I have a funny story to tell you.
To me, it just feels like, all the players in suits. I noticed how everyone got out of their jackets immediately before the game, putting them on their chairs. And I just thought it's probably this heat in Madrid that is causing them, because I have this thing where I would often get rid of my jacket when I was nervous, when my body was heating up, and like removing my jacket would be actually a sign of weakness. But I guess for some people, getting their jackets, getting suited up, was actually a show of strength.
That's interesting.
Of course. First of all, we should mention the dress code, yes, because you should wear a suit. But I actually looked through the archives, and I remember the story where, like, Bobby Fischer, who followed an advice given by Paul Benko at the time, after his first candidates, can you imagine? So Bobby Fischer was one of the youngest participants at the candidates, and he decided to change the way he dressed, and he decided that he would wear a suit and a tie at every tournament which followed since then. So you see that he was a trendsetter.
Yeah, and maybe one of chess, the game of chess, first real rock stars, right?
Exactly.
Bobby Fischer was a trendsetter, and now we see that it's true. If you look back through old pictures, I guess a suit, I don't know, in my mind, I guess I feel like every great chess player has always worn a suit. I can't not picture them not wearing a suit at a board. So it's hard, but it's interesting to note that it was Fischer who maybe first started setting that trend there.
And it was really important to him, you know, so, well, but now it's a given.
Now it's a given, okay. Well, queen to d2 has been played by Ding Liren. Holding this position is not going to be a given for Ding Liren, and it seems...
I'm just looking at the eval bar, Danny. It just, like, it said Nepomniachtchi made a huge mistake, and now it's saying Ding made a huge mistake as well. This game is just a really, really difficult one, and it goes to show, computers nowadays, stronger than humans. There was a time humans could compete with computers, and right now that just seems ridiculous.
I still remember the first time I beat Chessmaster on Mac, and boy, was that a momentous occasion for me as a young lad. But no, you're right. I mean, like, computers are just seeing the positions so much more deeply, and humans are no longer worthy to compete with an engine. But all right, what is it about the position after queen d2 that he's given him yet another chance to play g5?
I would assume so. But what's interesting is that Ding's intention right now is to do an Alireza. Ding's intention is to give up his rook for a well-placed opponent's piece. Alireza gave up his rook for a bishop, and Ding is going to give up his rook for the knight. And that would really put some fire to this board, as if there weren't any
As if there weren't enough fires. As if there weren't enough fires on board. We got more fire from chat. Ding is a god, but Nepo is more fun. I agree with that. Noted. Checks out.
And I also want to note that Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the things he's the most famous for is his incredible pace. And that he puts extreme pressure, not pleasure, but he does actually take pleasure in putting pressure on the opponents by getting them really low on time and playing his moves quickly. But looking at the clock times here, he's actually behind.
Just barely, though. But yeah, I'm with you, though. Nepo does historically...
but for Nepo to be 1 minute behind
That's true.
is for, like, me to be half an hour ahead. It just doesn't happen.
It's fair. Jan Nepomniachtchi's reputation precedes him as one of the fastest, most aggressive players on the planet. And on that note, let's take a little bit of a closer look and get to know Jan Nepomniachtchi, the former challenger, in this video.
Defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the Candidates, effecting his second straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the Candidates. With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the Candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the Candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
Jan Nepomniachtchi. Well, his career is an impressive one. 2-time Russian champion, as we said. The last challenger to the throne, not more than about 8 months ago, if we're going back to the beginning of the event. And wouldn't it be amazing if he made it there a second time? So,
I remember the last time I completely disregarded someone to win the candidates.
Was
tournament.
it me that you? Oh, different.
It,
Okay,
it was not you, Danny.
Okay.
But it was someone of similar age. Okay. It was Vishwanathan Anand, who came back after losing the match against Magnus.
Oh, almost choked on that one. Okay. I'm not that old, Hammer. Okay.
Well,
but that's no disrespect to
the
Vishy.
joke,
Okay.
Danny.
Anytime you want to compare me to Vishy on any subject or topic in the entire world, I will take it as a compliment, even if it's not. So I'm okay with that.
Okay, but what I was trying to say, I really did not think Vishwanathan Anand would be able to come back in 2014, having just lost the title he held for so long. Yeah. But he did. And right now, Jan Nepomniachtchi might do the same thing. He might lose a match and come back to get that revenge going right away. Because according to the computers, Black has a big advantage here. And if he were to start with the Black pieces beating one of the pre-tournament favorites, that would be huge for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
But once again, I think the computer gives a huge advantage for Black here is because White is lacking counterplay. It's I think it's the most important point in this position. And also, you remember I was telling you that it's very interesting to see how Ding will do in the first round because he did not play at the high level for a long time. I simply didn't know how he's going to perform. And psychologically, it's very difficult when you are not allowed to travel. Even if we take into account the second leg of the candidates, then he didn't travel since the first leg. I mean, he was allowed to come to play the second half, but he did so, the tournament didn't go well for him.
It's a great point. I mean, I'll ask you, Almira, to look into the crystal ball because what you're commenting on is an interesting untalked about storyline. There are 2 players in Ding Liren's career. There is pre-pandemic Ding Liren, and everyone remembers him beating Magnus Carlsen in the 2019 Sinquefield Cup. I remember commentating on it with Robert Hess and us saying, is this a preview for the World Championship match? Is Ding Liren the medicine for Magnus Carlsen? He didn't perform well during the pandemic, and now is he a different player at this time, right? I mean, it's been a couple of years since he's been playing as consistently at the high level, and of course, it's very early to say that, and he's a pre-tournament favorite. His career and reputation, is part of the reason for that. But it is something that we may be looking back on in a decade and talking about that storyline.
And this is such a difficult position. I mean, like physically, you know, I feel like I'm suffocating, you know, with white.
Yeah.
So you don't know what to do. I was looking at knight a5, you know, this crazy move, you know, the knight b3, knight c5, but this is too slow, you know, this.
Well, and speaking of too slow, what we highlighted as maybe being too slow was that g5 idea, taking with the pawn, because we thought, okay, there's no way black will have time for rook h6 and queen h2 and bishop h3, which all three moves are needed if you're actually going to deliver a mating attack. But as we look at the position, what is white doing to stop this plan? I think Hammer's exchange sacrifices is maybe the only option.
Yeah, and Nepomniachtchi knows this. So Nepomniachtchi can try to put measures into place that will make that exchange sacrifice as
less effective.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And is that maybe why he's not playing g5 just yet, right? I mean, if your opponent's going to sack the exchange, let them do it and don't create more problems, maybe?
Yeah, don't create those extra weaknesses in front of your king.
Okay.
But at the same time, I don't see what else Nepomniachtchi is doing. So his previous move, getting the rook that was out of play in the corner of the board, getting that rook into the middle makes tremendous sense. But now he maximized his position. And once you've kind of put all your pieces in good squares, that's the time for the breakthrough. So I do believe g5 is coming up. This trying to remove some of the pawns defending white's king. And then Ding will sacrifice his rook for the knight in the middle. Ding will wait until you make those weakening moves before he makes the sacrifice.
You made a comment about my age. Do you want to do the pleasure of reading the featured chat from Spenny Thompson?
Wow, I am somehow older than Hammer, but look half his age.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Spenny just looks 12, and I don't know, or maybe he's commenting on your age. I mean, we'll leave that to the interpretation.
I find it interesting, Danny, that you made this comment to Almira and I before the broadcast, which it was like, oh yeah, no, there's gonna be negative comments, but you guys, you just ignore that. That's the first thing I learned. Just, you know, there's always gonna be some haters.
I was giving you a pep talk. I was giving you a pep talk that, hey, as someone who reads hate about him for a living, okay, usually I don't find many positive comments on the internet. I was giving you practical advice, but I mean, sometimes someone's nailing it.
I didn't realize you were actually going to showcase.
You poked the bear with the. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, shout out to chat. By the way, we do love you. Jokes aside, it's a lot of fun, and so keep the fun coming, and we will keep the chess coming. Let's head over to our bird's eye view and take a look at all 4 games in progress. Of course, oh man, as we keep saying, this round is not disappointing. I personally want to get back to the brilliant exchange sacrifice that was Firouzja. However, I kind of feel in the order of how we bounced around, we owe Duda Rapport another look before we get back there. What do you think?
Sure, but only a very brief
Okay,
one.
So we're going to take a very quick look at Duda Rapport. Again, for those of you who maybe missed it, there was a very interesting approach from Duda out of the opening, not just surprising with the move 1 e4, but then surprising with the super interesting bishop to f4 in the Taimanov Sicilian. He had a very good position after this nice move c5, but it looks like the edge has kind of slipped a little bit. Knight a3 the computer didn't like, but okay, we'll get to it. And actually it makes sense because after rook d8, with the queens coming off the board, you already feel a little better as black despite the weak c6 pawn. But bishop takes d1 is curious.
Well, I guess he didn't want to lose the pawn on a2. So he was afraid that if he plays rook takes d1, then the bishop can capture the pawn on a2. And now I noticed the computer saying knight b5.
Oh, that's the move that he probably missed.
Which is such a mad move, putting that knight to be captured by the pawn, knowing that if there is a capture here, it will be checkmate in 2 moves.
Did you just call it a mag move, like Magnus? Did I mishear that?
Yes.
But that was a reference to Magnus? That's a mag move?
No. Mad?
You said that's such a Mags move?
No, I did not say that.
I don't know what you said, but I thought you did. I was going to give you props for the
Oh, really? Well, then I did say that, yes. Thank you.
Okay. By the way, just to make sure we return all things back to balance here in the universe, we have positivity coming for you in the chat. We love you, Hammer. We love you, Hammer. So don't worry. We giveth and taketh away with the chat comments. But just so you know, they do love you. Okay.
So how does it go in this song, Sledgehammer?
Sledgehammer. Wait, hold on. This is brilliant, though. And I want to talk about this because the question is, was this missed? I mean,
probably not that. I think what was missed was the move f6, and then you have to retreat the bishop, seemingly, and then you'd capture the pawn.
But then simply maybe knight c4, like playing positionally.
Wow.
So I think something like this was more likely to be missed. These players don't really. They can spot a lot of trickier things than giving away your knight for a pawn to give checkmate later on. I think it's more likely that they misevaluate a position like this one, where you sacrifice a pawn temporarily, but you kind of make sure that Black's rook has a really hard time getting back into the game.
Well, it's interesting, though, because I agree with you, Hammer. I think it's very likely that Duda saw this sort of brilliant idea of knight to b5. And again, if you don't take it, by the way, you're threatening knight c7 and then another version of checkmate on d8. But this is a hard thing to see, where you see the idea of giving up a pawn for compensation on a weird move like knight to c4, because it's not an aggressive move, right? A lot of times at the end of a line, you're looking for the knockout punch, not the sort of re-centralizing of a sideline piece. But either way, the only other criticism that might be worthy to Duda, even though it's during the event, is he did play through it very fast, right? And he was clearly better. So now that we go to the live position, because you made me promise for it to be quick, the advantage is no longer significant for White, right? Before we go back to Rajaba Firouzja. So, he might regret how quickly he handled that potentially critical moment.
Yeah, no, Duda has definitely misplayed the situation. He's still better, but Black has managed to get some trades, and the pawn structure has been kind of defended by the Black king coming over to help out with the pawn on c6 and the pawn on a7, which remains the two big weaknesses in Black's position.
Well, you still have this bishop on g7, so you should solve this problem as well.
Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why h5 was played, perhaps to offer.
Bishop h6, you say.
And then if this, you go back to f8 and just play tickle, right? We'll draw offer. Okay, well, speaking of draw offers, let's talk about Duda's record head-to-head against the field. He's had a decent amount of draws against his opponents, although, like Firouzja, not nearly as many games as some of the older, more experienced players, right? Almira, anything stand out to you? I guess he's playing against one of the opponents who he has the most games against.
Exactly, but first of all, I'm thinking about Duda's victory against Magnus Carlsen. So maybe these statistics, do not really reflect his potential and his strengths. Although, he was not very consistent also in his performance. He needs, probably like a higher performance. It's been said that in order to win candidates, I suppose you need like 28 something performance. So. He won the World Cup, he beat Magnus, and he also beat Magnus before, when he ended his, not losing streak, I suppose, so it was 125 games before he lost the game against Jan-Krzysztof. So what strikes me the most is like 0 wins, when I look, Ding 0, like Caruana 0, Rajabov 0, Firouzja 0, and Nakamura also 0.
But in part, that's caused by the fact that he hasn't played against.
Yeah, he's played so little. I mean, although for the Firouzja record kind of stands out a little bit, right? 0 wins and 4 losses is not a donut that you're happy to put up in the W column. Although, okay, anyway, I agree totally, and of course we'll continue to check in on all of the head-to-head matchups between our 8 candidates throughout the event. Let's head over to our bird's eye view. Remind you again, you've got all 4 games in action. You can continue to choose which game you want to follow most. Keep our coverage locked in and pull up all the games at chess.com/events, because we're going to head over to Rajaba Firouzja, the most experienced, oldest player in the field, in Timur Rajabov, We have the youngest, least experienced, at least as far as the candidates go, and the least amount of games against all of the collective other 7 opponents in Alireza Firouzja. But it doesn't seem to matter. Let's check out what happened in this game. He played an enterprising and brilliant exchange sacrifice on this move. Move 18 with rook takes b2, giving up the rook for the light squared bishop because it has a wonderful home. And as we kind of predicted, the battery would be the main follow-up. A battery in chess is when you line up a queen behind either a bishop or a rook. Pieces doubled up on a file or a diagonal, often referred to as a battery. And this battery is, well, it's an Energizer Bunny. It's just going to keep on going.
Yeah, but did you just notice that only one move from black and one move from white has happened since we were last in this matchup?
Yep.
And look at the clocks. Last time we looked at this game, Firouzja had a 58-minute time advantage.
Yeah.
Right now, that time advantage is down to just 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Firouzja has been thinking basically for an hour straight, which is concerning.
Well, is it concerning or is
it? He's not super confident about his position. It means that he doesn't feel like there's an obvious way to continue.
Well,
I think
go ahead,
after
Amir.
Queen C2, what he was worried about, that's this obvious idea of playing knight G5, and eyeing the mate. So he was considering the risks. So he took on A3. And I don't know, if knight G5 is still possible, probably.
Which knight we want to move?
Well,
Because
here
both have merit, right?
Yes. Well, I wanted to play knight EG5.
And maybe just G6 or...
G6 I didn't really like, because then I can even play knight E4 and maybe play knight F6 late. So maybe it's not a good idea.
Well, the reason knight FG5 was also interesting, everyone, is because it's less direct, but you have a
Knight
subtle
F6.
discovered check and then checkmate now on the agenda. So this also may have been even better. And by the way, we might see it on the board. I mean, bishop takes A3 has been played, so certainly Rajabov will be thinking about both of these moves. But I wanted to counterpoint again, just because I love bantering with you, Hammer. The devil's advocate view to what you said about Firouzja taking a bunch of time and lacking confidence is it also a sign of maturity in that when you recognize you have an advantage on the clock and you know it's a critical position, you use that time and you make sure you properly assess as deeply as you can where you want the game to go.
I agree with that.
Okay.
And if he had spent 15 minutes per move, that would be fine. But once you start spending 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 50 minutes on one single move, you're basically just going around and round in your head.
Right.
And you can't really you're at that point, you're struggling to organize your thoughts and showing some lack of confidence.
Okay.
So I completely agree that you can and should spend your time in the critical positions, and that it's especially good to do that when you're up on the clock, so that you don't feel like, oh, I have to go fast because I want to keep my time advantage. No, you want to use your time advantage to be able to spend that time in the critical moments. However, he did not spend 15 minutes for a couple of moves. He spent way more than that, and I think that is a bad sign.
On the note of Hammer's criticism, then, he actually made me think of another point I want to ask you about. One of the other storylines surrounding Firouzja, besides Magnus Carlsen's comments, has been his disappearance in 2022, his lack of participation in many of the biggest events. Many of us, of course, remember the Tal Botvinnik sort of self-written autobiography on the match, where there was criticism to Botvinnik because he didn't play nearly as much as Tal, that he was making those types of practical mistakes, using too much time, not his confidence. Everything Hammer just said just literally brought up that memory to ask you, do you think maybe there's something to that?
It's absolutely incredible that you brought up to me Tal Botvinnik, because just before the tournament, I also wanted to have a look at the second match, and I had a look at the games when Botvinnik won. And do you know how many decisive games? Do you remember how many decisive games there were in this match? I think from 21 games, there were 15 decisive games. So it meant that Botvinnik has spent all of this time analyzing his mistakes, the preparation, the strategy, the openings. So it was like a new version of Botvinnik who beat Tal.
Yeah.
So I think the same is probably true for Alireza, because he disappeared from the tournament scene in order to analyze his own play also. Maybe also not to reveal the preparation, of course, but there's so much work to be done before the candidates and not enough time. So maybe the reflexes that he had. So it's very important to take this time and, also to rebuild your repertoire, to build the team. We didn't talk about seconds, by the way.
Not yet.
We've
got 3 weeks here in Madrid, so we'll get into that.
Maybe we also have a new version of Alireza, playing this tournament. It's I think.
But everything you just highlighted kind of supports the point that you highlighted: preparation, reinventing yourself, keeping things secret. But there's one big trade-off in all of those things, which is that you're not playing actively. And the practical muscles you build as far as time management, critical decision-making. Here we see Timur Rajabov's quote again, talking about all this focus on Firouzja. Everyone has chances, and I've been playing, not necessarily preparing, at a higher level much longer than the kid, right? So I think that's kind of the trade-off, right? And to Hammer's point, taking 50 minutes is way different than taking 15 minutes.
Well, it might be true. And of course, the only tournament that Alireza played this year was the Superbet in Bucharest, and he didn't perform that well. But this is a valuable experience. Maybe he didn't show also like his opening ideas. So he wanted like also to have the feel of his opponents, and I'm torn, because I think it's really very important to take the time and to evaluate the risks, especially in this position. And maybe he was a bit of a impulsive player before. What do you think, Jan Ludwig?
I mean, the guy kind of just seemed like a beast. He was winning everything. I mean, I do appreciate the comments about it making sense to kind of take a step back and looking at what you can do better. But at the same time, I feel like there's a case to be made for Alireza to just keep playing as much as possible, because he was winning every time he played.
But how often are we given an opportunity, to get a little perspective? We always play, and especially there's so many online competitions than live, and then it's sort of you have to evaluate everything, yes. So because normally you continue, and then you're 60, and and life is gone. So I think that was important decision, I think, on the part of Firouzja's team.
I think he will be judged on that decision.
Based on how it goes.
On how it goes here.
100%, couldn't agree more, and that's our job, is to commentate and speculate, right? But I think the ultimate judgment will come down to how he performs and which strategy paid off. Speaking of performances, we need to get back to the one between the two Americans. We don't have to split attention if you're following American players. We only have one game to focus on, and that is Fabiano Caruana versus Hikaru Nakamura.
And the king is on G8.
I was going to say, what a position here based on what we had. Are you kidding me? What happened in this game after we left it when Fabiano was on the clock with A6?
He castled.
He played first he played B3, right? And then Hikaru castled.
Yeah, so we kind of made the assumption that Hikaru was trying to make his king go over to the opposite side of the board, which would not have been a bad idea considering that there are absolutely no pawns guarding Hikaru on that side where he did choose to castle. And now that he has made that decision, Fabiano tries to activate his rook. So he moves his pawn one step forward, wants to make a trade with that black pawn so that he can open up for his rook. The trade does happen. And then rook d1. why was that such a good move? This move, I don't understand. But then Hikaru makes the controversial decision to push forward in the center.
This is a super aggressive approach for Nakamura, given the position he had. And again, it's still clearly an unbalanced one, right? The eval bar close to level, and the dynamics of bishop versus knight. But if I'm just watching this as a Nakamura fan, I'm like a lot more stressed here, way more anxious about Black's chances, because while the pawns are in the center, they're also vulnerable. While my king is finally out of the center, it doesn't mean it's any more safe over here, right? You don't want your queen to be the only piece guarding your king, right? I think it's objectively fair to say that was a very risky decision, if not necessarily the worst one than just tucking the king over here. It just feels very, very scary to have walked right in to danger, and we are going to have blood on this board, I believe. This is very double-edged here.
Yeah, and I think, let's just say that, no, maybe this is wrong.
But how do you play? Because if you play e4, c4, no?
Yeah,
like at
no,
some
so
point,
e4, c4, and that undermines the pawns. And also the clock is reflective of the fact that maybe Hikaru less sure. If you don't play e4, how are you guarding the pawn? So I feel like we have to look at this line.
Yeah.
I was not sure, maybe you trade first, then c4, or c4 first.
Okay, so you just want to liquidate everything. You're taking it all off the board.
Yeah.
But it's funny how you just, like, in your head as a human, you say, I can't take here, the queen takes, and then she attacks my bishop. But in reality, that might be what Black has to do, and then you just, I guess go here, and you're just okay? My voice says I'm nervous?
Well, especially with knight g3.
Yeah,
or even just takes, but okay.
Well, takes, then queen d4.
I'm sorry, I was missing queen d4, but knight e3 makes a lot of sense because g4 is. Oh man, amazing how a computer looks at this position and says, "Oh, Danny, silly Danny, tricks are for kids. This is just a draw. We're just going to take all the pieces off the board." But I
mean, that white knight is coming.
I'm gonna put the knight on f5, and I'm gonna checkmate you. I don't know how.
This looks scary for Black.
Wow.
But what is the computer evaluation? I cannot see that
Minus
far.
0.2.
So it's better for Black?
But barely. I mean,
apparently.
That's why I just look right here. I don't look at the top.
Okay, yes,
it just...
I forget to look at the bar on the left. Yes. But how's this possible? It looks so scary.
But I think if we go back to the current position,
okay.
I think if Hikaru could keep his pawn on e5, this would be quite acceptable for him. So I'm not sure that it's the Black king is the problem here.
Okay.
I think right now the problem is that Black is unable to keep those pawns next to each other. And that's the optimal strategy you want to use with pawns.
Right.
You want to have them controlling both the light squares and the dark squares. And they can only do that when they're next to each other. And what Fabiano is doing now, he's trying to force the one of the pawns to move forward. And then you're going to be concerned about the lack of, well, a dark squared control if the e-pawn moves forward, or a light squared control if the other pawn were to move forward. And like Almira said, yes, this undermining move is an interesting idea, but you might also want to make the trade of rooks first. And like...
I mean, if you could as white, you'd love to also like put a knight on d4 or something, right?
Yeah.
But one of the dynamic factors that is making this position work for Hikaru is that while it feels flimsy, you don't like that you had to advance the pawns, as Hammer said. It's also white's pieces that are struggling for ideal spots, right? So it's kind of like if white could just put a knight on d4, let alone one of these other dark squares, you'd be like, uh-oh. But it's not so clear how white does that other than the undermining idea, pawns don't move that way. If I could do that, that might also be interesting, by the way. Anyway, c4, but if Black can just take it, then maybe Black's okay.
Yeah, but here maybe Black cannot. It's a tricky position, Danny.
Yep.
It's a very tricky position, but it does feel like Hikaru being forced off that pawns on opposite colors, it does feel like that is advantageous.
There was something bothering Hikaru. He was looking, you know.
Yeah, he's
away, and I don't think. Well, he likes his position very much now.
He's deep. He's deep down the rabbit hole right now, ladies and gentlemen.
That is the seconds. Like,
that is a Hikaru Nakamura who has taken the red pill.
Who are those?
Who are his seconds?
Yes.
Well, we know he works with Chris Littlejohn.
This we know for sure, of course.
And that's Chris. Chris is here with him in Madrid.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Chris. Shout out to Chris. Other than that, I have no idea who Hikaru might be working with. I know that
because he mentioned in the interview, it's a very interesting interview. It's like a very sincere one. It's because he asked several players to help him to prepare for the candidates, but we don't know. Well, we have no names.
Yeah, we have no names. Well, I don't think we have names for many, right? We know that Fabiano is back to working with Chuchalov, right? It's been seen and noted, of course.
I've seen Nikita Vitugov at the opening ceremony, so he is helping Jan Nepomniachtchi.
I was teasing him. Because he was standing close to Jan. I'm like, I assume you're here as a second, right? And never mind. He was like, yeah, it's the only reason I'm here. So
Jan
anyway.
Ludwig, are you here as a second? In disguise?
Well, I'm Danny's second.
You're number one. You're not number two in my heart. No, I'm kidding. Anyway, well, no, but seriously, we saw Hikaru shaking his head. We know that this is a tough position. He's going to be much deeper right now than anything we're calculating. Not to disparage our commentary, but there's just no way. Obviously, we would be keeping up with whatever it is that has Hikaru shaking his head in frustration. It's probably many more moves ahead of the live position we're looking at. And he needs to make a big decision here. The e-pawn is hanging. It's that simple. I mean, there's a concrete threat on the board. You got to play e4.
Yeah, honestly, I'm curious what his alternatives are.
Yeah.
Like, what is he thinking about? How can he protect this pawn in the middle without moving forward?
Well, he can take first, so rook f1, and then play e4, if that makes any difference. But then...
Yeah, no, but that does make a big difference, yeah. Mm-hmm. He probably will capture the white rook first. Because
meaning Fabi will if e4 is played. Okay,
no,
well, we're going to find out.
Will, I thought, but I was wrong.
Well, the action is on the board. Hikaru plays e4. Caruana immediately returns. For many of our online chess viewing community who are huge fans of Hikaru, it's also an experience to watch the players come and write down a move. A lot of players and who are new to chess and learned online, whether it was the Queen's Gambit or anything else, they've never written down a move on a score sheet before. So I've gotten a lot of questions. I'm sharing. I've gotten questions from fans who ask, like, what are the players doing when they return? I'm like, well, you have to write down your moves. And they're like, well, why? Doesn't the PGN just keep track of it? It's actually an interesting point, like, because score sheets started before we had the technology we do. I digress.
Well, it's also there for people whose games are not transmitted on the internet.
Fair.
So it's a tradition.
Well, I'm so old, you know, so I'm a dinosaur, you know. So it's like I actually, like, before you were joining games. So I actually had a few times where I had to seal, you know, my game under the envelope. So, you know, so you join the game, you write the move, then you analyze the whole night, then you come back, and then the play resumes. So.
Yeah, I think to newer viewers, that just...
Although many of them saw the Queen's Gambit, and there's that whole scene with the adjournment. So actually, it is true. A lot of them are more familiar with it because of that scene. Anyway, all right. We move on from the legendary Beth Harmon. We head back to our bird's eye view before we're going to switch things over to the... I think we have to go to the Liren Jan Nepomniachtchi game, guys, right? Guys and gals, excuse me. We've got action in the wrong... Wait a second. Is there a winning move on the board right now for Black? How did we get here? We had, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but all right, rook e8, king h2, and after bishop g4,
king
knight
h2
a5.
is a bold move. Like, you're facing this massive attack against your king, and you're just putting the king on the same line as
I think the move here has to be obvious, right? Just g5.
Well, yeah, no, for sure it's obvious.
Oh, computers hate me, as usual. Apparently I was wrong.
But this whole sequence, you know, like...
I think with more time,
D2,
the computer will come back to agreeing with me that g5 is the move.
Okay, but that actually, it all makes more sense to me now, at least.
I see the move, too. It's rook h1.
So this is actually very clever from Ding.
Yeah, the idea
he was wondering, how can I get more pieces close to my king to help out in defense. And he says, I'm going to move my king up so that the rook can kind of join from, a weird
That's
angle.
a fascinating idea. So
this was probably his idea on the previous move as well.
Yeah, absolutely wild. He plays king h2, walks into the face of danger to actually defend his king from the danger of the queen. What an interesting idea. So rook f6 has now been played. And it attacks the f2 pawn. I guess that's the other way to expose the fact that the king left g1.
Yeah. And now if the queen steps back to e1 to defend the pawn,
then you can play g5.
then Jan will go g5. Because if the queen now steps back, the rook from the opposite corner will not be able to join the party.
Yeah, so king g1, we might be back to g5.
Well,
as
there's
Hammer's
no way
saying,
he's playing king g1, right?
Yeah, there's no more rook h1. So that's
I was actually saying queen e1, but yeah, the reasoning is the same, that the rook is unable to get over to that other side. And what does that leave? Like, how do you defend this pawn on f2? You can try to go rook f1, but then there's this
again,
bishop
G5,
and queen.
Oh, wait, just bishop e2.
Yeah. The bishop and queen are actually pointed down towards a white pawn. That doesn't work either.
By the way, the move I accidentally suggested, quotation fingers, has been played on the board. It actually seems like the most logical thing to do in hindsight because of everything you highlighted. Every other way to defend the pawn was worse. Rook f1, bishop e2. Queen e1, g5 is devastating because now you no longer have rook h1. So, in fact, king g1 makes the most sense.
But now, Nepomniachtchi will make his move. He will go g5. A move, frankly, we've been waiting for quite some time now. Trying to open up towards the white king. And yeah, it's very likely that Ding will be checkmated.
I think maybe it's also an important moment because Ding has only 22 minutes left. So now he has to deal with this move, So g5 now.
Yeah, he took his time.
He took his time to increase the pressure. Well, Ding was, playing somewhat, a senseless move to me, like queen d2, then knight a5, I don't know what he was actually doing. It looks like a computer which had a bug in an algorithm. So king h2, of course, there was a rook h1 idea, but it was, not very harmonious.
When you play a complex game against a very strong opponent, it's always fun. Jan Nepomniachtchi's quote right now, you enjoy the process. I think a fun quote from Jan, I think, that emulates his personality, how people know him, An exciting player, enjoys chess. If he starts off with a win against Ding Liren, he will definitely be having fun and enjoying the process of the 2022 FIDE candidates. Wouldn't that be a storyline if I feel like one guy who many people have said, not necessarily overtly dismissed, but because of what happened in Dubai, are just not talking about Jan Nepomniachtchi, but a win with black. Is there any game that's more clear of an advantage for either player?
No.
No, I mean, he's totally in the driver's seat here.
But simply paraphrasing Jan Ludwig, having pleasure in putting pressure.
Jan Ludwig, as he said about Jan, he has pleasure in putting pressure on people. And I think, what you said was actually really true, that he didn't play g5 until now, until the 20 minutes on the clock. And I think you made a really, Mira's point there as far as how the X's and O's on the board are reflected in the psychology, I think is really important to note there, because less experienced players, when they see an idea, and they may even be right that it's a good idea, they rush it, right? Experienced players, they massage the position, they get their opponent under time pressure, and only play the critical idea when they know it will have maximum impact. And I think Ding Liren, we're going to look at his head-to-head, because it's one of the few players we haven't looked at yet, but I think Ding Liren is in a head-to-head matchup that he is not happy about right now in round one versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hammer, anything else about his particular score stick out to you? I think I know where you're going to go with this, but I'll let you do it anyway.
I think the fact that he has quite a significant plus score against Fabiano Caruana is definitely something to look out for. Although, considering now what seems to be transpiring, maybe Ding and Caruana are not going to be the two players going head-to-head like many had expected, myself included. Maybe we're going to have to look at new matchups that are going to be the most crucial ones if Ding is to lose his first round game. And like Fabiano, like we saw, has some potential of winning. So one favorite may get an amazing start, another one, a horrible one. And that kind of changes the whole tournament.
Well said. Ding Liren is now under 20 minutes. I don't have every other player's clock in front of me, at least not where I can see it, but I think he's the first player under 20 minutes, so not a good sign. And Almira, back to the psychology. I know that we say that Ding pretty much always looks as cool as a cucumber. Is that a thing, or is it as cool as the other side of the pillow?
Well, for the moment, he looks as red as a tomato to me.
Ding has not played very well compared to Nepo. Feature chat. I think right now that is 100% true. And now we've got another one. Nepo is terrifying in these positions. Completely agree with that one. These are exactly the type of positions where Jan is at his best. And I think Almira made a really great point about it's not that he played G5, it's how and when he played it. And Ding is facing the heat here, Jan.
He definitely is. And I just thought maybe we should take a look at one of the more obvious moves in this position, which would be for white to capture the black pawn on e4. Nice try, Danny, but
Oh, I thought we were going to show the checkmate line. That's what I want.
Well,
let me show it real quick.
Sure.
Just because some of us, need to see checkmate on the board every once in a while to continue our fascination and love affair with the game. So the rook comes over, and the point is, well, actually, no, we'll do something even more fun.
This is such
we'll
a poetic way of,
I want to go after a rook. I don't even want the knight. I'm just showing the idea of how dangerous this is, and that should this happen on the board, real problem. So that's not the obvious move. The obvious move is to take e4. Take it away, Hammer.
To be honest, Danny, I don't really understand why it's so bad to capture this pawn.
Okay, let's find out.
Yeah, we kind of talked about this pawn for the entire game, saying that if white could get rid of this, then it would probably be quite nice.
You're playing actually with the piece down, unfortunately. This knight on a5 is not in the defense, so there is no way like you're going to defend your king. How are you going to defend the citadel?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Well, I'm struggling with it as of now. I was going to take the knight in the center. I was just going to try and trade as many things as possible.
Can I intermezzo? Yes. So
threatening checkmate on h2, so I'll have to take back. To be honest, I was kind of hoping to make more trades with something like rook f1. But it does occur to me that it will lead to a checkmate in 5 moves.
Okay.
So
I'm going to show it real quick.
Yeah.
Takes, shake and bake. Shake and bake again. If the king ever goes to e1, queen g1 is mate. And wouldn't that be a bad way to end it? I don't think we will, but look at that. I didn't think we would have this either, but Grandmaster Robert Hess apparently recovering just enough right now from the COVID virus to say that, okay, for those who asked, b5 is to loosen the defense of the knight on d5. So apparently Robert must have suggested b5 for white. Okay. White threatens, b takes c6, b takes c6, knight takes c6. So we're going to show it. b5, and the idea that Robert's pointing out is, of course, you cannot take here because that pawn is critical to the defense of the knight. And the idea is that if something like this happens, a trade on c6 followed by knight takes c6 sacrifices a piece only temporarily to win the knight on d5. That's actually, hey, Robert Hess, you're pretty good at chess. Maybe you should consider commentary for a living. That's That's an idea we should look at for sure. Thank you, Robert. Go back to bed.
Yeah. So I guess the big question is number one, will Ding find this b5 move? And number two, if he does anything else, probably it's just game over.
Yeah, this looks like a really strong idea from the man who you cannot spell chess without. Let's look at this line again, though. So if takes, Robert's idea really highlighted well, right? White is simply capturing here and undermining the knight. But okay, h takes g3 first, right?
Yes.
This is the key point, threatening queen h2. And after f takes g3, does black have something else in store now that white's king has been sort of blown open? It feels ominous, I guess. The end is nigh. At least it would seem that way, but I admittedly don't see a knockout blow for black.
Yeah, the computer is saying queen e5, which is just an incredible move.
Queen e5 here.
Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Queen e5, wow, I didn't see that.
But like queen e5,
the knight's hanging.
The knight is actually not hanging because of the rook.
Oh, duh, I was testing you.
That's kind of clever. But I mean, I would also be afraid of the opponent getting a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen.
But that's a huge computer idea because obviously it's queen takes g3 and you know.
Now you can take the knight.
But I'm assuming there's some sort of rook lift for mate. I mean, like
bishop h3. It's like look at those doubled pawns. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
But those doubled pawns white has is like the worst thing ever because it means that the white queen is just unable to contribute in defense. And Ding, look at Ding. He just continued grabbing stuff. He captured the pawn on b7. Now he's trying to get his knight back into defense. Computer is giving a massive advantage.
And it's got to be the same idea. H takes g3, H takes g3, queen e5. Is that not it? It looks. Oh wait, there's no knight d7. Bishops move backwards. Dan, thanks for the tip. Yeah.
Yeah, that does feel like an interesting option.
Oh my gosh, this is.
But here, like after a takes g3, f takes g3, queen e5, I can still defend with queen e1.
That's true.
Oh, can you? Then knight e3.
Knight e3. Well, okay, I understand.
But
e4 is hanging.
E4 is hanging now that the rook is divided.
What is not hanging?
You know. So
okay, let's pause 10 seconds here for station identification on the Jan Nepomniachtchi attacking network. What is the move? I don't know that it's queen e5, but what else is? E4 is hanging now. I mean, I kind of like this idea from Ding.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's definitely trying to get pieces back into defense.
Yeah.
And quite succeeding in that. I did notice that the computer wanted to go h3 instead of h takes g3.
Oh.
Can we flip the board?
What?
Can we flip the board? Like I find it's much easier to attack when you look when you look at it.
I can't do that. It'll mess up all of our templates. It has to be. We just have to visualize it from black side. But wait, Hammer, you said the computer likes h3?
It did at some point.
What?
Well, the idea is you're attacking the bishop, and if the bishop moves, you just continue forward with that pawn.
Yeah.
And then your rook comes in. And, you know, there are a lot of black pieces around the white
bishop f3 check is the threat.
And that seems kind of scary.
Yeah. Bishop f3 threatens mate. So that means you'd have to take e4 here.
Yeah, but even when you take on e4, there's, with the knight.
I'm not saying it's good,
Take
but
on g2.
I could probably just
take on g2 and just get 2 pieces for the rook. Makes sense.
No, actually, it's check.
Oh wait,
no,
it was check. Although if rook d5, it was checkmate. For the record, this is a fun idea, but of course, black is checkmating you instead of allowing you to fork on f6. Love that eval bar heart attack. Okay. We have zoomed in on Jan Nepomniachtchi. If you're just tuning in, this is only round 1 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Where have you been? Your mom has been calling and saying, hey, the Candidates is going. Honey, did you know? You should go watch it. We've got the Candidates rolling, and we might have our first decisive game moments away. I know it's early, but Almira and Jan, well, first we've got a fun feature chat from our own Bic, producing and chatting at the same time. He says Nepo learned he's so much at the board compared to the WC. Nepo learned what?
It's like he is not staying away. It's very important for the concentration. Basically,
I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. I get what you were saying, Vic. I agree. Go ahead, Almira.
I think, yes, it's sort of a Jan reloaded, you know, like he also analyzed his games, and I suppose, you know, he's been quite impulsive at times. So I think that even if it's not your move, you're staying at the board, you are still analyzing the position, and, you know, it does not distract you. So that's, it's a very fine observation.
Yeah, I have a slightly different take on the same observation, though. Jan walks around more when he's not happy with his positions. And it's something that historically I've observed a lot about his career. So me and Robert, commenting on the 2021 candidates, were saying the same thing consistently. We're like, look at this new Nepo. He's focused, he's at the board, he was taking his time. And when it wasn't happening in Dubai, my initial response was that was the cause. But I think it was actually the opposite. I think he was walking around because Jan, when he feels dejected about his own chess, he tends to not put as much effort at the board. When he's happy, he tends to be a little more dialed in.
I have another explanation, like from my personal experiences, like because I also walk a lot, and like Peter Svidler walks a lot. It's very difficult for me to handle the pressure of waiting for my opponent to move. You know, it's like it's also a way to evacuate this pressure, but I know it could be very disturbing at times. So, like I know that I asked myself for so many times that sit.
Sit down.
Yes, sit down. Just sit down, you know, like spend like a few minutes more.
Okay.
He does play this
He plays
H3
the kind of anti-human but strongest move according to the computer. We might be moments away from a decisive result here.
Well, I tend to disagree that it's anti-human. I think it makes a lot of sense attacking one of the opponent's pieces. And this whole idea is, of course, based on the fact that once the bishop moves, you will continue forward to give a check.
I'll show this one real quick because it's also a fun one. You give check, and when the king runs, well, okay, I actually thought it was a knockout, but where is the knockout?
Yeah, I don't really see it.
There's no...
Oh, bishop G2. Bishop G2. Yeah.
Bishop where?
What?
G2.
Bishop H3.
Yeah.
And then...
Bishop H3
no,
and
bishop
then
H3.
G2.
Bishop G2, you queen.
Yes.
No,
But
you go bishop G2 is black.
No, first,
Oh,
yes,
bishop G2 is black. Wow, what a move. By the way, your fist pump at spotting bishop G2, that was epic over there. I've never seen a grown man more excited about spotting a tactic. By the way, it's also queen f5.
Whatever.
Okay. So good. Okay, H3 is played. There is no move yet. Ding Liren down to less than 15 minutes on the clock. We already looked at knight takes e4. Should we look at it again?
Yeah. We didn't really make a conclusion, did we?
I think Almira said just take the bishop, right?
Yeah, but then take the knight, the rook.
And I assume you're just taking here or something?
Well, but then rook h4. I wasn't sure this was obvious.
What's funny is that this is how good the position has got, that we're just completely dismissing. We don't want this because, you know, we want to mate, right? But of course, giving this check is probably a pretty clearly winning endgame for black.
No.
No? Because of h6? Okay.
For many reasons, Danny, but yes, that being one of them.
Okay.
No, well, please try entering that move.
Well, I already know that there's better. I'm just saying this is also possible.
Well, just see it.
I don't want to see what the eval bar does.
Okay. Let's make it.
Fine, I'll do it just so everyone can yell at me. Okay?
It wasn't that bad.
I get it. Okay. We've got, someone says Danny hammered once again. I think that that chat has double meaning. And I am indeed getting hammered on this show right now. All right, Hammer.
Yeah, okay. It does. There does seem to be some attacking opportunities for black in that situation. That means that getting the knight and bishop for the rook was actually a good thing.
Of course, but then I still feel that the position is completely winning. You know, so
for black.
there.
Yeah.
It's like you might be disappointed, you know, that you didn't mate your opponent, but at the end, what matters the most is that you simply win a game. So it's
And Ding now, fortunately for him, he only has to agonize over this for another 11 minutes. Well, we did have some questions about the time control in this event. And right now, there's 2 hours for the first 40 moves. They don't get any additional time. So Ding right now, he needs to make another 13 moves in the next 11, but also he needs to avoid getting checkmated. And I do feel the latter is more difficult than the first.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the time control actually at the candidates because we are used to playing tournaments with different time controls. So, and normally we would have like 1 hour 30 minutes plus 30 seconds. You know, so we use a different time control at the candidates and the World Championship.
No, I think the reason they are using this time control is because this is what is used in the match.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So this, I mean, not different here and the World Championship. So different than the official tournaments that we're used to play. So that's why. So for traditionally at the individual tournaments and team championships, we are used to play with a quicker time control.
But a quicker time control, but also one that is more forgiving if you use up all your time, because you know at the minimum you'll always have 30 seconds to execute each move. Whereas here, if you use all of your 120 minutes that you start out with, if you spend like 119 in the first 30, then you got 1 minute to make 10 moves, and that's it. If you don't average a move every 6 seconds, you're out. You lost the game.
It's funny because, I mean, when I was playing competitive tournament chess, and I don't know what it was for both of you, but I was very aware of how much, I took note of how much time I had on the clock, and I would almost divide how many average minutes I had per move once the opening stage was over. Because sometimes after the opening, you're already thinking on, as early as move 9 or something, right? Sometimes maybe you're on move 17 or something, right? But the moment I was out of the opening and I knew I was going to start spending time, did you guys ever do that, or was that just my mental illness? I would do a quick average math. I mean, like, all right, I can take 3 minutes per move on average, and I would complete time control. Like, did anyone?
Everyone did this.
Okay, I'm just making sure because I don't know how crazy I am.
I've never
Elmira
done this
says
in
no.
my life.
See, it's just us.
No, this is a completely crazy time management.
No, I'm not saying I would absolutely do it. It's not that I would do it, but I would make a mental note, right?
Of course, it's sort of, but you're trying to anticipate, But for example, look at Alexander Grishuk. How is he playing his games, So I mean, every situation should be looked at as unique, especially in chess. The situation can change so dramatically, and what I would do is I would note that sometimes I would spend more time than I should have.
Right.
On
would you do this ever? Like if you've got now you're down to 20 minutes and you've got 15 moves to make. Did you ever sort of do some sort of mental plan or map on how you would manage your time for the remaining of the time control?
No, that I can think of.
Okay, interesting.
I think we're about to have a checkmate on the board.
What?
Look at this. Ding has captured the pawn in the center of the board with his rook. We didn't even think about that because we were looking at the bishop is attacked, so we got to save the bishop. But with using the rook to capture, Ding is now threatening the black rook.
But then we can take on g2 and use the same mechanism, sacrifice the rook on f2.
Precisely.
Okay.
So we already looked at this checkmate. So takes on
give
g2.
Up the rook with check.
Give up the rook, and then
we already have it. Rook takes f2, king takes f2, and the rest, as they say, is a matter of technique.
We looked at this when white had no rooks, but it turns out even when white has 2 rooks, that's fine. It doesn't matter that white is 2 rooks up.
Hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen tuning in. We might have our first decisive result, and it is not the result that many people predicted. If Jan finds this now sort of clear combination, he will be punching his ticket to a victory.
And look at
black.
that. Look at
he
him.
Sees it.
He's looking
That's
up at his opponent.
That's a Jan who knows. Jan's hungry. Jan's hungry. He sees it.
Oh, yeah, no, he definitely sees it. This game is over. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, with the black pieces, the comeback story, he has been underestimated by many, myself included, I must say. I did not see Jan winning this once again. I thought he's too unstable. Maybe he still is. Time will show. It's a marathon of a tournament. But he is about to get off to what is the greatest start possible. Beating the bookmakers' favorite to win the entire thing with the black pieces. What a result.
Well, I told him that, Ding was bookmaker's favorite, so what a start.
But
actually, I was thinking maybe it's also easier to play a tournament when you're an underdog. I've been looking at the team sports, especially like how they deal with the pressure. And Fabiano was talking about this at the very beginning. So some of the teams, especially in baseball, in American baseball, they intentionally start, even if they've won the title several times, they intentionally start as an underdog, like psychologically. They say, so it's clean slate, we start all over again.
And he played H takes G2.
He sacrificed his rook, and Ding,
he knows.
Nepo is about to sacrifice another rook. Are you going to let him do it? I feel like I want to make this rule in chess, Danny.
Yeah, that you have to play it out to checkmate if you see it. There used to be times where people would announce mate on the board, right? And this is of course something that was like an epic intellectual achievement to announce that you've seen the mate before your opponent. It doesn't happen in modern chess, but this is as close to a game, as close to any game where it might actually happen. Jan knows it's checkmate. The Indian has announced that it is a forced mate. Liren knows that there's not many ways to deal with the threat of queen h1 other than taking the pawn on g2 with the king. I actually think the longest way to avoid mate is like moving the f-pawn and running the king out, but there's no world where he would do that. I think he's likely to take on g2, and the moment rook takes f2 is played, he will resign and shake Jan's hand. How much you want to bet?
Well, I don't know. I had once Viktor Korchnoi in front of me, and I was about to get mated, so he looked at me and he told me, "Oh, Mira, I think that you know how."
I think you know how this is going to go. This can go two ways, the easy way or the hard way. Whatever happened to cringy lines in movies like that? Anyway, I think Jan could look at Liren and say, this could go two ways, buddy. The easy way or the hard way. Poor Liren, and again, we did talk about this storyline. It's an unfortunate one that will probably continue. He's still not the same player that he was pre-pandemic. Will he find his form in Madrid? We don't know, but Jan certainly seems to have it going early.
And also, Ding arrived quite late to Madrid.
Yes, he did.
He only came 2-3 days
Yeah,
ago.
that's right. That's right.
And to me, I was really surprised when I saw that.
Yeah.
Because he's also coming with a quite big time difference from China, 6 hours. So, I feel like it's easy to say after the fact, right?
Right.
So I'm speaking with a lot of hindsight. But I feel like if it was possible, he should have arrived in Madrid earlier. And right now he knows that he's about to get checkmated.
But also he's traveling alone, it might be a very important factor to consider. So.
And he has a lot of pressure on him too, right? He's the #1 player from China. China's best chance at a world champion, maybe ever, is rested. Those types of comments and statements are resting on the shoulders of Liren. So starting off with a loss, especially when you have the white pieces, is not how he wrote the story in his travels to Madrid. So, of course, we wish him the best throughout the rest of the tournament. Anyone looking at Jan Nepomniachtchi as a fan is just super excited right now about what this player is bringing to the table. And of course, there are 3 other games still going. So if you're just tuning in, we're going to stay right here until the final moments for sure. We will, of course, be diving into the other 3 games in progress. All of them still with lots of chess ahead, but that's a sad Ding Liren right there. So looking at his opponent. I mean, this is obviously a big result. How surprised are you, Hammer, that this is what we're looking at?
I'm very surprised. And Ding has been such a classy player, such a solid player.
Yeah.
And for him to lose with the white pieces is rather rare. And to lose with the white pieces in one of the biggest games of the year, I can understand why he's just so upset with himself right now.
Almira, what's going through his head?
I'm not so surprised because as you've told our audience, we were doing some research before the tournament. We were trying to establish the psychological profiles of the players. So I underlined it before the tournament started. I thought that it might be a very tough situation for Ding.
Yeah.
So here we are from the very first round. He didn't handle the pressure. The opening didn't go so well. I think Jan played also.
Yeah, Jan should get a lot of credit.
Yeah, no, Jan played so aggressively, right? And we saw this moment where Jan sacrificed a pawn in the middle of the board, and Ding said, no, I do not dare capturing your pawn. And that was the start of the attack Nepomniachtchi now is completing.
You called it. I mean, seriously, full credit, Hammer. At the time, you said, this is a critical moment that Ding Liren did not take the pawn. I was wrong about that critical moment. I anticipated that Ding would accept defeat, but he's gonna let it play out a little longer.
Just Queen H1, Queen A1, and
Queen H1, Queen A1, and maybe then we see resigns. I mean, we'll just show it real quick on the board before Jan plays it. But Queen H1, King F2. Queen takes A1. I'm threatening to get a second queen in addition to Queen F1 checkmate.
So you have to take the pawn, and then Bishop H3 is presumably
okay,
checkmate.
so there's a little bit of life there. You take the pawn, and that does force Jan to find Bishop H3. So that makes sense, because, he'll find it, but you have to see that. If takes, Queen H1, and if the king moves, just Queen to F1 should be lights out here. So, okay, so makes sense that Ding is going to make Jan play the next few moves. Now I'll say he'll probably play it out until Bishop H3 is on the board, right?
I don't know. I think he'll resign when Jan captures the rook. Devastating start for Ding. But those are the realities of competitive, anything. That someone's got to win, someone's got to lose. And today, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the big winner. And frankly, he might not be the only one. We still have 3 more games going on, all of them with the potential of having a decisive result.
We will likely see the finish here. Take a very quick break before diving full steam into the battle between the 2 Americans. I see you, chat. I see people yelling. There's a lot going on between Caruana and Nakamura, and unfortunately for fans of the most popular chess streamer on the planet, it doesn't look to be going his way at this time. So, wow. Has day 1 delivered or what?
Yeah.
Are we having a good time?
Well, I know someone who's not having a good time right now, Danny. But the commentators and the neutral observers have really got bang for their buck so far. And I'm surprised Jan is oh, no, it's not Jan's move. Of course not.
It's Ding's move. By the way, we hear you, chat. We see you yelling at us. You know what? We're not going to go to break. Take that. We're going to stay right here and go right to Caruana Nakamura as soon as this particular game is done. We hear you, chat, and we want to see what happened there. 1, how did Caruana's position go from better to winning? And 2, what, if anything, can Nakamura do to hold that other position? You see all 4 games in front of you right now. And again, we want to stay right here with Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but we will be looking at Caruana Nakamura in moments.
And we had lots of move happen on the board. The queen has come in and captured the white rook in the left corner.
I said Bishop H3 would be resigns. There you go, Hammer. I called it.
Nicely
I love playing
done,
guess
Danny.
the resignation moment with Hammer. It's really high level stuff. It's really important stuff.
And also the big chess tradition of the arbiter
standing in front of the camera when all we want to see is the middle of the board and the handshake. Why can't the arbiters go to the other side of the clock? Like, can we get a communication? Almira, am I being unfair on that, or are you with me on that?
Well, it depends if you're a player, if you're a commentator. But then maybe for some technical reasons, he cannot go behind, you know, like the board.
All right. Well, we're going to head over to the game that we kept saying. Again, congratulations to Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will likely be catching up with our own Dina Belenkaya downstairs in just moments. But we got to jump back to this one. Fabiano has found a plan, found his form, whatever it is, or what we kind of predicted, that Hikaru's plan of castling short was just too risky.
Well, it could certainly look like that when we see the eval bar being massively in Fabiano's favor right now. But frankly, the reasoning for that is not at all obvious, because Hikaru is not even down a pawn. The main problem in his position right now is that his king is just so vulnerable.
Yeah.
With the white queen having infiltrated in behind the pawns. And frankly, well, normally a queen getting in behind the pawns it's normally spells trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But here it wasn't actually that difficult of a thing to accomplish, considering how aggressive Hikaru had been.
Right.
With those said pawns.
Well, it started here. Queen e5 was played. Well, I guess we should go back to where we left it. Almira, we left on e4. Fabi traded before playing c4. So that was indeed the right line. Rook e8. I guess that was the first move that the computer really didn't like. We looked at d takes c4. Understandably, that is a hard move to make, to allow queen takes e4, but even this was maybe good for. I don't know what black was supposed to do here.
Yeah,
but
no, it's just it seems to me this whole situation
no, we
was
had
difficult.
The other line because we didn't take on f8, and
that's right. It was
we
different.
allowed
That was different,
black to trade. Yes, so it's actually a more precise continuation.
More precise line.
Yes.
Yeah, we had
you
first
take
looked
on
at
f8, yes,
to show
and
Amira's
then
time.
play
We had looked at this and then here, and this was much more stable for Hikaru to hold. So Almira is pointing out that Fabiano improved on the analysis we had by taking and then playing c4. Apparently Hikaru maybe could have played queen f6 as a means, but I don't know how you walk into the face of rook f1. It feels very scary.
And also, what's kind of the point?
I don't know. So he plays rook e8, captures on d5 and knight f1. This is one of those positions where you look at, without even seeing what white's next move is, it doesn't matter, right? We're all nodding our heads off camera. You can't see us. This is just exactly what we're worried about when you're talking about a position where all the black's pawns were overextended. White can play a number of moves and be better forever. Finds the way to get the queen behind the pawns, has put the lady on d6, and where we currently stand, it's just, this is going to be a very hard position to hold for the black pieces.
Yes, knight e3 is coming.
Knight e3, knight g3. When this knight comes into f5 or h5, I mean, this is the problem, is that danger, Will Robinson.
Yeah, no, it does seem like the black king kind.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order for the broadcast to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get it back. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope that we can get things in order soon. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here on the broadcast. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll stick with us and be patient as we work to return. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get this back in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we work hard to get things in order. This video will now play on loop. How much longer does this have to go, guys? Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties on the broadcast right now. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical. For you fans, Hikaru still hasn't moved, so in theory, you didn't really miss anything, and all you got was a special treat of content of our special video for if the transmission should ever go down. So hope you enjoyed that, fans. We're looking at a tough spot for the 5-time U.S. champion right now. That's the reality, Hammer.
Yeah, no, Hikaru's king is in big trouble. He's trying to figure out how he can prevent the white knight from getting involved into an attack. And frankly, he's struggling to figure that out, which is why he's taking his time.
Yeah, it's tough, you know, especially because if you're in your own head as Hikaru, at some point in this game, you were feeling very comfortable. You know, you felt like you had parried the pressure, right, against the maybe the most well-prepared player in your generation in Fabiano Caruana, right? You were feeling good as black, and now this has definitely gone off the rails.
Yeah, certainly. So Hikaru here, he's also getting quite low on time. He's down to 9 minutes on the clock. And a reminder, the players are not getting additional time per move they make. So it's very critical that he stay in this, that he starts moving quicker, is what I was saying. And it's difficult to move quickly when you can't find a good move. And that's the struggles Hikaru is facing right now. He's spending all this time searching for a good move, but when the reality is there's no good moves available. And that has got his faces going.
Yeah.
And we can see he's very unhappy about this current situation.
As he should be. And time is ticking. He has only 8 minutes on the clock, even for a speed demon and blitz bullet legend like Hikaru. This is not a situation you want to be in. So that said, we know he's one of the most resourceful players on the planet, perseveres like no other in many ways. So we'll see what kind of tricks he has in store for Fabiano in his defense of this position. So he looks like he was about to make his move there. Still not. Now back in the think tank. Here we go. Nope. Yes. Bishop to c6. Was that it? Yep. Backs up the bishop. Logical move to put the bishop on a defended square where it continues to defend the e4 pawn. And
But that also means it's a very expected move for Fabiano.
Yep.
So he's going to answer with his move pretty quickly. He's going to get that knight in towards the middle of the board, headed further up to that f5 square Danny just highlighted. And if the knight is successful in landing on that square, it's going to be game over. So it's very important what Hikaru does now. And I guess he has to protect this square. I guess he has to go rook to f8.
I'm not sure whether he can play rook f8 or whether he could get away with queen to f8. I'm not sure we're seeing the live position update here. Again, if there are any technical difficulties right now, we do apologize. Hikaru has moved on the board. We don't see it. I believe he played queen to f8. Yeah. He did. He played queen to f8, so I'll go ahead and move it.
I think it's Hikaru to play. I think the queen is still in front of the king on the camera.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I wrong?
I mean, it would be the first time ever, Danny,
that I was
you're
wrong.
But you know,
save the being wrong jokes for my wife. Okay, I don't need it. Okay, you're right. Okay, he leaned in to move and it didn't make a move. I'm sorry. My apologies. Looks like the camera angle was awkward. I thought I saw a Hikaru hand move and then he didn't, and now he's giving us not a happy face. Hikaru is in a tough spot. He knows it. Will he resourcefully find a way to make this difficult for Caruana? What is the defense here, Almira, if anything?
Well, 5 minutes on your clock, it's a very tough spot.
This candidates tournament is delivering from day one.
It really is.
My gosh.
If you just tuned in, Jan Nepomniachtchi defeated Liren, one of the pre-tournament favorites, with the black pieces, saying, hey, I know everybody remembers Dubai, but let me remind you that I am one of the most dangerous players on the planet. Fabiano Caruana now looks like he might join Jan with a win in the first round. Hikaru looking to make tactics desperately. G3, what an interesting move, by the way.
Yeah, no, very interesting move from Hikaru. He's trying to create just chaos on the board, and he's definitely succeeding in doing just that. I'm very tempted with the white pieces now to go rook f1. So to be honest, I can't really see what Hikaru is planning if I go with my knight up the board, which was the previous intention. But knowing Hikaru, I know there's something.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit.
Let's try.
What can you simply take first? For example, take on g3 and just to maintain all the threats.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, also that seems good. Yeah, taking a free pawn would normally be my number one choice. I don't know why I dismissed it.
Yeah, taking the pawn seems okay. But I think your move rook f1.
Rook f1 was better, yes.
Just simple. Threatening knight f5. And I guess if takes h2, you can even, put the king on h1.
h1 was my idea.
The umbrella defense where you use your opponent's pawn against them. Here comes knight f5.
And then my idea was that if black here were to try and go rook f8 to try and, have more control of that f5 square, I thought maybe just trading everything might be good. Like I was saying rook f8 here, Danny. And then I thought, well, I have a knight. A knight can jump and attack both the light squares and the dark squares. So I was thinking just make lots of trades and win the endgame. But
no, my queen.
I can tell you're not an endgame fan, Danny. You want to get it decided.
Oh, I thought I was actually winning on takes h2, so apparently I didn't go full Eric Rosen. White is still winning, although it's kind of awkward actually. I guess you can check here and then win the pawn, so. You give up the knight, but anyway, okay, funnily enough. G3 has been played. Caruana still on the clock.
Well, there's a lot of good moves. So the good news for Fabiano is that he's trying to decide between many options that are all good for him. But on the other hand, that's one of the most difficult things in chess. When you have like 3 good options, how do you decide which one is better? They're all good, but which one is the best?
Oh, not to give any counterplay, first of all. Maybe Hikaru wants to sacrifice the g-pawn and then once again to use this e3 idea. Once you go knight f5 at some point to
But what is the move on knight f5?
I don't know. I just know Hikaru.
Takes and king h1. I'm just curious what it is.
But now I can always play e3 at some point
And
because
g2 is,
yes.
so you move the queen to not g4, but okay, somewhere like this.
Queen g5, I like this.
And here comes e3.
And then e3 next. So
okay.
This is a very interesting defensive resource, if I might say, because g3, then rook f1 probably is the best move in this position.
In the current position we have?
No, I mean when we started g3, rook f1.
Yeah.
What you proposed.
Yeah, that's what I meant with the current position. So yeah, Fabiano taking his sweet time right now, but there's definitely possibilities now for
trying to get a hold of you guys.
For
I know, but no one can hear Almira. Chat is screaming at us.
Hikaru is trying to create some trickiness, but yeah, right now it's looking good for him. For Fabiano, I mean, sorry. And Fabiano does, in fact, choose to just take the pawn. He says, okay, Hikaru, if you're just going to give me a pawn I can capture, just like that, I am going to take it. And I'm going to ask you why you're down a pawn for no good reason.
So you see, I think that's probably the safest move. We were discussing like how players actually make those decisions. So I asked why not h takes g3. So.
Yeah, and now the queen coming into the center. Hikaru desperately wants a trade of queens right now. And who can blame him? The black king is suffering and has been for a long time. And that's because of the potential of an attack against it. And the white queen is the main instigator of said attack. So trying to get rid of that would be a massive accomplishment.
Well, at this point, it wouldn't make sense to trade queens when your king is so open, but probably he's picking flavors at this point, unfortunately for Hikaru.
Yeah. No, I can't see Fabiano making the queen trade here. I would guess he moves the queen, and then the question is, what square?
Queen g6 or queen h6, you mean? Like,
queen g6 or queen h6. Both look good. I mean, at this point, anything that keeps the queen on the board and keeps the option open of this knight, which, by the way, now has a new option, right? g4, not just f5, is available for Caruana. So it's a very unhappy Hikaru.
Yeah. So I guess maybe queen h6, but queen h6 has the disadvantage of allowing queen takes g3. So Fabiano, actually, the more I think about this, the only option Fabiano has to avoid the queen trade is to also give up that pawn on g3. So I feel like Hikaru definitely accomplished something with this tricky play.
And let's show why. The idea is that if you give check, black will go back. And you could continue this game, I guess, but Hikaru's point is, if you're going to keep the queens on the board, you have to find a square that isn't g6. You have to find a different square which might give up g3.
Yeah.
Right? So that's an important point, actually. And we see Hikaru, knowing that he's worse, doing what he does best, which is defend and be resourceful. He doesn't go away quietly into the night, and he's holding on. Yeah. Well, queen to e5 has been played. Caruana now using his advantage on the clock, but it's not as big of an advantage as you'd like. You'll be lower than Hikaru in just a moment. So got to make a decision quickly here. We are at move 34, which means both players have 6 moves to make until they reach time control, where they are given extra time on the clock. So in the drama that is the approach to time control, it often feels like the game is just moments away from ending. But I would guess a result is not imminent here. I think that Hikaru will probably defend, and we will likely reach time control, and Fabi will have to do some work to convert this extra pawn and better endgame.
I was trying to calculate the variation, like queen h6 first, then queen g3. Probably we are not mating with knight f5, queen e1, king h2, or something like. I just wanted to sacrifice.
We'll just see for sure.
But you're losing after king f7, I think.
No? King runs.
Yes, king runs.
Very
so
nice.
That's what I was trying to calculate. So this variation is not possible.
That's actually really tricky, though, right? I mean,
yeah, but looks
it almost looks like it's over.
So queen g3 then, and but the knight is protected because I was I overlooked this. So maybe you can play rook f1 here.
Because the knight's defended.
The knight is on e3 is protected by the queen. So after rook f1, knight f5 is coming.
You're basically just trying to find moves to avoid trades, and the black king is not happy.
So then it is possible. So queen h6, queen g3,
rook f1.
Rook f1 then.
And now Hikaru will have to find yet another key defensive move. You can bring the queen back to g7 and offer another queen trade. Maybe that's the obvious idea. White can go back to d6.
No, well, I would try something like queen h5 or queen h4 because then rook f4 and then rook g4.
Yeah, actually, that's a really strong idea. Both moves, rook f5 and rook g5. I was only focused on the knight coming into those squares, but a rook lift.
But if I play, so maybe then queen h7, the rook is protected. Okay, queen h7, and you have to find another square.
Yeah, just no matter where white's queen goes, the black queen just follows suit, trying to make trades. And that's why Fabiano is using so much time right now. He's trying to figure out how he can get away from that queen trade. And frankly, I would say he's spending too much time because he was up several minutes on the clock in a winning position. Now he's actually down on time, and they still have an additional 6 moves to make before they get more time. So right now, Fabiano has to make 6 moves in whatever time he has left. It shouldn't be a challenge for a player of his level, but you know, he's still thinking.
Yeah.
So even though it's 3.5 minutes now, it might be 1 minute by the time he makes his move.
Well, likely what happens is they equally spend some time, and then we're going to see these last few moves rattled off very, very quickly. But definitely the position is critical. He knows it, and he keeps the queen on the board, gaining a little bit of time on the clock in a weird way, not because of increment, but just because you make one more move and get close to time control, which is what do they say? Every Russian schoolboy repeats. This is the phrase.
Well, this is a trick.
Yeah. You just repeat, get yourself one step closer to that magical 40 move marker.
So now he only needs to make an additional 4 moves.
Yeah.
But this time he needs to put his queen on a different square.
Yeah.
So he made that back and forth, making it 2 moves less until time control. Very tricky guy.
Yeah. It's actually huge. I think, again, a lot of people forget just the importance of that practical point, which is with more time, you can make better moves. So you don't have to deliver the knockout now if you can find a way to reach move 40 and not spoil it.
Yeah, well, especially while playing without increment. So this actually makes sense because back in the days, you know, we were playing with the Yantar clocks.
Back when we were playing chess. Back in the day when we were playing chess.
In the times of yore.
In the times of yore. It is an interesting storyline we're not talking a lot about because for those who may be just following the World Chess Championship cycle now or in the last match in Dubai, increment has only recently been removed. And while there's a lot of arguments in favor of that, right, for the games to be more exciting, for moments like this where someone could really lose on time, there are some naysayers who are against that idea of removing the increment. It definitely can lead to some lower quality moves potentially with no time. So, but all right, Queen H6
Well,
is
it
played.
creates lower quality moves because the players are bad at managing their time.
Well, wow. Tell me how you really feel. That's a
Well,
hot take.
I just spent 2 weeks in Stavanger, Norway for the
Okay.
Norway chess tournament. There they also had this 2 hours with no increment concept. And like Rajabov, for instance, he played there and he was so bad at managing his own time. And many like players who normally don't get into time trouble also were just bad at realizing that, you know, just make your moves a bit faster. So I think chess players are very prone to just using all their time in the moment, not really considering too much what's going to happen.
Well, but can you blame them that they grew up and they've played in these tournaments with increment for more than 20 years? So I understand what you're saying, and it's a good hot take, but the reality is when you develop a habit of managing your clock in a certain way, knowing that there's an increment and now there's no increment, right? I mean, that's fair, right? It's not like you can just flip a switch and suddenly you're a different time manager. By the way, Rajabov has less than a minute. We're focused on this game, and now we're focused on someone's butt, which is just fantastic. Fantastic. We are, there we go. The reality is no increment is leading to some drama here. Rajabov has less than a minute against Firouzja as they peter out into a rook ending where Rajabov is maybe a little better. Okay, we'll find out, but all right.
No, it's going to be a draw somehow, I think.
Yeah, this particular game.
Well, we just moved the board to Rajabov. Rajabov is up a pawn with the white pieces, but it may still be a draw.
Now we're back to Hikaru.
Now we're back to Hikaru, who did grab that pawn. So Hikaru is not down a pawn currently, and that is also the nicest thing you can say about his position. His king is somewhat vulnerable. Fabiano right now will bring his rook into the attack. Yeah, Hikaru will try to get those queens exchanged off. And we're not certain how Fabiano is going to avoid it. But luckily he is.
Yeah,
and he steps 2 squares back.
Almira predicted that this retreat was better than going back to d6, correctly so. Queen h4 or queen h5 were both possible. But, and they both, one of the main new ideas is that it opens up this rook lift, which of course is a new problem that black now has to face.
Yeah, but what about queen e7? I mean, Hikaru doesn't have a choice. Hikaru just needs to continue offering trades. He does it in a different fashion, but the idea is the same. Just trying to get those queens off the board. There's one more move until we're at move 40.
Yeah.
So when they make their next move, the players will be getting a lot of additional time. Fabiano, now safe, over an hour on the clock, immediately takes off. And Hikaru defends with his queen, offering the queen trade yet again, which means this time scramble is over. And we may be able to join some of the other scrambles.
Yeah, Hikaru reaches time control, but doesn't get up from the board, which maybe says something, right, about how he feels. He knows that his work is not over with despite getting more clock. Fabiano, on the other hand, immediately took a break. And we take a look at the 3 games remaining. As we quickly showed the Rajabov-Firouzja game, although, okay, this one has not reached time control yet, so there's still a little bit of drama here with both players having about a minute.
Yeah, we'll follow this until they reach time control, and then we'll take a break and recap after.
We're going to make sure that every game reaches time control before we take a break. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, chat. Right now we've got only a couple more moves to make here.
Yeah. Firouzja is trying to defend. He's just making sure that he gets his king over to that side of the board where Rajabov had an extra pawn. And in doing so, Firouzja has given himself an endgame down a pawn. But because there are so few pawns remaining, he should be able to hold out for a draw even so.
Indeed. It's an awkward draw. a little bit, right? Because it's not the traditional sort of 2-on-1, you know, when there's no pass pawn and you have a lot of thematic, well-known kind of defensive ideas. There's going to be some trickiness to this, right? Even at the highest level, I think that there are opportunities to go wrong. So Rajabov,
I think that he will still try.
yeah, he'll try. And as an experienced player who's won himself more than a drawn endgame or two, because that's what Brian Boitano would do, he's not going to just take a draw in this game for sure. Let's quickly check on the other game to ensure that it has reached time control before we send this thing to a break. The only other game that is remaining, I guess, of the three left, Caruana Nakamura, Rajabov Firouzja, is Duda versus Rapport, but we have also reached time control here. It's funny, this endgame actually looks very similar to an endgame study that I was given by Dvoretsky, of all things, as you know, Dvoretsky's biggest disappointment here. Did you know that was my hashtag? Dvoretsky's biggest disappointment?
No.
Yeah, that's my nickname. That was my nickname in my early 20s. But okay, jokes aside, we are. I think Duda heard my joke with that little smile there. Oh, Danny, that's hilarious. Dvoretsky's biggest disappointment. We're gonna take a break, and when we come back, we will have still so much ahead. There are still 3 games in progress. Much more action in round 1 here. Likely at least one more decisive result before we put this thing in the books. And we may have a special interview with one of the players when we return. So don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates from Madrid returns in a few. FIDE Candidates is the most important tournament in chess. Taking place every 2 years, the Candidates qualifies the victor to challenge the reigning world champion in a World Chess Championship title match. The 2022 Candidates will feature 8 of the world's best chess players. They've all earned their spots through 2 years of fierce competition. They now head to Madrid, Spain, where everything will be settled over the board. One of those 8 spots is always reserved for the previous World Chess Championship challenger. Jan Nepomniachtchi would love nothing more than a second chance at the throne, but he has to get through 7 other great players in Madrid first. 2 spots went to the top finishers of the most prestigious open chess tournament in the world, the FIDE Grand Swiss. Alireza Firouzja won the Grand Swiss, turned the heads of everyone in doing so, and has become the youngest player in history to cross the 2,800 ELO rating barrier. He would become the youngest World Chess Champion of all time should he win the Candidates and ultimately the World Chess Championship match. Fabiano Caruana joined him, taking the other spot from the Grand Swiss. The US #1 and 3rd highest rated player in the history of our game is also the only person to never lose a classical chess game to Magnus Carlsen in a World Chess Championship match. 2 of the spots were claimed by the winners of the dramatic 2022 FIDE Grand Prix cycle. Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura is a former world #2, a blitz and bullet chess legend, and the most popular chess streamer in the world. He was joined by GM Richard Rapport. The Hungarian #1 is one of the most creative and dangerous minds in the game today, and nobody is looking forward to facing him in Madrid. FIDE awarded one of the 8 spots to the wildcard invite Grandmaster Timur Rajabov. Raja missed the 2021 candidate cycle in consideration of COVID concerns. But as the oldest, most experienced player in the field, he's looking to use that knowledge and punch his ticket to the World Chess Championship title match. And finally, 2 spots go to the top 2 finishers of the world's largest knockout tournament, the absolutely grueling FIDE World Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the Polish #1, punched his ticket by ousting none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals of that event. Duda would ultimately defeat Karyakin in the final to win the World Cup. However, Karyakin, due to suspension from play by FIDE, sees his spot go to China's #1, Grandmaster Ding Liren. Ding Liren takes the spot due to being the highest rated eligible player according to the May 2022 FIDE rating list. So that's how each of our 8 competitors earned their bids to Madrid. Inside the Palace of Santona, it's about who can sustain the mental endurance to secure the coveted slot as challenger for the world title. But we're not sure who that will be just yet. We do know this. We'll enjoy watching every minute of the candidates with the Chess.com community as we see how the most important tournament in chess plays out together. Madrid. Civilization here is almost as old as the game of chess. Some claim the queen was given her powers to honor Queen Isabella. That, my friends, is a chess legacy. Passion for chess continues to thrive in Madrid. For the first time in 30 years, Spain's capital plays host to the candidates, the most important tournament in chess. At the Palace of Santona, the stakes are high. 8 of the world's best players competing for the right to challenge for the most coveted title in chess, the World Chess Championship. The candidates is grueling. The winner requires mental endurance and unbreakable focus. There are those familiar with the biggest stages in chess, yet still chasing unfinished business. And others from the next wave of stars with little patience for yielding to those before them. Mis amigos, the next challenger to the world champion of chess must come through Madrid. Like Queen Isabella before them, the candidates is all about leaving a legacy. Nakamura is back in his chair. He knows he has his work cut out for him defensively. He knows that this is a big moment. It's funny, the computer being very harsh on Queen H4.
But
because
why is this a mistake?
the reason is because Queen H5, I think, was much stronger.
You think
Queen
so?
No, it's just because it's a repetition. It's because Fabiano went back and forth.
Ah, okay. No, but I think here originally Queen H5 was the reason.
Okay.
I think.
Well, I think regardless, as long as Fabiano just avoids the trade, he's doing so well. Because even though he's not up a pawn or anything, it's just the exposed black king is a massive issue for Hikaru. And notice how Hikaru here, despite being able to go Queen H7, offering the same position for a second time, he's actually thinking about it. Because right now, he feels like, well, I didn't really like the position I had. I don't want to give him another option to go there.
But does he have another option?
Not really. And that's Hikaru's problem.
So Queen H7.
Well, there must be something else he's thinking about, or he wouldn't be paused. I mean, he knows he's in a tough spot. But I think it actually is important that you don't always just repeat when you're on the losing side.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's very instructive from Hikaru. Last time he had this position, he had seconds on the clock. Now he has a bit under an hour. The circumstances have changed completely, and he should take his time, as he now is doing.
There he is, trying to hold. Hikaru Nakamura does not want to start his 2022 FIDE Candidates bid with a loss. He is going to do everything he can to hold this game. And you know, Hikaru and I talked recently after one of his Rapid Chess Championship victories, one of his many Rapid Chess Championship victories. He does it a lot. And it was a tournament where he started off on the wrong foot. And every round he got by, me and I think it was Anna Rudolph that day, my co-commentator, were like, this is a bad sign. You don't get many chances to put someone away. And sometimes you have that experience where tournaments where you started off on the wrong foot can ultimately help you find your form as long as things don't go completely wrong, right? So, of course, he still has much work to do here. And Fabiano Caruana is surely in the driver's seat. But it's only a +2 advantage. And Hikaru holds bad positions for breakfast. He loves them. Num, 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 right? And if he holds this game, you might ultimately be talking about a motivated Hikaru, and Hikaru who finds his form a little more quickly because of the tough spot he was in Game 1. Almira, what do you think about that?
Well, the thing is that this position is a very technical one. You know, right. Like if there would be a few more pieces on, like where the character of the position would be completely different. There is +2 and +2. You know, that's a huge difference. So I think that here Fabiano will convert, you know, his advantage rather confidently. So what is he thinking about? You know, Rookie 5?
I honestly cannot tell. I saw in Twitch chat some people were shouting out for bishop to d7. Which does have the advantage
that's interesting.
of preventing the white knight from coming to this f5 square and the g4 square.
Well, it also prevents the rook lift because you guard g4 and you guard f5, right? So you can't go here to rook g5, and if you could go to f4, I guess. But the point is that g4 is protected. So,
but my concern is that this also opens up options for white to choose a different direction with the knight. For instance, knight d5.
Maybe not right away?
Maybe not right away, because if I do go knight d5 here, then the queen comes in for a nasty check, attacking the king and knight at the same time.
Hilariously, it's still only a draw, though, for black. Because
which kind of illustrates how bad Hikaru's position is.
I'll just show it real quick.
You can blunder a knight and still be able to save the game.
When you can draw with queen g3 and queen h4, or even maybe queen h2, that shows you how open your opponent's king is.
So actually, this bishop d7 was just played.
He played it. Okay,
by
very
Hikaru.
good.
And now I would expect something like rook d1. And the point of this move is quite simply to put some pressure down the open file. So rook d1, pointing down towards that black bishop, but also preventing the black queen from making this double attack we saw earlier.
I like that.
And I'm considering the plan of going knight to d5, but I'm also considering Almira's plan of rook to d5. I mean, getting the rook into the attack would be just as valuable as getting the knight there. So black probably has to play bishop e6.
So you mean that like he's practically forced to give up the pawn on e4? Okay.
So bishop e6 has to be played, but then the bishop is blocking the rook, and I'm able to capture the pawn. And actually, the computer kind of hated that.
No, but white's still better. I mean,
yeah,
it's an instructive
but
idea.
I think it's also very instructive, the fact that the computer is not that big of a fan of actually managing to win this pawn on e4.
It is.
Because if we go back one move, I think that's the best way to illustrate it.
Here or in the main game?
Sorry, if you go in the main game.
Here.
Back one. Because here, the pawn on e4 is essentially blocking both black's bishop and black's rook. So this pawn, in many ways, can be considered a disadvantage. Like, if Hikaru in this position got the option of, okay, you have to make a move, or you can remove one of your pieces, Hikaru would choose to remove his pawn on e4.
I'm trying to take it off the board. The board won't let me.
Because then it opens up for the bishop down towards the white queen, and it opens up for the rook against the knight.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Sometimes a pawn is your best friend. Sometimes your opponent's pawn is your best friend, especially in the case of a knight. We know that not many pieces like blockading, but knights thrive in that position. And the computer is basically telling us, look, I like white's position, not so much because I might win a pawn. I like white's position because of the potential to attack the king. And so it makes even more sense why bishop d7 was a good move by Hikaru, because these are the types of moves that he has built his reputation on. Resourcefully finding only moves that feel a little bit counterintuitive. I feel like in a recent hype video we saw from the Grand Prix when he found this move f5 as black, this is what he does. He is not going to make this easy. Just so all the fans know, Almira and Hammer and I were talking at the break. We're like, yeah, all these games look like they might have been almost over at time control. I'm like, no, we're going to be here for hours, everybody. Buckle up. I guarantee you at least one of these games takes us here for a long way.
Danny, I was looking still at a very direct knight f5, because bishop f5, rook f5, I want to play rook g5.
Okay.
Your only move is probably rook e5 here, no? How can you...
Or rook e6.
Rook e6, yes. Rook e6 is maybe even a better option. Okay, so...
there must be something with here.
What are we missing? Because,
It feels like I'm in some sort of like Philidor position, queen and rook.
I mean, black's king is not having a good time this entire game.
But what is it? It's check and rook h5, rook h6. There must be something here for white. Oh, now you go to g5? Or you go to d5?
Yes, rook d5, rook d7 is a nice idea.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh, that felt so good.
No, but really, how are you defending yours?
No, I think that's it. Okay, so this is sort of an instructive little
because queen
shuffle.
a1, rook d1 first. And
yeah.
then
Let's show that at the end of the line.
Course.
If queen to a1, you have rook d1 with tempo. That's what a battery is. Queen and rook guard each other, and now no matter where the queen goes, your next move is rook to d7 with devastating effects. Wow. Okay, so...
But you have to be very precise in your calculations if you play knight f5. If you're not winning, you're spoiling all the advantage. So, and we all know how deeply Fabiano calculates.
Yeah.
So I think that he's considering this move now. So knight f5, bishop f5, rook f5. So not rook e5?
Well, now that you've kind of completely dismantled my move, I guess rook e5 should be investigated.
But why was it dismantled? I actually liked rook d1, bishop b6, and queen e4. I understand that...
Okay, let's go back to that line after rook e5, because I think that this was really the defensive point that we can just see that rook e6 was losing to that shuffle idea. So now let's go back to the first suggestion of rook d1. Even though the computer says your advantage is not that big here, winning this pawn. You know?
It's always tempting winning a pawn.
Yeah. It's funny, if you could just put this bishop on c6, black is winning.
Yeah.
Just like if in one move you could play bishop c6, you're sacrificing the rook on e3 and Bob's your uncle on g2. But you can't do that. And bishop d7, I believe, probably just queen d5 check.
You need a second board and a back house chess, and the bishop.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Or even you just take, actually.
Probably just take the pawn.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hikaru's never going to make it easy for you, is he?
No, he's not. I mean, it's hard. There's no version of commentating on these positions without me having Hikaru bias-itis. I commentate on his games probably more than any other player, and you just see it happen so often. He's so resourceful. He perseveres so well, and I think it is because of the reputation that kind of got him to where he is. He's an online chess legend. He's played maybe more games than like anybody else in his generation, right? If we count online chess games, and he's aware of how many opportunities you can have in a bad position, and he keeps his cool, and objectively this position should be winning for white, but winning it will be another story for sure.
So, should we take a look at this Duda game that we haven't really?
Yeah, we can do that.
Given we gave the Duda game a lot of attention
early on
in the first 10 moves, and then as the Polish player kind of let his advantage slip.
But I feel this is
we started ignoring him.
This is sort of position that Magnus would love to play, like at the very beginning, when the end game started, he loves having 2 bishops, and gradually improving the position. So I have a feeling that maybe he had more. No, Jan-Krzysztof?
Well, it's funny. It tells you how strong Magnus's reputation, because when you said this is a position Magnus would love to play, I wasn't even sure which side you were referring to. I was like, Magnus will win this position with either side. He has a passed c-pawn if he's black, and he has the bishop pair if he's white.
No, actually, I think a little bit before they traded rooks.
Okay.
I think it felt that white had something.
White definitely had something.
I mean, not something tactical.
We can go to that position. So you want to go to king d7 before the rooks were traded?
I would think.
Perhaps white shouldn't have played rook a6?
Well, I mean, I think just, correct me if I'm wrong, Almira, but around move 20, very early on in this endgame, we still had that situation with black having that inferior pawn structure. Was this when you were referring to?
No, later on, because because black tried to trade the dark square bishops, but he played bishop f8 first. Here, somewhere here.
The advantage feels like it's already slipped.
Yeah,
I mean, Rapport has sort of used his separate pawns to his advantage in that he's using the open squares and the open lines.
Yeah, Rapport did a really
he did a very good job coordinating
his king over there to kind of protect those pawns.
Which isn't an accident for those watching this type of high-level chess. It's super instructive to see that everything Hammer was highlighting about the weak pawns is true. They're isolated and not great. But black didn't make a decision to keep the king over here. Black made the decision to run the king to the queen side, knowing that the king would be needed and very useful later on. And I think that type of foresight can sometimes take a much worse, maybe losing position into a holdable one. So Rapport gets a lot of credit for how he coordinated his defense.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed in Duda, but I'm also it must be said that Rapport did a great job of defending this.
Computer wanted king c6 instead of rook d8, but I'm not sure exactly where Duda missed his advantage then. Oh, right here there was a huge opportunity.
What, there was a blunder?
Well, Engine is saying this is completely winning for white, which must come as a bit of a shock to the players at this stage. Pawn to a4 is a really mysterious move to me. I think it has to be about the pawn on a5.
Just fixing it.
Yeah, that pawn can no longer move forward. But after bishop d4, I mean...
what do you do after bishop d4? It's a very strange evaluation
is being suggested.
To me.
Wow. Yeah, no, computers, I guess maybe h4 and g4 is the idea. Like knight b4, knight b7 now. At some point, the knight has to move.
Your point is you're creating an outside pass pawn over here.
Maybe. But, I mean, to me, this still looks like a tricky position for both sides. I don't know why the eval bar is so enthusiastic on White's behalf. But yeah, there was definitely, and this was also the stage of the game where they just had no time, right? And that's pretty typical that these opportunities are often missed.
It is obvious the advantage that Rapport has here versus here, right? I mean, so I think the optical...
No, but the reason for why Duda did this is because he won a pawn.
He brings the rook back.
Yeah, retreating the rook forced the king off the defense of the side pawn, and then he captured it.
It's fascinating, though, because the cost came at a very uncoordinated rook. Because if you move the bishop, I think black has c4 and then bishop c5. Is that it?
Probably, yeah.
So just to show it for everyone, the whole point is if you move, black has something like this. Maybe? No. No, he says actually just give up the exchange and you've got...
No, but I think that's...
yeah, a little bit of a horizon effect suffering from the computer right now.
Well, it was bishop takes c4, Danny.
Bishop c4.
I missed that.
Mm-hmm.
You take and then you have an inner...
Yeah.
In between.
The computer is just so nasty with it.
It's funny, every time I think the eval bar is wrong, I realize I'm just going too fast and not appreciating that there is a better move I didn't find.
Yes, but still, Daniel, look at this position because your rook on b3 is very awkward. So maybe you were right. So just go bishop e1 here. And then...
Oh, so you're saying he
bishop
should
e1.
have done this?
Well, look at the rook at b3. So what's like, I'm not sure how to continue. But I just realized because your bishop, well, bishop b2 is threatening. If you're
so you
playing
just
rook
like make
d3.
a move. Is that your point?
Yes, make him something.
Well, maybe not that move, Danny.
Well, maybe I was not sure. I think
that allowed
maybe...
rook b8. Yeah. I apologize. So.
Okay,
So okay, king c7 instead. Just make a move.
Oh, perfect.
But I'm only finding it because you pointed it out that basically I don't play c4 because I don't have to play c4. The rook can never leave the b file without b2 hanging. You can't play a4. There are no squares on the b file, hence the reason why for those maybe we're going too fast for, that's why Hammer scolded my rook a7 move because it would have allowed rook b8.
And also after king c7 you can play c4, bishop c5, but there's bishop c4 doesn't work.
So after king c7,
crazy.
black is actually threatening the earlier idea that I was showing was c4. Okay, so what a tough position this was.
Yeah, no, it was certainly tricky.
The players were in a huge time scramble. So I guess if we learned anything from what we just analyzed there to get you all caught up with the live position, it's that it was incredibly complicated. But really, if you're applauding one player's efforts, I think from the beginning, you have to be looking at Rapport's spot, what he was able to do in regards to coordinating a proper defense, and just be impressed with what he did because he gives up the a pawn, and now Duda had to trade the rooks, right? There was no other way to hold on. Moving the bishop wouldn't have been an advantage. In fact, maybe moving the bishop loses the rook to king c7 and c4. So instead, he trades rooks, which gives back the pawn, and we head to an endgame of relative equality, as they say. Like I said, a position, you know it's an equal position when you say it's a position Magnus would win with either color.
Yeah, no, I mean, white is definitely still for preference, but the bishop on a6, I think, is the key piece to note here. Because that bishop is unable to get back into the game. The knight on d6 is perfectly protecting all the squares white's bishop wants to use. And so the only real way for Duda to kind of release his bishop from the edge of the board would probably be to
go for
capture
an opposite code bishop
knight.
ending.
Yeah, but then that's going to be a draw.
Well, first you need to play bishop g5.
Yeah.
You need to protect the pawn.
Hammer's point, for those who don't speak fluent opposite code bishop ending, is that if an opposite code bishop ending occurs, even if you win this pawn, which you might not, by the way, like maybe you don't even win it, but just to prove the point, if you take and win this pawn, so many of these endgames are just impossible to win because when your opponent sets up a blockade on the opposite color square of your bishop, you have no real means of breaking that blockade. And so we see many endgames, despite someone having a one or even sometimes two pawn advantage, and in a rare case, even more pawns, you're unable to win. So that's kind of what Hammer's saying, is that if you look at the live position, the knight has some octopus arms and closing that bishop on a6, and probably the only way out is to essentially offer a draw by going to an opposite code bishop position.
But, well, now bishop
your
g5.
favorite thing right there.
Yes.
Here comes the but.
Yes. So now, well, bishop g5 has to be played to defend the pawn. And there is this idea of king to d1. So bishop g5 was just played by
king d1 or bishop e7 first?
Well, king d1, I thought.
Okay.
And basically, you're just trying to bring your king in to capture the pawn on c4. So I'm going to work my king up through the c2 square, then the c3 square, and then try and capture that black pawn on c4.
And that would be a big difference, because if you take there, it's the same color bishop ending, which is very different than the obstacle bishop ending. White will have real winning chances there because there's no real auto blockade, as they say, right? What's going through Duda's head at this time? He knows he had a great position out of the opening, maybe squandered some good prep. Who knows? Time will tell. But now he's got to buckle down and try to win this thing for a second time. Elmira, what's the right mindset there?
Well, you could also look at the situation differently. Richard had a very bad position. He is almost on the verge of making a draw, and he could release, the tension. So probably this is the moment where Duda still has to, to find a plan. I like very much King D1, because Richard could say, okay, it's a draw, easy defense. No, there are still, a few problems down the road. So King D1, King C2, and Black has to find a few precise moves in order to make this draw.
Yeah, not simple.
I actually like this King D1, King C2, King C2. But okay, if I start attacking your bishop, so King D7, King D1, King D7. Let's try it. King D1 and King D7.
Has it been played? No,
not we're just trying to, because otherwise, what else do we have? And King D7. So Bishop A5. Back to the same position. Otherwise, I would play King C6. And now King C2.
I like this. Note that there's more than one way to undermine the knight, too. I mean, not that the bishop to D8, forcing the bishop there and going to E7. You could always go here if you needed to. Like if somehow King C3 was met with King C5, my point is you could check it back.
You need to keep the bishop on E3, so when you play King C3, I have to give Bishop D4 check. You see, when you play King C3, my bishop has to check you. So probably at some moment I have to go Bishop B3 back.
Yeah, how about this moment?
Yeah.
But then
now Bishop D8,
Bishop D8,
yes, and then Bishop D8, now King C3.
It's like a triangulation, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so.
You're losing a tempo to gain a tempo.
That's quite tricky.
Yeah.
I'm very glad I came up with that.
Yeah.
So that means actually what Dvoretsky says, if you cannot defend passively, you should always look for an active defense, sort of. Right. You should hold your position in an active way. So what else do we have? We have F5 there, I think. Not Bishop E3, but or something. I'm looking. While your bishop is still on A6, we should
this makes sense.
Do something very concrete. But I'm not sure this is such a good move either. So
I think also what you can do is instead of moving the king back to C6, you can just go,
here, Bishop B3 here. Maybe.
Anything. Or I can go Bishop H6. I'll just do anything. I'll let you get the king to C3. Maybe not all the way to C3. I'll go Bishop E3 here.
Bishop B3
so that
here?
when you go King C3, I can go Bishop D4 check. And then when the king goes
King
up,
B4.
I was going to go Bishop F2.
I'm afraid, I think C3, King B3. And then...
Yeah, and the pawn is corralled.
I was going to go Bishop F2.
Oh, where?
Instead of C3. But there may have been some trickiness I missed. I don't know if you can do that, Danny, when instead of C3, Bishop F2 was trying to be tricky. So
say that again, Hammer.
He wants to give Bishop B1 check, like at the position that we were analyzing.
So, King D1.
King D1, King D7.
Let's say Bishop A5, King C2.
Well, Bishop H6.
Here we move
Bishop
somewhere,
H6,
right?
yes, sorry.
King C2, Bishop E3, King C3. And my idea was to go Bishop D4 check here. and then when the king steps up, I was going to go bishop f2, with the intention of going bishop e1 and pointing out that the a5 bishop was kind of awkwardly placed, because when we give a check, we can capture the bishop afterwards. However, apparently this was not as clever as I had originally thought.
Why not, actually? Like, how do we defend?
I'm not entirely sure, but the computer was not happy with me.
Oh.
So yeah, I think the point to stay with is that it's still a tricky position. There are ways for white to improve their position. There are probably not ways for black to improve their position, which means white has the pressure to keep improving and then trying to figure out what happens.
That's what I wanted to say. Like, there's still some venom in this position, and like Ricci has to be very careful. You know, just, well, not saying, phew, you know, it's done, it's a draw, because it's not an easy draw for the moment.
I like the point, though, about the fact that white holds all the cards. White can play tickle as long as you want, right? And Magnus would do that, right? Just sort of find every way possible to bounce around the position. Don't make it so easy for your opponent to defend. But all right, well,
actually, yes, because that was exactly the point in, well, if you come back to the game between Timur Rajabov and Alireza Firouzja, because he doesn't like defending those positions, you know, technical draws, you know, so he's a pawn down, but it's a draw probably, but then you still need to make it.
Yeah, it's just because it is a draw doesn't mean you will hold the draw, right? And we're going to see, of course, if Rapport can hold this position against Duda. But while we wait to find out the answer to that, as well as the other two games that are still going, our own Dina Belenkaya caught up with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who thus far has had not just the biggest win of the day, the biggest win of the tournament. Let's see what the victor, Jan Nepomniachtchi, had to say with Dina.
And we are back with Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has just beat Dean Liren in the round 1 of FIDE Candidates 2022. Jan, first of all, congratulations.
Thanks.
You just beat the highest rated opponent in the tournament with black. Isn't there a better start to a tournament?
No, I mean, a win is always a win, but I guess it was quite smooth, and overall, I didn't analyze, but I'm quite pleased with the game. But I think that, you know, highest rated to lowest rated, I mean, everyone is pretty strong player here, so that's not such a big difference. Just great that I managed to score.
Coming from Russia, I bet you're enjoying Madrid's weather.
Yeah, a lot. Finally some warm weather, yeah.
You must have played in many museums before. Is this palace up to your standards?
Well, I'm not going to live here, so I'm not going to transfer.
Are you unfortunate that you're not going to live here?
Well, I think here is also a court, so that's maybe not such a good idea to live here.
Fair enough. Just out of curiosity, do you have some new members in your team for these candidates?
I won't tell you.
And now we are back again as Duda fiddles the piece, right? A lot of players do that when they're looking for something to do with their hands. They fiddle the piece. How's that for an observation?
Yeah.
They don't have long hair.
They don't have long hair. So although some of the players do fiddle their hair, I've seen more than a few people pull their own hair out while playing. So yeah, Hammer, what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to talk about some chess. Never mind.
You know, what are you doing? What do you think this is?
I don't know.
But talking about hair, have you noticed that Nipur Reloaded has a different hairstyle as well? You know, like
I did not notice
after
that.
the match, you know, he was looking like a samurai for quite a while.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but he cut it during the match.
Well, yes, but no, he kept it that way. So
yeah, okay, no, that's a good observation. Well, Duda is As I said, I think that often what happens is we have a big time scramble right around move 40. I think some point here we have to get back to Caruana Nakamura, because the longer Fabi thinks, although okay, he actually did. He just played Rook D1, so we have that. I was about to say the longer Fabi thinks, the more I feel like maybe Hikaru is putting up some problems. But Caruana did eventually play Rook D1, as originally suggested by our own Jan Ludwig Hammer here.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm surprised Hikaru hasn't moved yet. Because as far as I'm concerned, that threat of moving the rook up to d5, which would let the rook get into a very dangerous attacking position, I feel like that has to be stopped. And that Hikaru here should play the move bishop e6.
Well, knight d5 is also a threat that is almost as devastating as rook d5. But okay, I agree. Go ahead, Almira.
No, I thought that he could still parry this threat by, after rook d5, I think that I still have rook e5. And then if you take rook e5, queen e5, queen d8, queen e8,
But
I don't know.
what are you doing in the meantime?
Yes, but I have to make a move.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So, because otherwise you don't actually have rook e5, right? Because of queen to d8 check.
Exactly.
And the bishop is hanging, so.
It's very difficult to, so I cannot play bishop c6 because of knight f5. That's another problem. So,
Yeah,
and bishop c8.
This is, now we're coming around to why Hammer is surprised. Because bishop c8, I think it's just knight d5.
Knight d5, yes.
So,
we considered this before.
I think bishop e6 is a very hard move.
You think?
Well, he hasn't played it yet, so I'm thinking he's not thrilled about having to give up the pawn.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. Well, I don't like giving away pawns either.
I love the disdain in your voice.
Well, the thing is, getting checkmated is worse than losing a pawn.
Once we finally agree.
Yeah.
But my point is, I mean, it's a big decision to make, right? You're changing your whole defensive setup to give up the pawn, but Hikaru...
Yeah, he played it.
He does indeed make that decision. And we have bishop e6 on the board, and Hikaru gets up to take a quick break. He's up on the clock, which again is no longer the dramatic storyline it was as the players neared move 40, but it is a notable difference here, 14 minutes.
Yeah, but actually getting an additional 1 hour after 40 moves is quite rare. Like these championship tournaments are one of few places where you get that much additional time. So the players will be used to having to kind of stress even after making move 40. But here they got all the time in the world, and it's kind of it can be difficult at times to kind of find the right pace.
Yes, because we're used to a different kind of scenario. You barely make it to the move 40, then you run to the bathroom. Then
you have half an hour.
Yes, you have half an hour left. Then you have to be very precise while you make your move 41. So basically, you spend like 15 to 20 minutes, and you're in the time trouble once again.
It's so true. Although in that time control, again, most of the time we have increment. So it's a different... It is interesting, and I know I apologize to those who have never maybe played over the board chess or don't quite follow the language. This is a very interesting storyline because most of this generation grew up playing the type of time control Almira was just describing, where yes, move 40 adds time, but it's usually less. The trade-off is you have 30 seconds added to your clock every move. That's the increment we keep referring to. And so you will see games won by guys like Grishik, who you mentioned, getting down to literally 1 or 2 seconds, making a move calmly, getting 30 seconds, rinse and repeat that as they play a position, right? It's a very different feel, right? Here we see time pressure is very real in this sense because you are not getting saved by that increment. So you have to manage your clock, as Hammer said. Many of them maybe don't manage it well without an increment, right, Hammer? And that's kind of what we see.
Also, it's having this extra time is almost a luxury, you know.
Yeah. Well, speaking of luxuries, we all have a little more time here for a second. I think we should back up when we have a chance, remind everybody that there are still 3 games going. You can take a look at the boards. We'll give the macro description of it. You've got Firouzja in a position where he should be drawing, but I think Rajabov is going to make him work. He has an extra pawn. We have Duda sort of playing for 2 results. It's not without some risk, but for the most part, white is in control with the bishop pair. And then we have the game we're looking at right now where apparently we have a computer that has changed its mind. I think maybe we will go right back to Caruana Nakamura. I apologize, because with some time to think, and that is one thing we should remember, that the computers are accurate instantly, especially on blunder checks, often pointing out the mistakes us humans miss. But with time, they can also come up with really deep ideas that we're not necessarily seeing. And the computer has suddenly said in this Caruana game that knight to d5, which doesn't actually surprise us because it's the idea we talked about.
Yes, but compared to the other line that we analyzed, we had the rooks on the F file,
Yeah.
so it's even stronger.
It's even
so
stronger. So the
take,
computer has suddenly said that knight d5.
So if you take...
Which is specifically the move Hikaru was trying to prevent with his latest bishop.
So now rook e5 probably doesn't work because
I think just check and check. Right? Just so rook d8, rook d7 wins the queen, which means you can't take it. And so the computer is saying Hikaru has to, oh my gosh, you have to play this and then run the king to f7 is the only way to keep the game going.
That's rough.
Oh, wow.
But, you know, feels like something Hikaru would do.
It looks exactly like something Hikaru Nakamura would do.
And in fact, this is not the winning way for Fabiano.
Yeah, 97 check is not the win. I was just sort of highlighting the key point to the line. The computer says only now you take.
Which is not obvious, but I guess the point is here that this time when the queen captures the pawn in the center, you're also having an attack on the bishop, which you didn't have previously.
Yeah.
When the rook was defending the bishop.
But also when you take a pawn, then you can transpose to an endgame. So okay, I will trade queens eventually, and I will play with an extra pawn.
Is this a winning ending if the queens and knight came off the board? Like with
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. No, but I mean, I want to keep my knight as well. So it's like.
Okay. But it would be a winning rook ending hammer.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a friend. I obviously knew the answer. I was asking for a friend.
I'm pretty certain.
I was going to say, you said that so confidently.
Well, that's the trick to commentary, Danny. Let me teach you something.
You are teaching me more than a thing or two. I'm just going to get the endgame and see if the computer agrees with you. You're just saying this is just an easy win. I mean, I didn't ask you whether Magnus would win it. I asked you whether it was a win.
Yeah. No, it should be an easy win. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Caruana has found the move knight to d5. And interesting, it took us, we didn't really find it all ourselves. It took the engine thinking on the position, which is one of the advantages of us staying on the game. The engine, after thinking for 5 minutes, showed us this knight d5 move. And Fabiano says, I got your engine right here, buddy, in my head.
And Hikaru is about to do his king walk. He was ready to make his move immediately. It seems like he expected this knight d5 move, and he's about to go
rook f8.
Rook f8 just right away.
Wow. Not only does Fabi find it, but Hikaru is ready for it, potentially. This. Oh.
Yeah, he's going after the rook. There's no doubt about it.
We got to zoom in on the hand gestures. By the way, that's another U.S. Championship ring on the other hand. He's got more than a few of those.
How many rings does he have?
He has 5 in total.
When did they start?
So every time, yes, every time you win.
I'm sorry, I took the question non-literally because he has 5 U.S. championships.
Yes.
So I actually don't know how many rings he has. I know he has 2.
Okay.
But maybe there's more. I don't know.
Because like when you're winning the French championship, we have a different tradition. We're getting a porcelain vase from a factory which was producing porcelain for the kings and now is supplying the president. So that's a different tradition.
That's funny. In Norway, we get a silver trophy called the King's Trophy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
for winning the Norwegian Chess Championship.
Norwegian Chess Championship. Yeah.
I've never won a chess championship, so I don't have anything to compare it to.
It's okay, Danny. We'll tell you how it feels.
Thank you. I keep trying to invent tournaments on chess.com that I might have a chance to win, and I keep failing in the process. But okay, we're not going to talk about that.
Did you get knocked out of the...
Why? I said we're not talking about that. Okay. We don't talk about Bruno. We do talk about Hikaru. He is getting prepared, but I'm not sure he's playing rook. I mean, the way the hand keeps kind of nearly swiping, I feel like he's about to move the queen, but that wouldn't make any sense because knight f6 check. So indeed, I think it probably is the rook. Indeed. By the way, you note that he played rook f8 and gave a little bit of a Garry Kasparov sort of screw in. Did you notice that? The legendary Garry Kasparov.
No, but you only do that when you're winning.
No, you only do it when you're confident in the move, I think.
Okay.
And so I think he was confident.
Happened almost immediately, so I don't know, how do you defend this position?
Yeah, and what's rough is that Fabiano, he just took that pawn in the middle of the board right away.
Yeah.
There was no hesitation whatsoever. And Hikaru still has that problem of his king having absolutely no defenders in front of it. And I think he'll probably be interested in making a queen trade.
I think he has no choice, right? The question is, will Fabi be interested? And I have a feeling Fabi will not be interested in such a affair. Almira, your thoughts on? I mean, just from the psychological perspective, that keeping the queens on the board longer makes it harder, right? I mean, just move the queen anywhere. It's not easy for black to defend, right?
Of course, no, but I was more thinking about queen g4 in that position. I think that Jan Ludwig suggested this, no? Or it was not your...
It was slightly implied.
Here, not taking on g5, but to offer a trade on g4. So to keep the bishop on the board. Just here, like here.
I see.
So
okay, now this...
But I'm not sure this solves black's problem.
This is a much better approach than I was taking with bishop g5. So
so the rook is hanging, first of all. If you want to avoid this trade, you need to do something different.
So this trade of queens would leave Hikaru in a difficult position, down a pawn, but it would be savable. The black king would feel so much more comfortable if the queens were to be exchanged off. And I think this is the reason why the engines were kind of figuring out, as they were thinking, that the position was actually much better for Fabiano than they had originally anticipated, because the engines, after a while, made the realization that we don't have to trade the queens. We don't have to take on g4. And if queen g4 here, one of the options where you both save your own queen and keep the white rook defended is by just moving that queen all the way back to e1.
Queen e1.
Why queen e1 instead of queen d3?
I have no idea.
Oh, I highlighted this one, and I feel like you purposely chose a square that I didn't highlight.
No, it's because the engines were saying queen e1.
Okay. Well, so either way,
keeping the queens on the board is the essential message.
Yes.
That
queen e1 is actually, I think maybe the difference is, now that I think about the position, you also have this lift rook g3, rook g3.
Okay. So
I'm like obsessed with those ideas once again. So, and you can also take with your rook on d5.
It makes a lot of sense. Obviously, the longer Fabiano keeps the queens on the board, the longer Hikaru's defensive job will continue. But Hikaru, as we know, has a huge community on Twitch and YouTube, but many were surprised when he qualified for the candidates. Let's take a closer look at how Hikaru got to Madrid.
In qualifying for the candidates, Hikaru Nakamura ratcheted up the level of interest in what is already considered the most important tournament in chess. With millions of followers as a popular content creator, Hikaru brings along his sizable community while also attracting more casual chess fans. Although once ranked number 2 in the world, most believed Nakamura's best days competing in classical chess were behind him. That changed when this Japanese-American grandmaster leaned on his exceptional calculating ability to win the FIDE Grand Prix. The unexpected victory earned him a bid into the candidates for the first time in 6 years. A 5-time US champion, Hikaru has stayed sharp of late by dominating in speed chess formats. Nakamura is currently ranked by FIDE in the top 2 in both Rapid and Blitz. A chess giant on Twitch and YouTube, Hikaru brings a special buzz to a tournament that already holds the keys to becoming the next world champion. And there are certainly those who have yet to rule out Hikaru from catching lightning in a bottle here in Madrid.
Wow, wow, wow. I think Danya's breakdown, first of all, huge shout out to Danya, was very, very well done. And as he said, 5-time US champion, a 4-time Gibraltar winner, which is super impressive, by the way, when you consider that that's an open tournament. It's not easy to win events like that as consistently as he's done. Almira, he's a gold medal winner. He wins online chess like nobody's business. Your thoughts on Hikaru Nakamura and just how surprising and amazing it is for him to be competing in the candidates?
Well, first of all, I think that as a professional chess player, I have so much admiration for his career.
Yeah.
Because he's stopped playing classical chess and dedicated his life to streaming. And I always thought that professional chess players have this kind of dilemma, you know.
Yeah.
Should I compete or should I diversify, and should I devote myself to streaming completely? I think Hikaru is legitimate everywhere. So he has won it all, and he, I think, has done more for the game than anyone else, and then comes back, wins the Grand Prix, and qualifies for the candidates. For me, it's an absolute miracle.
Yeah.
But also, I think this also gave him also the necessary perspective, maybe to play this tournament in a different manner. And I had, a completely different thought on the matter, because I had the feeling through the interviews that Hikaru felt like he was always misunderstood.
Mm-hmm.
And this community, is giving him this absolutely unconditional love, you know, so he's coming back even stronger. And when we are talking about millions of people, millions watching chess, those millions are literally watching Hikaru.
Yeah.
So this is something which is so powerful. And when I'm reading those interviews, he's saying I want to give back. I want to do it more. This is something which touches me a lot.
Yeah. Wow. Well said. I don't know how to add to that. I think you said it super well, and he has done so much for the game, and Hikaru. Well, now Chad is pointing out that for all that he's done, Hikaru right now looking stressed, which is probably true. And let me move on from Almira's great comments about Hikaru to you, Hammer, and kind of build on what Danya said at the end of that video. Can Hikaru catch lightning in a bottle? I know you said Fabi's the favorite, and obviously right now this looks like a very tough position. But if we were doing that content maybe before round one, and just as we talk about Hikaru's chances, what chances you give him to catch lightning in a bottle here in Madrid?
Well, they're going to decrease if he doesn't save this one. But I would say the player I think is going to win the event is Fabiano. The player I want to win the event is Nakamura.
Yeah.
Which is partially egotistical in that I think Magnus would never skip a potential world championship against Hikaru. Those two have had a rivalry since they were in their teens.
Yeah.
And Magnus would very much like to settle the score,
right,
and kind of prove unequivocally that he is the superior player. But that being said, also Hikaru has some mad skills. I don't think anyone can deny that. The way he's just rushing through these rapid championship tournaments on chess.com every weekend, it's incredible. The consistency with which he wins against tons of top level players is just, yeah, it's unmatched.
Well, and I think the storyline on Hikaru was that, okay, he was doing that online for the last year during COVID and was streaming, but okay, he's not doing it over the board. And then he goes and wins the Grand Prix and gets himself to Madrid. As Almira said, I think you made a really great point, which is that you could argue Hikaru is playing his most comfortable, confident chess in his entire career precisely because of the community that he's built and the community that has showed him that love, right? That he feels at home when he's streaming, and the confidence and the love that he has for chess is showing on the board. And of course, we're saying that while we know Hikaru is in a very tough position here. But you know, I don't think you're alone. I think a lot of people would say something very similar, that I think Fabiano is going to win. If I had my way, I would love Hikaru to win this event because a Nakamura Carlsen World Championship would surely turn heads. And as we have there from chat, we have Onion Leaves says, spam this flower to give Hikaru power. Spam this flower to give Hikaru power. The flower power is real. If you are a subscriber to Hikaru Nakamura's Twitch channel, you know exactly what Onion Leaves is referring to there. So send Hikaru your power if you're a fan of Nakamura and hoping he holds this. Obviously, he's facing off against his American rival, Caruana, who will likely get the job done. That eval has just gone even farther up at +8 with this very subtle but powerful rook e1.
Yeah, really, really good move here from Fabiano, not fearing the exchange of his powerful knight, because he knows that even if his knight is captured, he will be able then to attack the black king more easily. He's saying that even if a trade here happens, then black loses the very important defensive bishop, which may actually be just as or even more important than the aggressive qualities of the knight.
Yeah. Let's show the main line that probably occurs in something like bishop takes, queen takes. I guess the king moves, and is it a rook lift, or is white just...
I mean, even taking the pawn.
I guess that's really bad news, unfortunately, for Hikaru. If that's the kind of move that white can get away with,
yeah,
it is now becoming a matter of technique, as they say. Yeah.
So yeah, just very. It's been a kind of strange game because, as you said, Danny, from the opening, it did feel like Hikaru was doing very well. If anything, maybe even got the better of it.
Yeah.
But ever since Hikaru chose to castle his king in the area where he had no pawns protecting it, it has gone really downhill since. And like the reason is always the same. It's always about the safety of the black king. And honestly, we said this already when Hikaru pushed that G-pawn very aggressively. We were like, well, sure, you're kicking back white's bishop, but you're also now creating long-term trouble for your own king. And at the end, that's what it's going to take to bring down Hikaru today.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a swindle.
Trying to find a swindle for black? Yes. Elvira, you're very quiet over there. What are you looking for?
Well, that's not easy because there are a lot of variations to calculate. Even like a simple move implies that there are a lot of checks, and so I'm trying to find a tactical idea.
Well, I guess Hikaru needs to go. I was going to say bishop d7.
Well, I was looking at this move.
But I'm just now realizing that this might blunder the bishop. Hikaru needs to move his bishop. The bishop is under attack. It needs to move. But the problem is, despite having like 8 different squares it can move to, none of the squares are safe.
Yeah, we can highlight just why. H3, pawn, G4, queen, F5, there's 97 check. Bishop to C8 is safe. Actually, maybe only temporarily so if there's a trick.
And then queen G4 check and take the...
Yeah.
Ah, okay, I'm going to show it real quick.
That's
So
nice.
the point is, after check, the king goes to H8, you run into knight G6.
Yeah.
And if the king goes to G7, you take on C8, and then as Almira pointed out, queen to G4 finishes the job. Bishop to d7. Immediately runs into what, actually?
Knight e7, queen d4.
Knight e7, but king f7, right? Or
well, then rook d f1.
Okay, yeah, rook f1.
Rook f1, and then
king h8, knight g6.
No, wait, but king g7, then queen d4, play queen f6. You cannot take here the bishop, queen f2.
So
if I'm not losing immediately.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
So he will play bishop d7 then.
Okay, so this is likely his only move then, surprisingly. Yeah. Again, just to show that, bishop d7, knight e7 check, king g7. Almira saves the day with queen f6 because of queen f2 check. And well, checkmate. In fact, it's now white who gets checkmated over here on the h-file. So, okay, so no, he did not play this. He is still on the clock, likely going to play bishop d7. For those of you who are just tuning in, we've had one decisive result here in round one of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. Jan Nepomniachtchi shocks at least some by beating Ding Liren with the black pieces. And of course, the other two games besides Caruana Nakamura are still going. You can see them here. The reason we're not focused on them is not just because most of you want to see Caruana Hikaru, but because the truth is, neither of those games has a lot to it right now, right? The question will be maybe an hour or more from now on whether or not Firouzja holds that endgame, because Rajabov is not going to make it easy. He's going to keep pushing. And Duda is yet to do anything but play tickle over there with Richard Rapport, because at some point he will make a plan, I assume, to go for the win, but he's not showing anything clear yet.
But I think that actually he brought his king to c3. And well, in Duda Rapport.
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Come back to
that was a good point. Yeah, the king, he's making progress, is your point. This is a surprising move.
I mean, that's ice cold. Not protecting your bishop, because then you can do a counterattack on the white knight instead. The question then becomes, what if the knight moves and, for instance, were to give a check on that black king?
As you said, I love the term cold-blooded, because that's the kind of move Hikaru goes for moves like this on a regular basis.
And now I was thinking the move knight to f5. But then maybe,
queen
f6.
Rook f1 probably. No, but rook f1.
Rook f1. Oh my gosh, that's just harsh.
Thank you.
Oh, that's.
So that looks kind of finished. So I think this is where Fabiano is going to go.
He seems poised. We talk a lot about Hikaru Nakamura's body language, or at least I do. He's a very emotive player, one of the things that's so entertaining about his streams. But that's a Fabi, and that slight tilt of Fabi, that's a Fabi on the prowl.
But on the other hand, knight f5, then bishop, well, maybe I can take.
Well, queen e7.
Queen e7, sorry, yes. Queen f5,
so
because I
if
was
you take, you're just playing here.
Yeah. Well, it's one option. The moves are coming in quickly now, and I believe this is going to be decided within the next 3-4 minutes. All Fabiano has to do is retreat his knight to f5. I do not see how Hikaru is going to deal with all these threats. I do believe he's going to resign the game now.
Maybe queen g6 here, or like rook f1 still.
Yeah, okay. I was wrong. He will not resign now, but he's agonizing, because this is it's not a nice position to be in for Hikaru.
But there is queen b7, the hidden threat. So
yeah.
Like in some variations as well, of course. If he's going to...
Okay, Hikaru does play queen f6.
The question is, will rook f1 be the resignation, right? Unfortunately, I think it's getting to that point.
Well, Fabiano is definitely playing his move very quickly.
Yeah.
He's feeling confident. But Hikaru resigning isn't really what he does, is it? But the problem is, like rook f1 now, if king g8, Do you mind doing the moves, Danny? So rook f1. If the king tries to escape from being on that same file as the black queen and the white rook, you can try to go king g8.
You run?
But then queen g4 is very effective.
Okay, queen g4, then...
forcing the king into the corner. And then I had some idea for how the game would end, but right now I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, queen h5 followed by...
knight h6.
Knight h6.
Okay. Yeah, I know you said Hikaru is not a person who would resign, and I think in the world that we are used to seeing him and accustomed to him being as resourceful and swindly. Is swindly a word? Swindly as anyone? I think that's the case. But I have a feeling that if rook f1 is found, that we might be moments away from a handshake.
Agreed. Which is going to be a fantastic start for Caruana and a disappointing start for Hikaru. But that's how it works. You're always going to have a tough time with the black pieces, and especially when facing one of the most difficult opponents there is, Fabiano Caruana. And based on Almira's stats, this reinforces Fabiano's amazing grip against Hikaru with the white pieces.
Yeah, he finds rook f1. Maybe about to find a move. We'll see. He might have one last trick in the books. Indeed, you're correct. He plays bishop to d5. But Almira, as you said, there's a record that Fabiano now has with white against Hikaru, despite switching to e4 here. The last couple victories did come from 1d4. The trend continues, right? Fabiano has had success against Hikaru recently with white. Now, to be fair, Fabiano has success with white against a lot of players, right? Yeah, I agree with you, though, Hammer. This was an interesting storyline. It felt like Hikaru had solved all the opening problems, was in a great space, right? We were liking the direction, and yet here we are, probably moments away from the hands being extended, and Fabiano starting off his candidates campaign with a victory, Almira.
Yes, so we're looking probably at knight h6 here. Knight h6 check. So
any move is winning, but the checks are always going to be the first thing these players explore. And in this case, the checks are also going to yield the desired result.
Well, you know, the first game that we had to commentate during the second leg of the candidates is Fabiano against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, you know, when Fabiano made the spectacular sacrifice, and the game lasted for 8 hours.
It was an incredible game.
The check is on the board.
And the key here is that Hikaru played bishop d5, everyone, maybe hoping Fabi would go for knight d6 check, allowing him to play this endgame with rook and bishop versus queen. But knight h6 check is a very different story, because after king to g7, Fabi will play queen to g4 check and continue the attack, with queen g6 being met by knight f5. And here he comes. And indeed,
Hikaru resigns.
The hand is extended. Hikaru resigns. We'll show the line here. Queen g6, knight to f5. And now if the king touches the f file, the knight can go to h4, unleashing a discovered check and winning the queen. And this is why Hikaru Nakamura goes down in his first game here in Madrid.
And king h7, there is queen h4 also.
Yeah, we'll show that real quick. The king goes to either square on the h file. There's queen h4 winning the rook. Well, there you have it. Wow, what a day we already have. 2 decisive games. The first 2 games to finish were victories for Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, respectively. We got a lot more ahead, but right on the other side of this break, we'll dive into the other 2 games. But before we head to that, we want to let you know about a really important event coming up. It's Blitz Champs, for those who don't know it. We have 4 NFL superstars before you. Larry Fitzgerald, Kayvon Thibodeau, Micah Parsons, Amari Cooper, and others are competing in this incredible event in July 9th and 10th. We have $100,000 going to charities. These guys will be picking their own charities of choice. It's not Pog Champs, but it's Blitz Champs, and for all fans of the NFL, or really any time we're seeing celebrities who we admire in their own fields competing in chess, it's awesome, and it brings out the fans. Kayvon Thibodeau, of course, a growing star within the chess community. If you guys don't know, he has a fan club. You can sign up for it, and you should consider doing it. Just Google Kayvon Thibodeau's fan club on chess.com, and you'll find the link. Once again, it is July 9th and 10th, and it is going to be epic. We will be right back with more action. Round 1 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates continues from Madrid in just a few.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the World Chess Championship Candidates Tournament.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all-time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mate in one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
The defending champion Jan Nepomniachtchi is back at the candidates, effecting his second straight bid to challenge for the World Chess Championship. One of the more experienced players, Nepo brings to Madrid an aggressive style that is both challenging to face and entertaining to watch. 2 years ago, Nepo made the most of his debut in the candidates, With a round to spare, he won the event in convincing fashion.
That's all he needed. Jan Nepomniachtchi is the 2021 World Chess Championship challenger.
That victory led Nepo to a World Championship match with Carlsen and also secured his return to the candidates in Madrid this year. Despite being one of only 2 players in the field to have won the candidates, the expectations for Nepo are not particularly high this time around. However, his confidence from having won here before, in addition to his years of competitive experience, may offer him a shot to turn some heads. If Nepo should pull a major upset and face Magnus Carlsen again, the two know each other well. Nepo has competed against Carlsen for decades, ever since the two prodigies were 12 years old.
We are back. Round 1 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates continues here on chess.com, wherever you may be. Thank you for tuning into the show today. Boy, has it been an epic day. And we still have a lot more chess to go as Alireza Firouzja, the rising star, who's turned more heads than we can count, one of them being Magnus Carlsen's, on his way to the candidates, now has to defend himself. I don't know if it's an easy rook ending necessarily. Rajabov is going to come up with tricks here. Almira, your thoughts on what Firouzja needs to do to really hold this thing?
To be honest, I feel that rook endings are never easy. You know, you have to have so much knowledge, and even though there is an opinion that all of them are drawn anyway, so you have to be very precise here, especially. So he's trying to bring his king. Is it possible?
What is the defensive setup here? Let's just, again, it's always easier for us than them. We have the engine, we have sometimes the table base, but if we're just providing some instruction, like what does Black want to do to hold this in like a theoretical sense?
Maybe first of all, you should see what White is going to do. I was thinking about rook h5, rook a5, then king h4, king g5, something like this.
Yeah. Okay,
so,
no, Rajabov quickly retreats. By the way, rook b3 threatened the move e4
of course,
because the pawn was pinned to the king, so Rajabov takes care of that problem. Hammer, I think Almira highlighted a good point. I think there's an idea of putting the rook on f5 to add the instructive point to that, everyone. From f5, the rook not only guards f3, which frees up the king to go on a journey, but it also keeps an eye on the e5 pawn, which might be tricky for Black to defend. So Black will certainly have ideas, but the point is that's maybe a goal square for White.
Oh, no. I was about to say, and that's precisely where Rajabov is going.
But he's not.
But then he went to a different square. He's still holding his rook.
I was going to say, you don't see this that often at a high level.
He's still holding his rook, so he was going to put it in the middle. He decided to put it out on the side of the board.
Yeah.
It doesn't make that much of a difference, I believe. That rook is headed for e3 regardless, I'm going to say. I think what Rajabov now, what he's concerned about is the fact that the Black rook has that pressure along the third rank.
Yeah.
And I think Rajabov feels it would be nice if that pressure could be stopped. So he's going to try to move his rook down, and then, so he's going to go with the rook to b2 and then e2 and offer a trade. And he's allowed to do that. But basically, you were asking about defensive setup. Firouzja just wants to keep the status quo, right? He wants to keep the situation where the white pawns cannot advance without being punished for it. He wants to trade his pawn for one of the white pawns, but he's not going to be allowed to do that. And that's why this is a difficult rook ending, because you can't force anything to happen. You just have to sit and wait.
And kind of hope that they go wrong, right? Because in theory, it should be a draw. You said a bunch of really instructive things that were kind of, I think maybe could be taken for granted. Just already highlighting the idea that the rook could come here and trade, I think is instructive for viewers, because it reminds us that while the rook ending has great drawing chances, you should always be aware that the king and pawn ending is just an easily losing position. So you can almost never trade from a rook ending to a king and pawn ending and improve your defensive chances. It's very, very rare. So that was really important. And I think, Hammer, you also quickly pointed out Black's goal, which is if you give Black the chance tactically, he would trade this pawn for either of these pawns if he could somehow magically take them off the board. Because one of the reasons this is hard to defend, and we keep saying, is because if you had just one pawn, then all you have to do is defend it. There are many well-known Philidor, Lucina type of drawing positions. But with the threat that white has to not just have one pawn, but maybe somehow, some way trick you into winning a second pawn, that's the thing that makes this hard to hold. So I just wanted to point out that Hammer made really two very subtle instructive points. For Black to draw, never trade rooks if you're taking this advice for your own games. And Black's goal should be to not miss an opportunity. If there's ever a tactical shot where you could somehow swindle or trade this pawn, don't miss your chance to do so. Right, Almira?
Well, of course, if your king is very close to the pawn.
Then it's true, yes.
Yes.
I saw you nodding your head over there, so I was like, right, Almira, back me up here.
No, but actually, like, what Alireza is doing here is like keeping the rook on the third file. He simply does not allow white king to
advance.
Well, to advance.
We'll just show it again, because ideas like this are met with e4. That's the whole point. And now we're forcing the drawn ending.
So I think Timur played king e2.
Oh, and has Alireza already moved? Yeah. He
King
played
e2
rook c3.
and rook c3. Okay.
He's just sitting there.
Yeah.
He's waiting. And that's the key to this endgame with the black pieces. You got to be aware of your opponent's plans, and you got to have great patience. You got to be ready to just sit there and do nothing, because doing nothing will end in a draw eventually. In a long time, but it will eventually end in a draw. And we're actually at 5.5 hours played now. So the players will definitely be feeling some fatigue at this stage.
As they should be. It's a long game. We'll note for the fans watching who just observed that the evaluation bar turned gray on our main board. And that's actually because the table base has had enough time to think to confirm that this position is a draw. And so that's just a visual way we're bringing that theory to life. And we're not going to sit here and try to pretend that I can just show you the 45 move forced line that the table base says it was a draw. But the point is, as we work on bringing that tech to life, as we all know, we're just doing what we can, work on the eval bars, table bases, try to add some more context. It hasn't always been perfect, but we had some recent advancements, and it's actually kind of cool that now once the table base knows for sure it's a draw, it will turn colors, and it also will tell us if someone makes a blunder and it goes back, that will also be an interesting moment.
Yeah. Not sure we're going to see a blunder here from Alireza, despite his young age. He is more than capable of defending tricky rook endings like this. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this, Danny. Do you have any quips to this camera angle?
Maybe let's try.
I love what we're watching right here.
Twitch content.
If we can clip it and ship it, fans, I'd be super happy. By the way, are those Levi jeans? Those look like some Levi's.
You can tell just from like the fibers.
There's only two things I recognize better than Hikaru Nakamura facial expressions, and one of them is the threads on jeans. I would bet my life those are Levi's. Possibly Wranglers if they were the faded navy blue Wrangler brand, which was very popular at some point in the 90s. The faded blue. But okay, there we go. Rajabov is thinking, of course, as he kind of should be, but we've been applauding and saying from the beginning that he's not going to just give the youngest player in the field a draw. Almira, he's going to push it. It's the right thing to do psychologically, and also it's just important that you get yourself in game shape. But that said, is there ever a risk of tiring yourself out if you try too hard in a situation like this?
Well, I think that this game is actually very important, like for Rajabov, because he didn't play a lot recently. So playing such a long game is very important, so you get into shape.
Yeah.
So even if you play like 120 moves, I believe that it gives you also a boost in confidence.
Yeah, I agree. And even if it takes a long time and you still draw, the fact that you had a lot of memories about playing a position you could win is important. So, Hammer, I think we're going to get you on the telestrator to give our fans some instructive stuff here in just a moment. Maybe right now, if you want to just head on over. I don't know how you're feeling. He's pretty spry, that guy. As soon as I make a suggestion, he tends to jump up real quick and get excited. We all want to stretch our legs. But okay, we saw the game between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi end with a victory for the Russian player, but we didn't get to see checkmate on the board, so Hammer's going to show us how that game could have played out.
That is precisely what I'm going to be doing. This was the position in that game. And here, the brilliant move from Jan Nepomniachtchi to take down the first victory of this candidates tournament was putting this bishop on a square where it could be captured by the white king. Now, why did Ding instead resign the game? Well, because of this, well, not there. Because the queen then could make an entrance from the one square to the second square of the board, forcing the white king further up. And when the pawn also comes in, the king is forced basically so that it itself is an attacking force. And here, the black queen would make one of these quiet moves. It's not a check, but it's still going to be checkmate coming up, because there's no way for white to stop that queen from coming in with a checkmate later on. But I guess we're going to go back to you, Danny, because the game between Firouzja and Rajabov just finished.
Indeed, it did. There is a quick draw offer from Rajabov. He offers a draw, and they finish. And although I don't see the result just yet, Hammer called for it, so I'm assuming it was a draw. But are you sure it was a draw, Hammer?
No, I'm not sure.
No, I think Hammer assumed it was a draw, but no, actually the game continues. Rook to e2 from Rajabov. So Hammer jebaited us big time, buddy. We appreciate that, and we won't hold it against you. What we are going to do now is continue, of course, talking about a rook ending that Rajabov is going to take here until the cows come home, and at some point we'll swing back over to the game with Jan-Krzysztof Duda as well. But right now we're actually joined by a pretty special person in studio, and I'm going to shake his hand as he enters, and even if the fans can't see it, you're sitting down in a nice comfy chair. First of all, Fabi, the main thing everyone wants to know is how much more comfortable is this chair compared to where we sat on the couch for a month in November?
This is a lot better.
This is a lot better, right? I was trying to tell people that the lower back support here is phenomenal, right?
Yeah. I had back problems for like a month after.
Dude, I am so not kidding. I know people, I say ridiculous things for a living. So you saying that just validated so much because it was a very tough set. I'll just say that. The moment we were off camera, Almira, we were standing up, all of us like stretching. I had a massage gun. I was massaging Fabi's back with the massage gun. It was absolutely crazy. But
so from what I understand, I'm feeling Fabi's shoes.
You're feeling
yes.
Fabi's shoes here, and Fabi is in the chair.
I'm feeling Robert's shoes.
Robert's shoes, but okay, Fabiano. Jokes aside, and it was not a joke. Huge win here today. Congratulations, first and foremost. There's so much we could unpack about this game, and we're excited to have you with us. I just want to start with, what does that do for you in a tournament like this, where you know it's a marathon? You are the most experienced candidates player in the field, so there's no way you're going to let your emotions get the best of you, right? But you've got to be feeling pretty excited to start off with a W.
Yeah, I feel great. No, I'm definitely not letting it, letting myself get super excited about this because it's still only the first game.
Yeah.
But it's always nice to start well. And before the tournament, there's a lot of nerves and you don't really know how to feel. There's a lot of preparation, but then you have to go from that preparation mindset into the playing mindset, right. And it's totally different. So I was trying to, be relatively calm today and take my time and not rush any decisions. It was still a very nerve-wracking game, I'm sure with many mistakes, but overall it's great.
Yeah. I'll ask a question about preparation. I know Almira had a couple. You mentioned preparation and that transition that goes from it's no longer time to prepare, it's time to play. What happened in this game? You didn't seem. Did this go according to plan? Did you get what you wanted with white? It felt like at some point Hikaru had equalized and was feeling comfortable until the decision to maybe castle short. We all were like kind of surprised about putting the king over there. But as much as you can tell us about your preparation and what happened in the first stage of things, how are you feeling with the white pieces in this game?
Yeah, well, it went relatively according to plan.
Okay.
I wanted to play this line with knight b3. It's a slightly unusual move, but he's faced it before. Only in blitz games on chess.com, but okay. It still counts for something. So I'm sure he knew the move, but he decided to improvise.
Okay.
He played a bit weird, queen e7 followed by rook b8. Usually if you play queen e7, you want to castle long, yep. Which leads to just an absolutely crazy fight. So I was surprised he played queen e7 because I thought he really wants to castle long and turn it into a pawn race. And then he played rook b8, which is a bit illogical because if he wanted that, he could have first castled and then played rook b8.
Right.
And queen e7 is a not as useful move as castling. So I was very happy with the position I got. But then after f6, I think everything I did up to that point was good. And then after f6, I'm sure I misplayed it. Queen d3 can't be the way. But I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to prove an advantage.
I'm pulling that up as we're all watching the Alireza match. We're spending some time with Fabi. So just because you mentioned all those lines that were very interesting, again, I'm just going to quickly highlight so no one feels left in the dark by the variations our 2,800 player rattled off. Went according to plan, queen e7, rook b8, a slightly unusual move order, especially to commit to it, and then still eventually, as you said, castle short. But the main thing you said is you felt that after f6, the position slipped a little bit.
Yeah, I thought queen d3. I was hesitating between c3 and queen d3, and I just couldn't really decide. Yeah. But yeah, after I played queen d3 and he played h5 rather quickly, I realized I should have played c3. Then I prepared for h5 with h4, and I'm sure I have some advantage here. But yeah, in the game, I didn't really get anything, and then he was after I played b3, which was actually it was I think a psychologically kind of tricky move, because I understand I have nothing and he's going to play king d7. So I kind of wanted to dissuade him from king d7 by hinting that I want to play knight c4 and potentially opening up the queen side. And then I see him reaching for his king. I'm hoping that he's going to castle. And finally he did. I was very happy about that.
Well, Almira, you want to jump in on that? Because you saw us both nodding. So we talked a lot about that moment in king d7. So go ahead, Almira.
No, actually, I wanted to have an explanation behind the b3 moves because it was such a mysterious move. I wanted to find something concrete like c4, b4, but b3 is a very nice prophylactic move, actually, in a way.
Yeah, it's sort of a prophylactic move. After king d7, I'm going to probably play knight c4 and yeah, something like this. But But yeah, I was just very happy he didn't play King D7.
But I love the psychological point you made that, you know, you kind of baited a little bit, right, into a weird decision, right? Because Almira and we spent a lot of time talking about King D7 and this whole idea, and a really interesting psychological point. So, all right, we have a bunch of questions coming in for you from chat, by the way. Chat loves you, as if you need to be reminded of that. You became a superstar commentator. We're all just waiting for you to just come back to this seat and commentate with us. I'm kidding. You know, we're excited you're in the candidates, but we'll get to some questions here from chat as they come in. But let's see. So, where did you first feel like you might have some winning chances?
Yeah, after Castle, I thought.
Oh, already? Okay.
Well, I mean, winning chances in the sense that I'm playing for an advantage, not that I have to be on the defensive and try to equalize, but it's clear that I have no risk here. His king is very weak. My king is much safer, and yeah, I thought I played it pretty well. I wasn't sure if he would go for d5, but it's kind of in his style to go for the most concrete approach rather than wait around and wait for me to improve. I'm going to take on f8, play knight f1, knight g3, etc. So I don't know when it got really bad for him, but at some point it did. Although I felt like I was playing quite well after d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's of course a tough position. It's more tough for black because he's the one who can lose, while white, if you make a slight mistake, then you might lose your advantage, but you're never risking. So, and then yeah, I completely messed it up.
We have just been joined by Fabiano Caruana, who beats Hikaru Nakamura. Fabi, congratulations.
We have some weird audio coming in here.
Well, what a win. You and Hikaru have the most head-to-head matchup.
I'm not sure that's supposed to be playing, but it's playing loud and clear. So we'll continue here. We're ready for chat's questions whenever we get them on the screen. But you make a good point that, obviously black did have another option, which was to kind of sit tight. Rook f7 or rook f6 or something, right? But he went for the most concrete approach, and maybe it would have been okay, but you got to be super precise, right? You have to play every move accurately, and as soon as you had the opportunity here.
Yeah, this move also did surprise me a bit.
Yeah.
Although I didn't see what he would do. I thought rook e8 is just he's trying to hold on to the pawn, but he ends up with a miserable position, and he's probably going to lose that pawn anyway. Yeah, rook f1 was an option. I was kind of hesitating, but I decided not to think, because in this time control you don't get an increment, and I figured I would get more important decisions later on. So I just kind of went with my gut, and my gut was wrong.
Okay, well, forget what the computer says. We brought you in studio for the World Championship because we wanted your opinion over the computer.
Well, this was a phenomenal game, actually. I think that even though there were a few imprecisions,
some chat coming in. They love you, Fabi. Just letting you know.
I'm pretty sure that Dean already asked you a lot of embarrassing questions, so
we should give shout outs to the fans because they're screaming, "Go Fabi, go!" Fabi with emotes, Fabi with the hearts. It's good to feel the love, right?
Yeah, it is.
We have a feature here. Fabi is such a sweetheart. Agreed. And you don't even know him in person. He's even sweeter. Or maybe you do, Captain Hair. Maybe that's we have a fun feature that we're going to have throughout the event, which we'll have some different subscriber emotes, and whoever's leading the tournament, we're going to have more emotes of them on Twitch. So if you stay in the lead, we might have your face being shown a lot in chat. So we'll see how that plays out. You play Nepo tomorrow.
Yep.
So far, you two were the only ones to get victories today.
Yeah, I was very surprised by that game. It looked like he just blew him off the board.
Yeah.
But I couldn't really see it in much detail. But
he played very well. Nepo.
Yeah. That was my feeling, that it was a really good game from his side, and something went wrong with either Ding's opening preparation, because it looked like something went wrong out of the opening, or maybe it was okay, but it was just a complicated position and he misplayed it. But yeah, that's quite a big game, winning with black, and also for Ding, not a good start, but yeah, I guess it's still only the first round.
And Fabi, I just wanted to ask you about your rituals, if you can reveal those. So for example, what would you do after such a game which was so intense? Would you go for a walk?
Yeah, I think first we'll get dinner. I'm guessing it's rather late, although I don't know the time, and then probably rest a bit. Maybe focus more on preparation tomorrow rather than tonight, because it is quite a long day. It's a long time control, so the games end rather late, and yeah, you don't want to overtire yourself. Of course, like I have already given some consideration to
what
my
is the
opponents.
balance of that? You just mentioned that there's a balance between preparation versus rest, right? In a long event like this, knowing you did so much prep to get here, you gave a lot of insight with that comment, right? How do you balance your practical, sort of physical and mental alertness and health versus getting ahead of the prep?
Yeah, well, for let's say since I was lucky that I knew that I was playing the candidates already from last year, I started training like at the start of this year, and at the start it was more just about the chess work, and before the tournament it was more about getting in shape and resting a bit, and more of the physical aspect. And now it's just a normal tournament. You try to get into the tournament mode.
Makes sense. Not very often do we have two tournament leaders facing in the second round where they both got victories in round one, but it was the case with you and Nepomniachtchi. So thank you for joining us, man. We wish you the best of luck, as you know, and who knows, maybe we'll be talking to you again tomorrow.
Thanks.
So, all right. We're going to go back to the Alireza match now, everyone. Those of you who are eagerly awaiting more news from that. There's been some changes here in Rajabov's position as white, but Alireza still seems like he's holding. And we'll be jumping back into that one now. All right. Well, we have Rajabov Firouzja. As we said, the king has finally kind of committed itself, I guess, up the board. It got away from the third rank breaking, if you will, right, Almira? And now you've got this potential for shouldering, right? You've got the king in a spot where if black makes one mistake, the game could actually get very, very dangerous very quickly.
Well, we were talking about this idea before, so that's the only reasonable plan that you can find in this position. So let's see if he plays rook.
Hammer, your thoughts on this?
Well, it's probably going to be a draw, but it still requires caution from Alireza. We see he's moved already, putting pressure on that f3 pawn. And what Alireza wants to have happen is that pawn takes a step forward so that black can make the exchange of pawns, after which the draw would be trivial. So I'm not sure what else there is. I think the king, if you want to keep the pawn on the board, the king has to step back, and then it's a repetition of moves.
And that's why you're thinking it's a draw here.
So, like, for instance, if you try to protect the pawn by moving the rook back, then there's once again this idea with e4. And you manage to get the trade of pawns, since white's pawn cannot escape without letting go of the rook behind.
Right.
Can I try g6?
And what?
G6 here. So king g7 and yeah, I cannot hide. F4, you simply take.
And as Hammer already pointed out, if the king goes back, well, now you're just right back in the same position.
Yeah, they agreed to a draw now.
Shaq in here.
For once, when I'm announcing they agreed to a draw, it's actually true.
By the way, what was that earlier that you were saying?
I got a bit of a... I got tricked, Danny. Okay. They reached move 60, and these score sheets they're signing right now, they only go to move 60. So I saw them fiddling with their score sheets, so I assumed that they had made a draw.
So that, okay, I'm glad you explained though, because you threw me and Almira off. You're like, it's a draw, and we were like, no, it's not.
I'm so sorry about that, but I was just so stressed out when I saw in the corner of my eye that something was happening. And well, now it did in fact.
Now they did in fact agree to a draw, and we can note that Rajabov basically made a draw offer when he played that move pawn f4, especially based on the instructive stuff we were offering earlier, that as soon as a pawn was traded, it would be very close to a draw. But okay, we are very close maybe to round one going in the books, depending on what Duda manages against Rapport. But before we dive into the last game, we want to remind everybody that the Chess.com Global Championship is ongoing, and it is your chance to play alongside the world's best players. Be part of history on Chess.com, playing in our largest tournament ever. It's open to everyone. Non-titled open qualifiers run every Saturday and Sunday through the end of July. This is your opportunity to compete in events that will have the best players in the world. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Head over to go.chess.com/CGC2022 for more information. Get verified, start playing, and try to get your part in cash prizes. And we are back to the last game now. Don't hold your breath, everybody. Just because there's only one game left doesn't mean we don't have a lot more chess ahead and a lot more instructive moments. This is probably going to become a very sharp finish, right? Meaning, even if it's a draw, this is going to be one of those draws that is like very forcing down the stretch. Almira, I see you nodding.
Yeah, this is a completely crazy endgame. You know, this is a race, definitely. So, A6.
For once, they fiddled with their score sheets without me announcing it was a draw.
We're going to hold that against you for the rest of the event. So I'm glad you're calling yourself on it, so I don't have to.
But that being said, right now there's a move for black that makes this game very easy to call.
You want to trade bishops.
Yeah, that move is bishop to d6.
Okay.
That is a game ender right there. Because the advantage Duda has had over the past couple of moves have all been about the two bishops working together, supporting that pawn on a6, which is only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen, but black is in time to prevent it from accomplishing just that, because the pawn will not be able to safely go to this a7 square.
And the main reason is you take with check first.
Yeah.
Because if you play this first.
Bishop c6. But then I still think like a7,
Yeah, just showing the line.
Because a7 you take.
King takes.
King takes, then bishop c6. Because your king is so far away. So if I take on e4.
I go knight e3.
Yeah, knight e3, and you take knight g2, yes. Unfortunately, yes.
And even if I don't take on g6, you take on g2, and it's a draw, for example. If king d4, black can sacrifice the for the last pawn, and for those. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us as we get things in order before we return back to the broadcast. This video will now play on loop. Hi, everyone. We're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio.
Well, to maintain the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I'll make the trade, and then my idea was to go knight e7.
It's funny, this is super important just to show, because the reason Almira's move order matters is if you don't play knight e7, the bishop will come to c6 first. Unlike a7, king b7, and then we get a big trade of pawns. In this position, just to make a move, Almira is threatening bishop c6, which prevents king b7.
Actually, your move there was brilliant, Danny.
What, knight e3?
Yeah.
Oh, because you can play this first.
Because now if king b6, I can go knight c4.
I accidentally play brilliant moves all the time, I'll have you know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at it.
But if I play bishop b4?
We still don't know. We actually do have bishop e6 on the board, although I think our transmission is dead anyway, so. So we shall wait. Nope, we're back.
So
we're back.
King c4.
Yeah, no, king c4 is it's an interesting test, but I also did notice that the eval bar made a bit of a change. So to me, I feel like it's logical to put the maximum pressure and try to make this trade like you're suggesting. But with Danny's accidentally brilliant move.
Oh, stop it.
You mean that king c4?
It feels pretty effective for black. So let's run over the moves again.
The point is you can actually play something like this, because bishop c6
No,
because
E2
E2 now.
E2,
I'm
yeah.
ahead of the game, so I can't play bishop C6.
Did
which
you
changes
make
it.
another accidental
Well,
good move?
as I said, I've been known from time to time to blunder myself into a bouncing E-bell bar.
Yeah, so this E3 move is recommended by the computer, but
Yep.
also Danny's knight E3 is a very clean way of forcing into a draw. Because the idea that we both kind of assumed was there, with the bishop coming in to take control of the A8 square, which is the queening square, that forces black to step back with their king to keep the A7 square under tabs. And now, the reason I dismissed this move initially was because of king B6.
But knight C4 check, we looked at that, right?
With king B6, trying to get that checkmate, but then the knight returns.
But if bishop E4, there's a funny... You play king A7 first, and it's easy, because then you simply overload the bishop on B7 with knight takes G2, captures, and we have a draw. I was just pointing out that if you got sloppy and played this move first, now you actually lose, because the bishop can actually both guard B7 and the diagonal, and I think this king is actually in time. No, maybe?
Well, if you go king B5 instead, Danny, it's a bit
okay, yeah,
easier.
that's the key. King to B5. And on a move like this, you can simply force your way through. The king would back up and white would go on to win. So, okay, very interesting. Duda has played another move. After bishop D6, he responded with A7.
Yeah, and this game is going to be done in a minute now.
Yeah.
Both players have, they only have one good move for the next 5 moves. And,
Right.
and then they're not going to have enough pieces left to win the game. So this game is going to be a draw in 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, someone put them on the clock. I got it. It's 8:59 p.m. here, local Madrid time. If it is a second longer than 2 minutes, you are in timeout.
Yeah,
young
no,
man.
actually 2 minutes was way too long.
2 minutes is too long.
Yeah, way too long.
King to B7.
I just didn't dare say 1 minute because Rapport was doing something with his score sheet.
Okay.
He was writing something down. I'm not sure why.
Well, that means unless we see something catastrophic, we will be calling day 1 of the 2022 FIDE Candidates Tournament with a split down the middle. 2 decisive games, 2 drawn games. Maybe 2 games you thought would be decisive coming in, maybe not. You don't even know, right? In the end, all of these games delivered as far as I'm concerned in regards to excitement and fighting chess. And I couldn't be more excited for what we have in store. There you go. We got you on the clock, Hammer. I think you guys were a little generous with that time.
I should have said 1 minute. I regret.
I feel like they were a little generous to you.
Yeah.
I feel like they started that clock a little late, but maybe I'm wrong. You know, Vic is pretty smooth. He's pretty fast with that stuff, so we'll give him the credit. And indeed, with hands are shaken. You are right, Hammer. It ended in less than 2 minutes. And, wow.
What a game.
What a game.
Well,
What a day.
Duda is clearly disappointed. Like,
Yeah.
He had such a good position after, coming out of the opening. So
He did indeed. He had honestly, if you asked us 20 minutes into the round which game we had to pick as decisive, it might have been this one, right? For those of you who missed the beginning, Duda played a really interesting approach, had a fantastic position, and let it slip away. He'll be taking a look at it with a little bit of regret for sure, Almira.
I think even though it ended in a draw, this feels like a loss.
For Duda.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel the same way. And I didn't even play the game. I also feel like I lost.
they continue to analyze. You know, it's like while they're signing the score sheets, they still share their ideas.
Yeah.
It's
well, for sure, right? And it makes sense.
Rapport with a light blue jacket. I think that was the second light blue jacket we saw in the field today. So there's some fashionistas.
The other one was worn by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who got the W.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Well, here we are. Day one is in the books. I don't know any other cue than to just say, Hammer, your major takeaway after what we've seen here from round one in Madrid.
I think for me, there were two big favorites in this field, Ding and Caruana. Caruana goes ahead and wins his game. Ding loses with the white pieces. I think by now, Fabiano is a big favorite to take this home. There's still 13 more rounds to go. But, you know, you build confidence by winning. And Fabiano just got off to a great start.
Yeah. Almira, your thoughts?
Well, I was actually thinking about the 14 rounds. You know, if there would be 12, then I would be talking about tasks, you know, like killing the lion, you know, killing the Hydra. Yes, like in English we say Hydra.
The what?
Hydra?
Hydra?
Yes, Hydra.
Yeah, yeah.
So sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like killing the Hydra, like every day, one more. So like you should realize the immensity of this task. What do you need to do to qualify for the match? So I'm really impressed by Fabi's game. So especially tomorrow, like we have Nepo playing with white against Fabi. So is he going to try to maintain the momentum? So it would be very interesting to see.
Well, someone's going to have momentum because Nepomniachtchi, the other winner.
And Nepomniachtchi gets white, I believe, so that'll be interesting. Not to say he needs it, apparently. He gets wins with black against Liren. But, okay, well, let's bring up the scores for today and show everybody what they were. As we've been talking about highlighting the two decisive games, we should also point out that two of the games were drawn. As you just saw, Duda Rapport feels like a bit of a loss for Duda, although it is his first candidate, so we'll give him some credit, some time to get comfortable. Firouzja played aggressive, enterprising chess and exchanged sacrifice that at one point was the talk of the round. It did peter out at some point, and Rajabov was the one pushing before that one ultimately ended in peace. So there we have it. As we said, this round for sure delivered. Every game was exciting, and it already has me wanting more. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to the two losers too, in terms of not adding extra drama, but there's a lot going on there, right, as far as riding your ship, right? So Ding Liren loses, knowing the pressure, knowing that he's a pre-tournament favorite. Hikaru also has a lot of pressure, and he said so himself in the article that he recently did, the interview he did for Chess Life, right? So take me into the camp. You were at one point a second for Magnus Carlsen. What are you doing in the camp of helping their heads be in the right space to recover from a loss?
Well, the advantage of being in Magnus Carlsen's team is that he doesn't really lose.
Okay, that was a horrible answer. Okay.
So I never had to deal with that. I was the main helper for Magnus during the 2013 match against Anand.
Yeah.
And that was a match Magnus won with 3 victories and 0 defeats. And not only did
one
he
splash
not
in the pool
lose, he was never in trouble.
Yeah. Okay, so you don't have good advice for them.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hammer. Almira, good advice for the people who lost their first game. It is a marathon, just like it is for the winners, to not get ahead of themselves. For the losers, one loss is not going to define the tournament if you can make sure that the bleeding stops.
Well, first of all, you need to get a very good night's sleep. You know, this is absolutely essential. And then it's a clean slate. You have to start all over again. It's a new tournament.
Okay.
That's how, the Russian school, the Soviet school recommends
There you heard it from Almira. You have to start again. It's a new tournament. Those will be the pairings for the brand new tournament. We see that Rapport Firouzja, again, 2 players competing in their first candidates. Nakamura he's the second oldest player in the field, going up against the oldest there, but he gets the white pieces with a chance to, as Almira said, start a new tournament. Nepo and Caruana don't want it to be a new tournament. They're happy with their victory, but we can't wait. We already know which matchup we're circling for tomorrow, right? Mark it, it's in the books. Nepomniachtchi versus Caruana just did our job for us. And then, of course, we have Duda and Ding as well, Hammer. So your thoughts on, I guess I stole some thunder. I think it's Nepomniachtchi Caruana, but any other matchups you want to talk about for tomorrow?
I'm interested in this Rapport versus Firouzja.
Okay.
Both players today proved that they're willing to take enormous risks to try and win games, even with the black pieces. 2 such risk takers up against each other, that just has to be fireworks.
Okay. Almira, as we look at those 3 events, those other 3 matchups, your thoughts on another one?
Well, those matchups disappeared, but actually what I wanted to add is just that I cannot even imagine the chaos these 2 players are going to create tomorrow.
Right.
Richard against Alireza, so some it's going to be, well, probably a tactical skirmish, like on the board, like all the way. So let me have a look. So we are not allowed to talk about Nepo Caruana.
You can talk about whatever you want. I was just, I stole the thunder and said that's clearly the matchup we're all going to be talking about. But Duda has a one-loss record and one draw to Ding Liren, so that's, you know, not too much there.
No, but I think this is also a very important game because Duda starts with white. You know, he has 2 whites, so he didn't convert his game today. So it might add up to a disappointment. So he is going certainly and try to play for a win tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if you are not, well, winning at least one game with the white pieces at the beginning of the tournament, then, you know, you start doubting yourself. So I think this is a very important moment for Jan-Krzysztof.
I think that's a really good point. And of course, Ding Liren definitely does not want to lose a second game in a row. You do not want to miss a moment of the action, of course. The 2022 Candidates Tournament starts off at 6 a.m. on the West Coast, 9 a.m. in New York, 3 p.m. local time here, of course, in Madrid, 2 p.m. in London. I could read every time. You could just take a peek at whatever time zone you are closest to, and of course, circle your calendars. We have so much more ahead. The candidates will continue to roll on for many, many days. Many live audience members don't want to believe that it's over. They're listening in to an interview with Richard Rapport, so good for them tuning in there. But there you have it. That is round 1. It is in the books. The stage has been set. So much more ahead. We have the 2 early tournament leaders facing off tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss anything. And that's going to wrap our day here. So for my team, working super hard, for my 2 co-hosts here, Jan Ludwighammer, Almira Skripchenko, I'm Danny Wrench. This has been Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE Candidates. We will be back for round 2 from Madrid tomorrow, and we'll see you then.